How's everyone doing this morning?
Great. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Beautiful out there today.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but where's the rain?
I know.
I'm getting worried.
We got a lot of vegetation management done last weekend, though. That was really nice.
Right.
Yeah,
Use that break wisely.
Exactly.
there is a rainbow out there, right? So
Yeah.
All right. So it looks to me like we're all here and it's 9 o'clock. So with that, I call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, January 25th, 2022. And we're going to start the morning with an invocation by Rabbi Evan Ukar. Did I get it? Okay. And following that, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Heidel.
Good morning. Thank you.
Morning, Rabbi.
Thank you for the honor of sharing my words of invocation, and thank you all for your service on behalf of the citizens of our county. 10 days ago, a friend of mine, a rabbi, went to lead Sabbath services in Colleyville, Texas. For the next 11 hours, he became a hostage along with 3 members of his congregation. Relief and gratitude are only the beginning of the emotions felt at their safe escape. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, matir asurim. Blessed are you, Adonai, mystery of creation, who frees the captive. May the public safety agencies of our county continue to keep us safe, and may the day come speedily when I and other faith leaders only need be concerned with community and sharing Torah and scriptural messages, and not with security in our houses of worship. And we can say, Amen. This Thursday marks International Holocaust Remembrance Day. It is a day the United Nations and the world designated to remember the 6 million Jews, 1/3 of the world's Jewish population at the time, and the countless other millions of minorities and oppressed peoples murdered by the Nazis during World War II. As we mark this day, may we redouble our personal and communal efforts for education to ensure we never forget, and we can say, Amen. I also share a prayer for all those affected by COVID. May those suffering from its effects know health soon. May those caring for them and providing our frontline healthcare find strength and know our gratitude. And may all those challenged and overwhelmed by the constant uncertainty this has wrought soon find stability. And we can say together, Amen. We pray, Hamakom. May the one who is ever present, the divine, God, the mystery of creation, whatever it is we believe, provide you, our County Board of Supervisors, strength and courage to lead, the forbearance to engage whatever challenges may lay ahead. May your leadership and that of this office continue leading and modeling a commitment to the future that honors and remembers what must be remembered in our past for all of us citizens of the county. And may the source of life be our Sukkot Shalom, our shelter of peace, so that we may be that for others. And we can say, Amen.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Rabbi.
Always enjoy your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So, ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Okay, adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So we'll start off with District 5. Supervisor Novosel, do you have any changes?
Yeah, good morning. No, I just want to register a no on number 11, the proclamation for school choice. School choice by definition generally means voucher system, which I don't agree with. I don't think it's necessary. And I have always proposed that public school education needs to be strengthened, and it's strengthened when we support our public schools. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, District 4, District 3, Supervisor Thomas. Oh, can't hear you.
Thank you. No changes because I understand we're going to continue item number 13.
Yes, I'll be requesting that the board continue item 13 to February 8th of 2022.
Perfect, then no changes.
Very good, thank you. See District 2 Supervisor Turnbull
No changes.
and District 1 Supervisor Hydall.
No changes.
And I am going to ask that the record reflect that on item number 7, I'm going to vote yes and support it with the understanding that the agreement has been drafted in such a way that many of the environmental secret concerns that were brought up prior are being addressed in the new agreement. So in case people are wondering why I suddenly am supporting it, I wanted the record to reflect that. Okay, CAO, any other changes?
Nothing further, Madam Chair, other than the staff is requesting item 13 be continued to February 8th, as the clerk mentioned.
Okay, and item 25 was an addendum saying it was continued, so that was already done. Okay.
And also on addendum was moving item 8 to a department matter, just for the public.
Oh, right, good point. Thank you for reminding us of that. Okay, I think we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And if I could ask anybody that's making comment on the consent calendar to remind us which items they're addressing, that'd be helpful.
There appears to be no public comment. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Now taking public comment from Ruth Carter.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Sorry, I have a little laryngitis going this morning.
we can hear you.
So I just wanted to, and I don't have, because I'm on my phone, I don't have the consent calendar in front of me. I don't know which item it is, but as far as the school choice goes, I just wanted to add that this is in conjunction with the public school system. And so, you know, there may be ways to incorporate the parent's choice in terms of, you know, purchasing curriculum from the school districts and that kind of a thing. I'm for it. I think that parents should have the choice, especially given that they're being forced into, you know, critical race theory as a graduation requirement and that kind of a thing. But there may be some options to work together there. And I fully support the parents' right to choose.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Yes, yeah, as far as school choice, I mean, that's where everyone's going. So obviously our education is failing students. The numbers are proof that our whole education system is, it's an antiquated system. And it's basically to turn kids into little revolutionary Marxists. And you can tell that by reading the works of James Lindsay and how he has critiqued Ibram Kendi and Kimberly Crenshaw and these people that are pushing their critical race theory hustle, which has infiltrated every part of the school system. So yeah, I'm not only for school choice, I am for defunding the whole education system. Also, I don't understand this item, and I'm not sure why you guys decided to continue it, but this item number 13 to contract this consulting firm about COVID-19 community recovering $248,000 to this woman who's not even from California. She lives in Texas. This is just more this is some sort of hustle. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in the administrative positions or some administrative position in El Dorado County is going to leave their job and go and work for this woman. I wouldn't be surprised. Just saying, it seems to happen a lot in our government. But yeah, what the heck? $250,000, what, to consult for COVID response, which you guys, I'm wondering if you continued it because you know that this whole COVID narrative is falling apart by the minute. So yeah, scratch that $250,000. We could have used that for the homeless program, the hostess program. Waste of money.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hey guys, just a couple of points to make. So going on with what Mandy just said, I don't know what you're trying to pull, Dawn, but pulling in this woman from San Antonio at 250,000 for COVID community stuff. We have 6-figure employees that do those jobs. We don't need you bringing in your buddy or Nancy's buddy from San Antonio. This chick ran the San Antonio COVID response. We don't need any more Sacramento characters or New World Order globalists coming into this county. We have a full staff. We have an OES. We have a sheriff. We don't need this. And we're all watching every move you make. And so this item is just wicked, and we're going to pick it apart. And so you can, think you're going to pacify us by moving it to February, but we'll be here February. Maybe we'll be in person. So to talk about school choice, Gavin Newsom's kids get the choice of going to a private school. People have choices that have money. Financial freedom gives you those choices. But most people can't afford private school, and most people think they can't afford to homeschool, which is a fallacy. It's all about choices. You camp instead of going to Hawaii, and you put your kids first. But school choice, Sue, my mom was a teacher for 30 years in New Orleans and a Title I specialist. And I do get what you're saying. And I think we do need to strengthen the choice of public school and make it worth going to and turn it into something people aren't trying to flee from and protect their children from. So the state, it's really not necessary for children to be educated in public school. But when you're locked in financially, and that's your only option, it doesn't create an equitable situation. So that's why I changed my mind on vouchers a long time ago. When I see the privileged getting to put their, or let's not even call it privilege, people who just work in a different field and make money and are able to do that. So I'm for the little resolution. Now, there was one other item we needed to address. I don't know what item 3, what you're trying to do, item 3. But when I read item 3, if everyone could pull it up and click on all the things, because it looks like pork to me, where Don Ashton's doing all his little tricks in one item. And it looks to me like he wants him and his department heads to circumvent the transparency that's supposed to come with you guys looking at these contracts and deciding if they're going to be executed, and the chair signs them. These are employees trying to take power from you guys. And when that happens, it's taking power from the people. So Sacramento
Thank you, Tracy.
need to knock their crap off.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I didn't hear any actual questions. There's mostly a lot of comments. I didn't hear any specific questions that need to be answered. Did anybody write me down? Okay, with that, do I have,
I'll go ahead and read.
And then we need a motion after that. Yep.
Okay, adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Parlin will vote yes on item 7. However, with the additional comments she made pertaining to the agreement. Per the addendum, move item 8 to a department matter. Supervisor Novacell will register a no vote on item number 11. Continue item 13 to February 8th, 2022. And per the addendum, continue item 25 to February 1st, 2022.
I will move approval with those said changes.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right, we have our first and second. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you, oh, excuse me, Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote? Motion passes 5-0.
Perfect. Thank you, Kim. I think, CAR, you thinking just going down the department matters in order?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, here we go then, Kim, item 26.
Item 26 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board discuss the current El Dorado Opportunity Knox board application period and identify two who should chair as the county's representatives on EDOC for a 2-year term effective February 4th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. The reason I'm bringing this item for your discussion and consideration is you recall, I believe it was at the last board meeting, you received an update from Health and Human Services on the roles, responsibility, and authority of the continuum of care, or what is referred to in El Dorado County as EDOC. During that discussion, we learned that EDOC has some independent authority and how to allocate the funding they receive for the homeless efforts. And the current representative on EDOC representing the county's interest is an employee in Health and Human Services who I'm told is doing a great job. That being said, the board never made that appointment to that position. And I believe with the authority given to EDOC, you should have a conversation of who you want representing the county in those efforts. And that could be another board member. It could be a higher level staff person. There's a lot of options, but I felt the discussion was warranted. And for you guys to have following that conversation, the presentation we had about 2 weeks ago. So if there's any questions of me, I'm happy to entertain them, but I'm hoping you guys can all have a dialogue and give direction to staff in this regard.
All right, I'm looking for raised hands from the board to start the conversation. George, don't you know how to push a little button?
Yeah, let me push it.
And
There you go.
the only reason I'm saying that honestly is that when you do that, it physically moves you on the screen so that I see you. That's the only reason I'm
Okay.
actually saying that's a good thing to do, but go ahead, I saw you.
Okay, well, I would recommend that I think a board member should sit on this commission. And I think it should be the chair, you, Lori, and then Wendy as the vice chair, be the alternate. That's my opinion. I think we could get better results, especially working together with the sheriff and EDOC.
Okay. Supervisor Hydal, you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I would like to throw my name in the hat for that. I've been following EDOC for at least the last 4 years, been very involved as a non-board member. I feel I have a very good understanding of what their direction is, what they're trying to accomplish. And I think that knowledge and support of EDOC in the past would help them understand that my interests are to advance our ability to get sheltering for our homeless and bring it to a point where we actually have a facility in El Dorado County that's either navigation, sheltering, combination, whatever it may be. So I'd like to throw my hat in the ring for this.
Okay. Supervisor Novacell? Are you? There you go.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna have issues today. I lost my mouse. So
Oh, no.
sorry.
Oh.
So it's hard hitting the button. So I apologize. So, the conversation we had, I think it is critical that we have an elected on this, in this commission. My concern is this the correct type of situation that we want for talking about such an important subject? It would still dilutes us to where we would have an opinion, but we don't have a very much of a say still, being that there's 17 members of this board. So I would look to hope that we can still, and I would ask that we ask staff to take a look at the other 11 counties that don't use this kind of system and actually use more of a JPA model I think that may be where we might want to go. And I don't know for sure because I haven't looked at it. I just think that it warrants that kind of a look at for us. So, but with that, I think it's critical that we have, again, someone in the position sitting on this board in the meantime. I would think that being that is such a critical position that we do acquiesce to having the chair and vice chair. It seems like a logical position. And I know, John, I know you've done a lot of work and you've been very, very good at doing that. And I'm not trying to negate that at all. I just think as a policy that perhaps the chair and vice chair would be the best. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I hadn't thought about that whole JPA thing. So Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, appreciate the opportunity to have a dialogue about this. And Supervisor Turnbull and Novacell, I appreciate the thought of the chair, vice chair. That is often a good model to go with. I don't know if Supervisor Parlin has an interest in serving on that, but I also think there's wisdom and support Supervisor Heidel for serving on this. Certainly, there's a depth of knowledge in this arena that Supervisor Heidel has that is important in this issue. And I think we all share the desire to have this collaborative, a meaningful partnership going forward this year. And I think we all share that desire to dig in and to see what progress we can make in our community on this. I do believe, and staff will be better prepared for this, that the membership on the COC board is pretty prescribed as far as all the different groups that you have to have at the table as far as that partnership. But I'm happy to support. I think Supervisor Heidel has a depth of experience in this arena that can be helpful, when looking at solutions and moving things forward.
Okay. I actually was thinking of the chair, vice chair also. To me, that just seems like the, what's the right word? The best way to have representation that reflects the board. And, that conversation that we had, I think, with the roles and responsibility was quite enlightening. I think a lot of us didn't realize the actual structure and relationship of how it's supposed to work. And which is why I made that comment. I know some people thought I was trying to put people off, but I wasn't when I said that the public comes to the Board of Supervisor meetings. And that's why I feel compelled that we really need the Board of Supervisors, that elected official on EDOC. And I think that the chair and the vice chair would make a great team to represent the board. And I read the charter and we could both attend. And only the appointee could vote unless the appointee, then the alternate would vote. So I think that we could have the two of us attending the meetings and the board would be, I think, well represented. And it would set a good precedent for clarity of who's going to be on there. So I kind of like that. But the thought of the JPA is interesting. And I forgot that that's an alternative. But I think if I understand that, Dawn, to do the JPA model, we would have to the county would have to restructure everything or something. Can you help with that?
I don't know how that would happen. What I took from Supervisor Novacell's comments is a request to direct staff to explore that feasibility and return with what that process would be, and how the other counties who had that model, how they function. Daniel DeMonte is on the line. Maybe he can comment more off the top of his head if I can defer to him.
Yeah, real quick, I'll just say, yes, that's what my comment was, is can we let's explore it. Because I don't know if it's the right model, obviously, haven't had that chance to look at it. And Daniel, you probably understand that model better than anyone. But yeah, I'm going to be at CSAC next week. I thought it would be something I could bring up to my fellow executive committee members, and they generally have good insights. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, board. Daniel Del Monte, HHSA. So Supervisor Thomas was correct that the board seats are very much prescribed by HUD. What I described last week in the presentation was the role of collaborative applicant, that administrative entity. That administrative work can be done by a JPA. So that JPA wouldn't be the board of the COC. So just to sort of separate those roles. So this is in fact prescribed by HUD, and this board seat would be responsible for informing strategies around homelessness, how to most effectively allocate funding toward components in the system that we need, and also with ensuring that the COC board complies with our federal regulations to keep our COC intact and leveraging funding for the community.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, so then is that still something that we want to explore then, do you think?
I would think it would be, again, I'm not sure we need direction of staff at this point. I'm happy to talk to other supervisors when I'm down at the conference and find out, if they think that's a better, and I appreciate Daniel mentioning that it would be just a matter of who the administrator, whatever that word is, that, that JPA functions as, to see if that functions in a better way. I'd like to take a look at it, but I can do that on my own.
And then you can report back, and then we can decide if we want to bring an item maybe to.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's a great route to go then.
Yeah, I don't want to push staff into doing more work, and it's certainly easy for me just to get those conversations, what the conference is about, is to have those conversations.
Yes, great opportunity for networking. Perfect. Okay.
If I may just make a quick comment, just for the board's information as well. So it's the COC who's responsible for deciding who their administrative entity is. And so they would have to say, this is something that we would like to look into. Now the county can explore and can bring ideas of how a JPA could form locally, but ultimately it'd be the COC that would make that decision, as that's sort of within their authority. So I just wanted to make that point as well.
Oh, there's a lot of authority there for the COC. That's shocking, but interesting. Certainly will be a good conversation then. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Daniel. That's really helpful. So, okay, with that, it looks like the board discussion is good for the moment. So Kim, shall we go to public comment?
Of course. Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good morning, my friends. Happy New Year to you all. Sorry I missed the first 2 meetings. I was shaking off the flu and back to my Olympic self here, so praise the Lord. I couldn't follow the JPA lettering alternative, but I appreciate Sue presenting that as something positive. And John, I'm totally in favor of you helping lead the charge with all 5 of you champions for humanity. And of course, adding in David and Don. We know what we have to do this year. The disgrace of the county looking to the churches to set up individual separate night sites for the last 8 years has got to be eliminated before this next fall. I am looking forward to item 27. I've got to point you to a prayer that I prayed with one of our citizens in a healthy environment county. There's a young girl, I won't mention her, but I asked her why she was in the hospital for 2 months with burns. She'd been homeless for several years. I dealt with her in the past, trying to help her get out of the pit. She told me that she doused herself with gasoline. She told me that she doused herself with gasoline not in Vietnam, not in some Muslim nation where women are treated as less than dirt, but in America, in the home of the brave and the land of the free. She doused herself with gasoline in El Dorado County here in Placerville. She doused herself with gasoline and she lit herself on fire because of the despondency and the pit that the homeless have been abandoned to live in. And so people are going to speak on item 27 and maybe on this issue, but we've got to move ahead, not just with catching up with this funding for the nomadic shelter for this winter. We've got to move towards something year round. We can't be one of the only 4 counties out of 58 that have no permanent year-round shelter. You all are stepping up to the plate. Let's have a 5-0 unanimous vote on the next item.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so bringing it back to the board, any further discussion, or is anybody ready to make a motion? I'll make a motion if nobody else wants to.
No, I'm sorry. I still can't get my mute.
Oh,
off.
I forget you don't
apologize.
have a mouse. I wish I could bring you a mouse right now.
No, it's driving me crazy. It's what's coming this afternoon. It's driving me crazy. So I'm sorry. I would like to make a motion that we let's see how do I best do this. That we nominate, that would be the word, that we appoint the chair and vice chair to the Continuum of Care Committee. And I apologize, I don't have the wording here either.
Yeah.
Thank you. You understand.
We
I'll
got it.
second that motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very
And I
good.
do want to say, I want to thank John for all of his work. And I did, again, I did not want to, to marginalize all the work he's done in this. But I think this sets up just a good precedent from now on. Everyone understands every year it's going to be the chair and vice chair.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and we can always revisit this too. I mean, it's not set in stone, so but we can really revisit almost everything. So, and looking forward to hearing what you report back from Sue from CSAC too. That'll be helpful.
And Supervisor Parlin, I'm looking forward to working with you on this this year. So
Yeah, me too. I think it's gonna be good. So thank you.
thank you.
Okay, then I think we can get item 27 done before our 10 o'clock item. It should go pretty well.
Item 27 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board consider the following. 1, allocate up to $115,000 for the winter lodging program with Housing El Dorado to provide one-time funding support for the nomadic shelter. 2, direct staff to work with El Dorado Food Bank to see if they can supply any needed items. And 3, direct staff to return on February 8th, 2022 with a budget transfer from general fund contingency along with a funding agreement with El Dorado Community Foundation.
All right. All right. Well, thank you all for this hearing this item, and it's a perfect follow-up to some of the comments that Jonathan Gainsborough made. As we know, the faith community and nonprofits have stepped up for the last 8 years to fill the gap of winter lodging and emergency lodging for those unhoused in our county. And as I know, we are all eagerly anticipating and awaiting the strategic plan on homelessness, as well as, I think this board is very intentional about making progress on the development of a navigation center with an emergency shelter component or pallet community by this next winter. But that leaves a gap of this year while we are awaiting progress on those items. And I think as the big storm hit all of us at the end of last year, beginning of this year, it brought home the need to really address this. And I have to give a hearty congratulations and acknowledgement to the city of Placerville for stepping up on December 26th, recognizing that in the faith community, there were 4 churches that had stepped up much to their congregations, and much to their credit, shelter, to provide emergency shelter, but recognizing there were 3 nights still, unaccounted for, the city of Placerville stepped up and offered a building. So I think that it's time for the county of El Dorado now to step up and partner with them on this year while we're awaiting, progress to fund this, because they're running on a shoestring, and there's a ton of really good people that are working incredibly hard to meet the very difficult needs of sheltering folks in the winter months, and they need funding. And I think this is one thing that we can do this year to help ease the gap and to support their services. And so I'd reached out to Housing El Dorado, that is leading the winter sheltering program and helping to coordinate that, as to what their needs were. And she submitted a list of how they are, what expenses they have and what their needs are. And recognizing that there may be some things that either supplies that we have or other items that we can supply. My ask to us today is for the board to direct up to $115,000 in one-time funding support for the pneumatic shelter program. And then in the meantime, in this process, have staff just have coordinate with Housing El Dorado and the winter shelter program to see if there's any of those items that we can supply, that reducing the impact on the county cost. But then come back to staff on February 8th with a budget transfer on what's appropriate. So that's the item before you today. And there is attachments on this item that can help ask any questions, but happy to answer any questions that I may have. And I also know Maureen Dion Perry is on the line.
Very good. Supervisor Novosel?
There we go. Thank you, Supervisor Thomas. I just want to thank you so very much for bringing this up. I do want to point out we do have a shelter on the east slope. So El Dorado County is helping with our funding, but it's been difficult because there has been a need to take a look at what EDOC has done and be able to take a strategic look at it and move forward. But yet in the meantime, we have this need on the west slope. So I very much appreciate it. I think it's very much needed. And I just did want to ask Don, funding wise, where does that come from? It just says general fund. So I just want to double check on that, but thank you, Supervisor Thomas. I think this is a wonderful solution, temporary solution to helping this year. Don, do you have a quick?
Yes, Supervisor Novosel, it is general fund. It would be, I believe it's in the staff report, it would come out of contingency. And so everyone was aware contingency is set aside for unanticipated expenses that the board identifies during the middle of the year that is outside the budget process. I will remind the board that while today's item would be a 3-vote item to direct staff to do this and bring it back on the 8th, when that budget transfer comes back to the board, it would be a 4-vote item to approve it, because as I said, it is being handed outside the budget process. And
thank you. And I didn't see the contingency part. I just wanted to double check. But again, I think it's a great idea. And thank you, Supervisor Thomas.
And one more thing, Supervisor Novosel, and to the board, I believe this would be the first time we've accessed contingency this fiscal year. So just so you're aware, we haven't touched that much, if at all.
Oh, good to know. Thank you.
Supervisor Novosel, forgive me. I meant to make sure that I meant the west slope, because certainly South Lake Tahoe is doing a wonderful job in meeting the needs up there. So forgive me. I meant to say west slope.
Oh, no, not a problem. I just like to remind people because we are not negating all of our citizens. It's just been a difficult pull for us, I realize, but we do have some services available, for our homeless, and we're trying. It's very difficult, but thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Supervisor Trudeau.
Yeah, I think this is a great thing, Wendy. We talked about a little bit of it and getting the El Dorado County Food Bank involved, because they have a lot of supplies they could actually bring to this to support these people, especially with cots and all the blankets and all the other different things that these people will need. So I think it's a great thing. I really do. I think we need to do something. We haven't done anything for a long time. So I think this is a first step in the right direction, and hopefully it's going to be a big success. So anyway, thank you, Wendy, for bringing that.
Supervisor Hyrule, you have anything? You good? Okay. And I just wanted to point out that, when we had the roles and responsibilities presentation, that was quite an eye opener about, how things are supposed to work with all of us and the relationship between the EDOK and the county. So at first I was a little concerned, not because I totally support doing something. I want everybody to know that. It was the funding. In my mind, the funding should be coming out of the homeless money that comes into the county through the EDOK. But I understand that this is an extraordinary time and we want to step up and do the right thing for this year right now. And that I'm hoping that, in the future, we can better prepare and get it run through the EDOK the way that the roles and responsibilities kind of laid out. So thank you, Supervisor Thomas, for getting this going. I feel it is an emergency situation. And you pointed out in your legislative item here that you anticipate it's a one-time item. So thank you for that. And I think with that, it looks like we're ready to get public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good morning. First of all, I think it is a good thing that we're providing those extra nights for homeless, but for us to put up this money and we keep calling it homeless, even I do, and I keep trying to change that language because really the issue is mental health and drugs. And as long as we continue to throw money at, just housing people and not addressing the core needs, we're going to be just throwing money at a problem and it's never going to go away. We need to offer incentives for people that are in this situation. We need to offer counseling, any kind of programs that will help address their mental illness or drug issues. Otherwise, you guys are just throwing money at stuff. Also, I'd like to see incentives for these non-government agencies to actually not just say they've removed people, got people off the streets. I like to see success stories and hear success stories. So can we start holding these NGOs accountable for the money that they're taking in? Like, we're going to give you this money, but you need to be actually helping these people and not just putting a roof over a drug addict's head, because you're just prolonging death is what you're doing. You're not really helping this person have a quality life. So also, as far as you guys using the annex that was given or bought from the county, you guys are using the annex on Main Street to house the homeless. Is that where it is? The old utility building? Is that where you guys are housing people? I'm just concerned this building has been empty and vacant for a long time. I don't even think that the roof is sufficient. So what kind of bathroom facilities are you guys providing in this area? And is it also going to add to more homeless being on Main Street, and on the bike trails back there? Because it is, kind of sketchy over there. So I feel like there's probably a better place.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Maureen Dion Perry.
Good day, Chair Parlin, supervisors and staff. I come here with a warm heart, and I'm very encouraged to hear the comments from you thus far, and so grateful to Supervisor Thomas for bringing this item forward. It's a struggle to put something together post-Caldor, in the middle of COVID, when everyone was so distracted by so many things. But our community and the city and the interfaith community has stepped forward to do this. On December 26th, with the approval of a pilot program from Cleve Morris, Placerville City Manager, we rapidly opened for the first week of 7 nights at the city building as a storm shelter, just in time for when the storm hit. And as you know, after a successful pilot, Placerville City Council approved the continued use of the building through the end of March. We are in communication with nearby neighbors. I don't think anyone has really noticed a change in having homeless people on Main Street. We are very supportive of our guests, but also the aim is to be discreet as well, knowing that this is a very public place on Main Street. The facility, you know, the roof was fixed. There are bathrooms. There are numerous rooms, kind of like a little mini hotel. And so people are very comfortable. In order to operate the shelter, it takes a tremendous amount of work. 7 days a week, we are working with community members and, like I said, the interfaith collaboration. We're lucky to have Charlie McDonald, program manager, and Nicole Payne as assistant manager. Either Charlie or Nicole supervise the shelter every night. We have guests that range in age from 22 to 65 years old. We have veterans, disabled, chronically ill, just discharged from Marshall. We have discharged from the jail. COVID has definitely increased our work and costs. Now that operations have stabilized, we are adding navigation services. And so we hope to be doing more than just putting a roof over people's head. This funding will allow Housing El Dorado to continue to provide services most needed by this community. Thank you.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne. Chris, can you unmute yourself?
You having technical problems, Chris?
Do you want me to go on to the next person?
Yeah, usually he does fine. We'll see if he comes back after. Yeah.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Carter.
Hi, guys. So I just want to say that I support this temporary solution to a long-term problem. I think that it's a good step in the right direction, but it is something that is temporary. And so what we need to be looking at in our county is a larger issue, because as I'm sure all of you know, the average wage needed to survive in this county is around $29 an hour. And I don't know about you, but I don't know of many average people that are making $29 an hour. So that would be, you know, either a two-party household or a roommate situation and that kind of a thing. And we all know that there are a lot of people with mental illness and drug problems and that sort of a thing. So I would like to address the board and ask the question, how can we get involved? We have a housing shortage in this county. It's clear, even before the fires, we had about a 3,000, according to what everything that I've read, and I'm only regurgitating because I have not got census data on this, but about 3,000 household shortage. So what are we going to do about building brand new? And I'm not talking about buying a crappy hotel that we're going to have 20 rooms that's going to cost us $4 million. How many affordable housing apartments that are income-based would we be able to build for the same amount of money? I think we need to ask that question. I think we need to know what affordable housing and income-based projects are in the works currently. And I would like the answer to those questions. And I would like to know about how to get involved in advising on that. Obviously, you guys know that I'm in real estate. And this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart on a volunteer level, not on a profit level. So I just would really, really like to see, nobody wants these programs in their backyard, right? Because of the drug and alcohol issues and mental illness. So is there a possibility of, again, a larger issue in the community is affordable housing and income-based housing. As a component to that, we need to have some housing that addresses the additional needs of the substance abuse and mental illness. So what programs are there? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Board, and good morning, friends. I'm, as you don't have to guess, totally in favor of this first step toward what we need. What we need is a year-round shelter that 54 of California's 58 counties currently have. Some of them up in Chico, they have more than one year-round shelter. But we've been lagging behind. I'm glad to see the board stepping forward. I commend you, Wendy, for bringing this up, and I'm sure in concert with speaking with the other supervisors. It is, I just can't find the right, in 4 or 5 languages that I'm a bit conversant with, I just can't find the right adjective to say that the fact that we're sponsoring a nomadic shelter which has run for the last 8 years, last year with 2 or 3 nights open for the last several years. Thank God for the city of Placerville stepping up with the former DA's office. But if it is that they're meeting now at 4 separate churches and then the former DA's office, do you realize they're setting up at 5 different sites? 5 sites for 7 nights. This is crazy. If you were involved doing that, you would be gasping for breath, coming up for air, and then going back down to set up, tear down, set up, tear down. And then, of course, the COVID stuff doesn't make it any easier, but we're all moving through that. So I want to commend you for all being champions. I hope there's not just a 5-0 unanimous vote. I hope that there's a 500-0 unanimous vote. No, this isn't a long-term solution. Yes, we need more affordable housing, but in planning, there's long-term, there's medium, there's short-term, and there's immediate. We have an immediate crisis. Can you imagine the 50-year snowfall that we had for the county several weeks ago? Can you imagine being on Broadway on the upper hill with 20 or 30 dozen human beings? No wonder that young girl doused herself with gasoline. In 50 years working on the streets across America, writing a nationally known book on street ministry and reaching the unreachable, I have never, ever heard of anyone on the streets ever lighting themselves on fire, being so despondent in how they're living. Let's move ahead.
Jonathan, your time's up. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
This is Chris Payne. Good morning. I had some technical problems, no different than Supervisor Novosel. I left my mouse at home, and I'm streaming from 515 Main, which is right next door to the building that we're talking about at 525. I do want to kind of talk about a couple of things that came up today. First of all, I use the word displaced because these individuals started like we all did. We were born. And from that moment, when we came into the world, we obviously relied on a number of people to get us to where we are right now. So essentially, if you are born and you have a good start, then essentially, I think, I use that word essentially twice now. I believe that it's displaced. They are displaced. They are displaced from what they were coming from before. Now, navigation center is the key. Mandy has talked about, and I've heard others yourself talking about mental health. And the key to a good life is having a strong capacity for mental health and to be able to reason out things on a day-to-day basis. So Supervisor Parlin, you and I had talked about the strategic plan being so important, and we're just waiting to find out what it is. Well, Supervisor Thomas, this is just a step, a tentative or a temporary, not tentative, but temporary fix. And thank you, CAO, for the financial aspect of this, and it will come back for the money actually to be transferred. But in my mind, the broader implication is that no matter what you do today with this item, it's just a small token of what the future holds. And you as supervisors are extremely important in making the broader, more complete decision, which I expect will come soon. So Supervisor Thomas, thank you for your effort. It's a small effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Jane McGinnis. Jane, can you please? Oh.
Okay, I finally remembered how to unmute myself. It's been so long since we Zoomed.
There you are.
But it is good to see everybody. I just, first of all, I just want to thank you all for having this on the table for discussion. And it is a change in the way the county has, for 100 years, looked at what their responsibilities are in this area. And I understand that. We're living in a kind of a new world where each life is precious, and we just cannot leave it to another group of people to take care of it. We were very lucky to have 8 years of church volunteers to handle this. But I was astonished when Cleve suddenly jumped in for those 3 nights. And I was so thrilled to see this on the table. Wendy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't think that there is anything wrong with taking care of those who truly cannot take care of themselves. It doesn't denigrate mental health work. It doesn't denigrate the work done for alcoholism and drug addiction to simply make sure that precious lives are saved. I was up in Pollock Pines for 10 days without electricity and buried in 4 feet of snow. And I'll tell you, I just turned 78 the other day, and I'm not as strong as I used to be. That was a very interesting time, but I can't imagine what it was like to be in one of the camps. Within the first day, tents collapsed because of the weight of the snow. And so what you are doing is a wonderful thing. And I thank you for it. And I urge you all to vote for this. And down the road, we're going to see something more permanent and more organized. But God bless every one of you for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, there were actually a few specific questions asked. If I remember, Mandy had a couple. If we could get clarity on exactly where the Placerville one is, because I think I heard different buildings mentioned. I'm not sure which one was correct. And then she asked about accountability, and I don't know how we would respond to that other than there are reports out from these things. So I don't know if Daniel can enlighten us on the accountability, or Dawn, can anybody help us with that response?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to that. So, yeah, there's a number of reports that are required that we send to the state and the federal government. They're also tied to performance measures in the system. But if I recall, the question was more about folks' stories. And yeah, there are many of those. And so, yeah, we can work with providers to tell more of those stories. You know, the COC on their website can post those stories. But I actually do agree that the human side of it and the human element, I think would shock folks. And you know, how many of our residents who've lived and grown up here fell into homelessness due to so many different reasons and stories, that I do see value in that as well. So I think that that's very possible and something that we can improve upon moving forward.
That's a good point. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then Wendy, can you elaborate on where the Placerville one is, just so we're all talking about the right building? Because I heard different buildings mentioned, I think, and I want to be clear.
Actually, I think the DA annex, is that correct?
The annex. So it's not the one on the corner, it's one over.
I believe so.
Okay. Done. Okay.
That's
So
my
that's
understanding as well.
okay. So it's not the DA's building, it's the annex one. Okay. So just so we're all talking about the same building, that makes sense. And then
And I will have to say that I do know that Winter Shelter folks have been extremely conscientious and excellent neighbors for the downtown community.
Oh, that makes sense.
Which we all recognize is important.
Right. And I'm just going to add, it's related, but not exactly, but you know, Mandy asked about mental health and stuff. And I would say I've been watching the governor's budget, and if I understand correctly, he is allocating some money in his budget specifically for building some mental health facilities again in the state. So that's something I hope that we can plug into, because it is a big piece of the puzzle. So let's keep an eye on that governor budget and how we get our hands on that money, because it'll help us immensely. And one more, Supervisor Novosel, really quick, is Ruth Carter asked about how we can get involved with the housing and stuff. And I'm thinking it would be great if she could participate. We have a housing presentation at 1:30 today with our planning department. And Ruth, those are exactly the kinds of things we're going to be talking about in my mind. So that'd be great if you're able to join us. If not, you can watch it on recording later, and we'll figure out how to get you plugged in. But it's a big conversation. It's a big problem. So Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to add on to what Daniel said about stories about homelessness, how they got there and all. And I will say at yesterday's Human Rights Commission, we spoke about our next forum, and the subject matter, just so you know, will be a day in the life of a homeless person. And we were reaching out to someone to get an idea and a story exactly behind what it's like to be homeless, and what's that mean as far as specifically on human rights, on how you're treated and where how you got there. Very much in line with what Daniel was talking about. So stay tuned on that. But I do feel that is an important part of this conversation, is understanding how they got there, what we can do to help, and what that means to them personally and within their rights and human values. So
very good.
Throw that up.
That'll be fun to watch too. And so I think our discussion looks good. We answered questions. Supervisor Thomas, this was your item. Would you like to make a motion?
I would be happy to move approval for this item with great gratitude for everyone involved.
Okay, I'll second it.
All right, Kim, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Of course. Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes by vote.
Thank you all.
Very good. Good conversation too. With that, we have a hearing at 10 o'clock. Is everybody good to go? Do we need a break or anything? I think we're good. Okay, we can make it through the hearing. Okay, so with that, I think Kim, you read the item and then we go from there. Is that correct?
Sure. Item 29 is a hearing to consider a request received from the law offices of Robert M. Bone on behalf of the residents for a safe Cameron Park PD-A21-0001, appealing the Planning Commission's December 9th, 2021 condition approval of Plan Development Permit Revision PD-R20-0009 / grocery outlet at Green Valley Station Phase 2 and adoption of the mitigated negative declaration to modify an approved development plan for Green Valley Station. Staff recommending the board take the following actions. 1, deny appeal PD-A21-0001 of the Planning Commission's approval of Plan Development Permit Revision PD-R20-0009 / grocery outlet at Green Valley Station Phase 2. 2, uphold the approval of the Plan Development Permit Revision PD-R20-0009 based on the findings and subject to conditions of approval as approved by the Planning Commission. And 3, adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring reporting program in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, section 15074, subsection D. Supervisor Parlin, could you please open the public hearing?
I open the public hearing. So my understanding is for an appeal like this, there is kind of a standard procedure. So I'll do my best to explain it as we go and follow that procedure. So we're going to start off with staff presenting the item and responding to board questions. And then after that, we will have the appellants are given an opportunity to present and to respond to board questions. Then the applicants are given an opportunity to present and to respond to board questions. Then we'll have public comment. Applicants are then given an opportunity to respond. Then the appellants are given an opportunity to respond. We close the hearing and then the board deliberates. So I'm gonna stick to that and I'll do my best to guide us on the way because I know how these hearings can go. But with that, Tina.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just checking. Great. So good morning, and I'm sorry if some of what I'm going to say is repeating what Kim just said. But good morning, Gina Hamilton, Acting Planning Manager for the current Planning Division. This item is a request for an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Plan Development Permit Revision PDR 20-0009 on December 9th, 2021. Which allowed for the construction and operation of a grocery outlet store at Green Valley Station, which is located near the intersection of Green Valley Road and Winter Haven Drive in Cameron Park. The original plan development permit for Green Valley Station was approved in January 2006 by the Planning Commission. Phase 1 included an approximately 64,000 square foot commercial shopping center on an approximately 13-acre parcel. The project Phase 1 featured 2 drive-up fast food establishments and a pharmacy retailer with a drive-up pharmacy window. The adopted development plan also included an adjacent future Phase 2 without specific uses identified at the time, but clearly intended for commercial use as the site was and still is zoned for commercial uses. The plan development permit revision that was approved by the Planning Commission in 2021 constitutes a portion of Phase 2. The project parcel is zoned community commercial with a plan development permit located in a design control area. Retail sales and service commercial uses like grocery stores aren't allowed use in the commercial community zone. On December 22nd, 2021, a request for an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision was filed by the law offices of Robert M. Bone on behalf of the residents for a safe Cameron Park, requesting that the board deny the plan development permit revision. The letter from the appellant is included in the board packet for this item, as are staff responses to the letter. Staff would like to note that the comment letter submitted with the appeal request is nearly identical to the letter submitted by the appellant prior to the Planning Commission hearing, which included responses from staff at that time. No new issues were raised in the letter submitted with the request to the appeal to the board. Therefore, based on the analysis of the plan development permit revision, staff recommends that the board deny the appeal, uphold the approval by the Planning Commission, adopt the mitigated negative declaration, and adopt the MMRP in accordance with CEQA guidelines. Staff is available to answer questions. The applicant team is in the hearing as well and is available. So thank you so much for your time.
Does the board have any questions at this time? Not seeing any. Awesome job, Gina. No, the staff report was well written. It was very, in my mind, well done and easy to understand. So I appreciate that. County Council, I forgot. Ex parte, can you help with that? This is something I struggle with every time. I talk to the project applicant, and I think we're supposed to, at some point, when's the right time to do that?
I think this is a perfectly appropriate time. If any of the board members have had communications with either the project applicant or the project appellants and learned information that they feel is important to necessary to share with their fellow board members, I think this would be the time to disclose those communications and any information learned.
Okay, so if we just, I guess the big question for me is, we just talked about what was in the agenda item, nothing extraordinary out of that. Is that still something we would want to divulge, I guess? Is that, you know?
Yes, certainly. I think that certainly the fact of the communication is appropriate to disclose in order to make sure everyone's aware of the communications that took place outside this hearing. And if there was any information that was otherwise not included in the materials presented, I think it would be important to disclose that as well.
Okay, very good. Then that's all I have to disclose, is I did talk to the project applicant's representative about what's here in the agenda item. That was it. Anybody else? Oh, I feel so special. Kidding. All right, well, with that, then we move on to the appellant. Has an opportunity to present and respond to board questions. And there weren't any, but maybe there will be after they present. Kim, who, oh, that's Mr. Bone, correct?
Let me promote him to, do you want me to promote him to a panelist or just allow him to talk?
You can make him a panelist, I guess, and then that should work fine.
Hello, this is Robert Bone. Can the board hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I understand that Ms. Hamilton in her comments indicated that our letter to the board is identical to the Planning Commission letter, and that is because although we made a Public Records Act request for these items, for many reasons, the records were unavailable for review until early January. And I had multiple conversations with both over email and verbally over the phone with the planning department and also Ms. Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton was helpful and she made efforts to get us access. But like everybody in El Dorado County and over the Sierra Nevada, your county was under 4 to 5 feet of snow during that period of time. And people were out of work and systems were down, and it was just one of the difficulties in dealing with getting information out when it needed to be provided. So we were given less than the time that we needed to review all of the documents, and in this case, particularly the traffic study that was offered with the project. We have now just this morning provided to you a supplement to the information we provided back in December. You have now the review of the traffic study from Prism Engineering. So I encourage you to, before voting or considering whether or not to adopt the recommendations here by your planning department, review that report from Prism Engineering. It's remarkable. You're going to find that the study that's offered with the project is deficient on its face. It failed to take into account some very basic industry items. I'm going to walk you through my letter to you of this morning. If you will bear with me, I need to bring it up. I, like other people, am not as proficient at this Zoom business as I wish I was, so give me a moment. I emailed this morning And some of the font on my letter to you, because it went through email, looks like it's been a bit modified, and I apologize for that also. But I attached the review of the traffic study performed by Kimley Horn. The review study is done by Prism Engineering. The engineer's name is Grant Johnson. I want to draw your attention to Mr. Johnson's conclusions. And in his report, above the conclusions appear on page 10. But you'll see that Mr. Johnson has made with graphics, very simple outline of what the problems are with the traffic study and why it fails and it cannot be mitigated. Should be sent back to the planning department, and to comply with CEQA and EIR should be accomplished. These are not insubstantial. The problems with developing this project on the basis that the traffic study from Kimley Horn offers is just outright faulty. People are going to get severely injured and or suffer, in the worst case scenario. You'll see especially with it relates to the turn pockets, cyclists are going to suffer not only injury, but potential death as a result of this project and the way the traffic study is laid out. The first item, Mr. Johnson lays out that the trip generation of the proposed project was underestimated, using a trip rate generally reserved for a larger shopping center and not for this grocery outlet discount shopping store. Obviously a problem. The second item is that the overflowing lines or queues from the northbound lane pockets at intersections 2 and 4 create clear safety hazards. They're not mitigated, but they're explained away simply as insignificant non-impacts. But as outlined in figures 1 through 4, you see that he's illustrated how the safety impacts can't be ignored, but mitigated with a solution to remove the deficiencies of narrow lanes, encroaching traffic flows and bike lanes, and other unsafe traffic operations. Kimley Horn just flat out used the wrong numbers, plugged in the wrong distances. You must look at that, or you must at the very least send it back to the planning department to explain why Mr. Johnson is wrong. Because in the worst case scenario, somebody's going to suffer injury or death as a result of this. And this report is in the public record. You need to consider what that means for the county, not only for the safety of the people involved, but when somebody suffers harm, or in the worst case scenario, death, and they look back and see this, they're going to ask the county why. Immunity will be resolved in favor of the individual's family who's gone. The third bullet point points out that the level of service and delay calculations are incorrect in the Kimley Horn study. Using generic software default for peak hour factors of 0.92 for every calculation across the line. Take a look at that graphic. There is no peak hour factor variation, which begs the question, why use peak hour factor if you don't actually have any peak hour factor? They're using the same figure across all time frames. That in and of itself is nonsense. It indicates obviously that there is no peak hour factor analysis, even though they've included it in their report. It's simply a mistake. Lastly, the regular turning movement, traffic counts weren't gathered for the project. Normally based on 15-minute intervals, but non-standard, just an hourly interval was used. The hourly interval in total used in the Kimley Horn study doesn't find any true peak hour, as mentioned a moment ago. Why include this if you're not going to actually do the work? That's just simply a mistake by Kimley Horn. Their method added up traffic from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. to get the hourly total. They repeated for every hour thereafter, and misses when the peak hour actually might really be from any particular hour, from 7:15 to 8:15, or from 7:30 to 8:30. This method of getting only hourly totals eliminates possibility of using peak hour factor, and Kimley Horn assumed that the peak hour factor was 0.92 for all movements during all times, providing no data whatsoever as to how this was calculated. I hope that looking through this, looking through the Prism engineering study, and again, just you can peruse it pretty quickly within 15 minutes to an hour of your time, and you'll see where the mistakes are. It at the very least should be sent back down for an explanation as to why Kimley Horn made these very basic mistakes in its study. The study looks like it favors the applicant, the developer, in every regard. It doesn't appear that there was an effort to develop an objective study on behalf of the county or the people of El Dorado County.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bone. Does the board have questions of the appellant? I don't see any hands raised. Oh, Supervisor Thomas, were you?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Then I think we'll move on to the applicant. And Kim, who are we looking for?
It looks like, is it Boss Development? They need to unmute themselves.
Oh, okay. Maybe we can see you guys, but we can't hear you yet. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Marcus LaDuca. I'm land use counsel for the applicant before you. On behalf of the applicant and Grocery Outlet, pleased to be before you this morning with the recommendation for approval from your staff and the unanimous approval of the Planning Commission for another grocery option for consumers in Cameron Park and surrounding El Dorado County communities. Before I begin, I did want to express our appreciation to your staff, especially Bianca Dinkler, for all their work in reviewing our application and getting us to this point. As the staff report to the Planning Commission and as the presentation from Ms. Hamilton this morning thoroughly cover, the project here is 2 acres of the 5.37 acre phase 2 of Green Valley Station. The zoning is community commercial. Grocery store is a principal permitted use in that zone. So in terms of the land use itself is not really at issue relative to the zoning and general plan designation. What we are seeking is merely an entitlement, as Ms. Hamilton mentioned, of an amendment to the plan development permit for Green Valley Station to allow this project to go forward on the 2 acre piece. In reviewing the project last month, the Planning Commission thoroughly discussed the project environmental document, including written comments from the appellant, as you heard, which were identical word for word with the appeal that was filed, except for a few sentences at the beginning and the end. We just received literally moments ago this letter that came in, and the attachment. Our traffic consultant is on the Zoom call now and is reviewing it. So I probably will ask him at the end of my brief comments to be able to jump in and address those comments. Again, prior to today, there wasn't any evidence that was submitted, let alone substantial evidence. But I would note that the traffic study that was done was not done in a vacuum. It was done under a scope approved by the county, and then county DOT reviewed the traffic study, made their comments, and those were addressed consistent with your policies, standards, and requirements in the county. In terms of the project before you, Grocery Outlet as a value-oriented grocery retailer features many brand name consumables and fresh products, including product offerings in grocery, produce, fresh meat and seafood, refrigerated and frozen foods, beer and wine, general merchandise, and health and beauty care. A Grocery Outlet store offers a mixture of everyday staples and an ever-changing assortment of customer deals at prices generally 40 to 70% below those of conventional grocers, and generally 20% below leading discount grocers. These discounted consumer deals offered by Grocery Outlet stores meet an even more critical need in the community with the inflation we've been seeing over the past 9 months, particularly for seniors and others on fixed incomes, as well as for young families. Grocery Outlet stores are locally owned and independently operated businesses. They combine the benefits of a large national brand with a locally owned and operated community feel. The local owners of Grocery Outlet stores have a track record of community engagement and supporting nonprofits in the communities in which Grocery Outlet stores are located. Regarding public comments that have been received prior to today on the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, your staff has responded to each and every one of those comments, including those raised prior to today by the appellant. That roughly inch-thick mitigated negative declaration has studies in traffic studies, a noise study, a VMT analysis, air quality greenhouse gas study, biological resource evaluation, and urban decay analysis. Again, those studies get reviewed by your staff for their adequacy and consistency with county policies, standards, and requirements. The comments that were made in the appeal that was filed before you on air quality and greenhouse gas matters have all been responded to by our expert, and that was submitted in November prior to Planning Commission. Given that the comments are the same, those comments stand. It might be helpful to focus on a couple of the other comments that were made by members of the public prior to the Planning Commission that are in your packet. With regard to water consumption, Grocery Outlet stores do not offer on-site prepared food, so Grocery Outlet stores' water consumption is similar to a drugstore such as CVS or Rite Aid. In the area of air quality, not only do conditions 29 to 35 cover construction emissions, but the actual limited store operating hours and delivery hours will also serve to limit emissions. There was one comment on refrigeration and greenhouse gas emissions. The refrigeration equipment in a Grocery Outlet store is state-of-the-art and meets all requirements of the California and federal EPA. Relative to noise, the staff report to the Planning Commission discussed and highlighted the 3 mitigation measures of the 8-foot solid wall to the rear of the store, the limited hours of deliveries, and also the limited hours of construction per the county's noise ordinance. I would note that the 8-foot masonry wall to be built by the project behind the store will match the split face wall that phase 1 of the Green Valley Station project previously built. On traffic and vehicle miles traveled, I'll defer to our traffic consultant, Matt Weir of Kimley Horn, to respond to what was submitted just before your hearing today. The traffic study and VMT analysis and also the Kimley Horn memo that was in response to prior comments submitted on the traffic study show that not only there are no traffic-related impacts, but at the same time, the Grocery Outlet store will reduce county vehicle miles traveled by locating a grocery store in the middle of existing residential neighborhoods. In terms of building design, the Grocery Outlet project as part of the original Green Valley Station development has been designed to be similar to the existing building design in the adjacent phase 1 of the Green Valley Station Shopping Center. With that, I'll conclude. I would request the board act today to deny the appeal and approve the project as conditioned by your staff and as conditioned and approved by the Planning Commission. The applicant team and a representative from Grocery Outlet are here to answer any questions you might have. We do look forward to the opportunity at the end of the hearing to be able to address any further comments. With that, I'd be open to answer any questions. And then if there aren't any questions of me, to turn that over to Matt Weir from Kimley Horn.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Loduca. Do any of the board members have questions for the applicant at this time? I have a procedural question for County Council, I believe. This document that the appellants referenced came in, I think, sometime this morning. I know I have not had a chance to look at it. I don't know if staff has had a chance to look at it. I don't know if any other board members have. It wasn't in the record when we started our day today. And so how does that impact this hearing, or does it?
Well, it's certainly unfortunate that the appellant couldn't provide the information in a more timely manner, but nevertheless, CEQA does allow for this information to be presented up to the time of the close of the hearing. So I think it is still technically timely, though admittedly difficult to fully comprehend for the board members, given that it was only posted after today's board meeting had started. As to whether staff has had the chance to review it, I'm not sure. I think that I just heard from Mr. Loduca that his traffic consultant has been reviewing it and is prepared to address it. I think that this would be perhaps after the conclusion of the hearing, it might be worthwhile to have a conversation about whether the board has received satisfactory answers to its questions about the memo that was submitted this morning. And if not, then obviously the board might need to consider whether a continuance is warranted at that time.
Okay, that helps tremendously, because I was like, oh no. So then I guess the question would be, has our staff, because I see Natalie's on here, have we had a chance to look at it just to get our staff's response to that? Or
well, this is Natalie Porter with Department of Transportation. I literally got this as the hearing was starting. Right. So I really just looked at what his conclusions are. And I looked at, we had the traffic study from Kimley Horn and their VMT memo reviewed not only by our staff, but by our outside consultant DKS. And DKS had a few comments initially, and Kimley Horn addressed them all. And as far as the first point, DKS specifically made a comment about the trip generation being consistent with the ITE trip generation manual. And so I'm not quite sure, like I said, I haven't read the whole report. I just kind of went to the conclusion since we're kind of time certain. But at this point, DKS specifically made a comment saying that the appropriate trip generation rate was used for this project.
Very good. Okay, that's helpful. And I thank you for jumping on there and looking at it as quickly as you could. So that's appreciated. Any other board comments or questions right now before we get to public comment? So Supervisor Thomas.
I'd just like to thank you, Chair Parlin, for bringing up this issue and getting clarity on this. I find it a little disingenuous that no new information was supplied to us from the Planning Commission till now, but then at 9:18 after our board meeting has started, this comes in and we're expected to deal with it. So I appreciate the comment and the clarity on this.
Yeah, thank you, because I was kind of scratching my head too. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I would like to hear comment from Matt Ware, Kimley Horn, before we go to public comment, because I'd like to hear his response. He's had a chance to look at it. We obviously may need to look at a continuance, but if he's got some sharp responses, that would probably weigh heavily in my opinion of where we go with this. So
sure, that's a good point.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah.
Can I get a thumbs up? Somebody can hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good morning,
everybody.
everybody.
Lots of thumbs up. Look at you.
Well, just like others have mentioned, I too am scrambling to review these points. I am unable to give a thorough technical response to each, but what I would like to establish is we have decades-long experience completing these studies in the county, literally decades. We have, I don't know what the number may be. We have, I don't know, 75 to 100 studies over the years that we have completed successfully, studies that have been peer reviewed by other consultants, Caltrans and county staff. So I stand behind the methodology and the assumptions and the documentation that we have put in front of you on both the traffic study and the VMT analyses. Natalie pointed to bullet 1 in the conclusions. Thank you for the confirmation, Natalie, that the trip generation assumptions were specifically approved by a third party. The comment about safety related to queuing, I will call out that, as is customary in preparing traffic impact studies, we do report a queuing metric referred to as a 95th percentile queue. The translation of that is 95% of the time the queue will be that or less. And in fact, if you used another metric, which is more common and easily understood, the average, or the average queue, it would be much less than this 95th percentile queue. So that I bring that up because it should provide some clarity to the points made on queuing. The other comment about, sorry, I'm just skimming quickly. The other methodology, the use of peak hour factor and 15-minute intervals, those are so inherent to our methodology. They were completed in a manner consistent with the county's guidelines and consistent with numerous studies that have been completed and approved by your staff.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Weir. And thank you for asking for that, Supervisor Heidel. I think that helps all of us. With that, then I don't see any more hands raised on the board. It is, we're going to go to public comment. And
Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Chair, this is Marcus LaDuca. I just wanted to follow up Mr. Weir's comments in response. One thing I would note, the initial study, mitigated neg deck, and all the associated studies were made available in September. As the board well knows, when a staff report is posted to the county's website, all the studies, public correspondence, and county department comments are placed on the website. This hearing, this project was originally going to be heard October 28th. So at least since the week before that hearing, these studies have been available to everyone. Just click on the county's website. It's a very easy website to negotiate. In my experience, I looked at the email that came in from the appellant. It was timed at 9:58, so 2 minutes before this was scheduled to be heard. Again, sort of a classic delay tactic that's there, but I think Mr. Weir has answered the major issues that were raised in the conclusions of the traffic study review. And again, we would ask you to, after the public hearing, to act today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to public comment. And I want to remind everyone that one of our board protocols for public comment on hearings such as this only is that organization representatives, if they are authorized by a group, can request 5 minutes. So we ask that if anybody has that authorization to speak on behalf of a group, that you say that when you start so that we know. Otherwise, it's 3 minutes for as like our regular public comment. So just want to let everybody know that.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Andrew Brodman.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Andrew Gruneman. I'm an environmental attorney and I'm a director of Protect CEQA. So I will also be speaking on behalf of Protect CEQA. I'd like to give a little background. I've been a California licensed attorney for nearly 20 years. I've been heavily involved with environmental matters and concerns. To that point, I have testified and filed lawsuits on a number of environmentally sensitive projects ranging from grocery stores to malls to mining operations. For the past 10 years, I've been involved with Protect CEQA, and I'd like to actually go to the webpage for Protect CEQA, which is protectceqa.org, and read our mission statement. Our mission statement is to protect California's preeminent environmental law, the California Environmental Quality Act. In the mission statement, we also state that we advocate for equal implementation of CEQA at the city, county, and state levels of government. And I think this is important, we advocate against CEQA abuse by special interest groups. So I would like to give a little background on this project and our involvement in it. We became aware of this project in November of 2019. It might have been December 2019, but at any rate, on January 19th, I submitted a letter to the county outlining our concerns for this project. On that, we had 8 points. One was noise, one was light, one was public safety, one was air quality, and point number 5 was transportation and traffic safety. We then went on to water quality, urban decay, and project alternatives. From that point in time, until I sent a letter on September 16th of last year, I worked with the planning department, the planner Dinkler made sure that I got every information that I needed to review it. And on September 16th, I sent a letter saying that our concerns were addressed and that we found the mitigated negative declaration in good order. So at the planning commission hearing, I thanked the planning department, I thanked the planning commission for listening to me and the assistance. And this is probably the county that has probably helped the most in assuaging our concerns. But every single concern we had was addressed, including transportation and traffic safety. And from what I can see and read, and I did not get a copy of the memo that was sent at the 11th hour, this sounds like this is basically rehashing the same issues that we've already raised 2 years ago and has been addressed by the county. And on October 28th, I did attend the planning commission. I testified that we were satisfied with the mitigated neg deck, and we recommended approval of the project at that point. It really upsets me that an ad hoc unknown group with unknown members comes in at the 11th hour of the original day of the planning commission that essentially rehashes the concerns we have. So when I go back to our mission statement and it says we advocate against CEQA abuse by special interest group, I don't know that's what it is, but it certainly looks like that's what it is. So we're an environmental organization. We've been working with your staff and the county to reasonably address environmental concerns that were raised by the project that we identified over 2 years ago. It seems unfair to subject the project proponents and the county staff and your time to merely readdress what we have already brought to the attention of the county and has been resolved. I urge the board to recognize this appeal for what it is. It's an assault on the project proponent, county resources, and ultimately the citizens of this county. Please deny this appeal, uphold the approval of the planning commission, and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigating monitor as already approved by the staff and agreed to by the proponent. Thank you, supervisors. I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
Now taking public comment from Todd.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm outside. So I had an opportunity to attend the planning commission meeting when they approved this particular project. And there was a person there that mentioned and had a concern about the amount of alcohol being vended in the particular area of this project. And I was a little disappointed that one of the planning commission members kind of brushed aside his concern and went ahead and approved the project anyway. And I started to think about this more and more over the last month or so. And I'm not a member of any group. I'm just a constituent who lives a couple hundred yards from the project. And I thought about this more and more, and it does seem that this area is wholly overserved. And while this is not a traffic issue or a lighting issue or a noise issue, this could very well become a social issue much later. And I would urge the board to maybe think about that particular problems that might come up as a result of this. There's 4 places within 100 yards of my house that I can walk and get alcohol. Now there'll be a 5th. That seems to be a concern to me. That's really all I have to say. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Board of Supervisors. I talked to Rob Peters from planning yesterday about the appropriateness of comment. I am Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, as I'm making these comments. I'm not speaking as a planning commissioner, but I do want to bring up the only thing that I heard today that I didn't think had been answered was one element of the proponent, the applicant's comment about pedestrian or non-motorized vehicle travel. And I do want to let you know that as a planning commissioner, we spent a lot of time speaking about that subject to the point of recognizing that this is only one project of this phase 2 that we will be able to see sometime in the future the rest of the project of phase 2. So kind of the focus of what I was doing that day was to try to decide whether there was any issues because they were only building this one project of the second phase, whether something would be left out. And so we focused our attention on that and spent a lot of time. Most of what you've heard now on public comment, we heard that day. And that pretty much ends my comment other than my comments today, other than saying that the deliberation I thought as led by the chair was excellent. And I do appreciate the opportunity to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Good morning, Kim Beal. I moved to Cameron Park with my parents in 1966, and my husband and I currently still own a home here and have raised our family here. The parent parcel where this project is going to be taking place was created in 1973 by Dorado Estates, and the document was signed by my father, Richard L.V. Smith, also a developer. I've been in real estate since 1978, and I know this property has always been intended to be commercial. The subdivision itself is called Cameron Park Unit Number 12. There are 285 single-family homes. There are 18 half-acre to three-quarter-acre multifamily parcels, mostly built out with apartments, condos, and townhomes. 2 very large 10-acre plus lots known as C and D, where there are multifamily apartment projects on them today, and 3 commercial lots. One of them has the mini storage on the property, another has a daycare center, and the last undeveloped commercial property is the subject property that we're looking at here today. So it truly was always designed as a multifaceted subdivision, and it's also noted that it's common to have multifamily properties sitting between single family and commercial, and that too is the way this subdivision was created. So since 1973, this property had a general plan land use designation of commercial and has been zoned commercial. And in each of the general plans that have been brought forward or updated since 1973, the EIRs for those general plans have already considered traffic analysis and other kinds of things for commercial retail properties. So in closing, I just think that a commercial grocery store would be perfect for this site. It's unfortunate that right now everybody has to shop in either El Dorado Hills along Green Valley Road or come up to the freeway in Cameron Park in order to do their grocery shopping. I know a lot of people, including my sister who lives right near this proposed lot, look forward to having a grocery store at the north end of Cameron Park. It's very needed for all the people that live along Green Valley Road, north and east of Cameron Park. So I ask you to please deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
There's no additional public comment.
Oh, Laurel got
Oh,
her.
excuse me, I'm sorry,
really
Laurel.
Fast.
Now taking public comment from Laurel.
Good morning, supervisors. Laurel Grump. I guess you don't really have to identify yourself anymore because we're identified when we call in. I really hate when I follow Kim Beal. She is so articulate. But I will just agree with her comments. This is commercial property. There is a commercial need. It seems to be highest and best use. And I would support your approving this project today without any further delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Now there's no additional public comment.
There we go. So with that, we get opportunity to respond. County Council clarification, are they just responding to basically the public comment, or is that kind of or just anything generally speaking?
I don't think you need to limit them to the scope of their comment. Certainly if the appellant and the applicant want to comment on any of the public comment, but I think they may also want to use this time as further rebuttal for any comments that were made by the other party in the initial comments.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. So now we'll ask that the applicant be given an opportunity to respond.
Hello again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Marcus LaDuca. I was going to see if Matt Weir had anything else to add. I think but before I turn it over to him, I just want to say that I think the public comments, I'm not used to this, where a project comes forward, there's been an appeal, and the public testimony is in support of the project. I've been doing this for almost 36 years, from the northern border of the state to the southern border, and that's rarely happened. I think there's definitely a need. Again, I think the reduction of vehicle miles traveled is just a analysis that confirms what makes sense. If you have an area surrounded by residential neighborhoods, both single-family, multifamily projects, and right now they have to drive miles away versus something near their homes, you're going to see environmental benefits to a project. I think from Matt Weir's comments earlier and from DOT's comments also, the four conclusions simply don't stand up. Again, there's traffic consultants for hire that will put almost anything in a letter to be able to rebut something when they haven't run the model, haven't gone through their analysis, haven't gone through county review like this project went through, and it also went through the county's consultant, DKS. So there was literally 2 levels of review of the traffic study, not just our opinion, but 2 other levels of review. We think there are no outstanding questions. And again, we'd ask for your approval today to deny the appeal and approve the project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, then the appellant has an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this came in late this morning to me because I've been working since the beginning of January with our engineer, Prism Engineering, to address the traffic study by Mr. Weir. And the fact is it's legally sufficient and is before the board before the time the board votes on the matter. And that's what the law requires. So as I think it's David Livingston pointed out, the letter with the Prism Engineering report that you received this morning is part of this record and must be taken into consideration. Of course, in a perfect world, this happens in a time that allows then Mr. Weir to take that report and those comments and either rebut them or address them with data and not just comments here before the board that this is the way we've always done it. We've done it for decades. Other work we've done is peer reviewed by your staff and the Department of Transportation, and then simply a conclusion that the trip generation is accurate. Take a look at those 5 bullet points, not 4. Look back at the graphics that are provided and ask yourselves, and ask Mr. Weir then to explain why include the peak hour factor information but every single factor is the same. That's obviously a mistake. You don't want to make a decision here on an obvious mistake like that. It should go back for comment if necessary by Mr. Weir. We believe the planning department should take Prism Engineering's comments and review of that traffic study into consideration and report back to you. It's a matter of getting it right. It's not a matter of ramming something through just because it satisfies somebody's interest or some individual developer's interest in moving forward with the project. Your job is to get it right. If somebody suffers harm as a result of the information that we have provided to you, you have to ask yourselves, how is that going to be used in the future? As for some people who come here and argue vociferously in favor of the report as if they are an independent individual without connection to any group and that they hadn't somehow been in touch with the developer prior, I think that we're all mature enough here to know that these things are arranged ahead of time on purpose. The group that I represent and that I've submitted this appeal on behalf of has identified itself. Your rules require it. Again, all I can do is suggest to you that everything submitted to you is on time. The information that we asked for was not provided to us. And it doesn't matter how many people come on before this board and say that the method for obtaining documentation is simple. You just click on a button, is belied by the fact that I had at least 4 telephone conversations with Gina Hamilton, and she was helpful, but also very apologetic of the fact that the county was shut down during the time that this was all going on in late December. Going back to the earlier hearings before the planning department, you'll find that the planning department actually had difficulty with its Zoom operations and its technology. And this matter was continued all the way to December 9th because the technology wasn't working. It's a world in which we now live where technology, although it's supposed to make everything simpler and easier and more available, although it cuts down on paper and travel, it many times, as in this case, makes it more difficult to communicate and more difficult to get documentation to the people that need it. Again, I leave you with my client's request under the law that you send this back to the planning department to do a proper review, look at that traffic study against the comments that are made by Prism Engineering. Give Mr. Weir the actual opportunity to submit something in writing and explain those items that have been raised for your review.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Okay.
Madam Chair, Mr. Weir is available to respond to some of the comments that were raised.
Sure. What I'm going to do is, I think at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. The board can deliberate and the board can ask questions of staff and consultants. So I think that's the way I'm going to follow the procedure. So with that, I close the public hearing and I'm going to look to the board. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask or comments? Supervisor Turnbull?
One of the questions I have is if I look at this, I got this and I've got it printed in front of me. Thank you for the information that was sent to me. And one of the biggest concerns on Cambridge Road, how it narrows down to Green Valley. And there's a traffic issue there. And I think that my recommendation is I think that we need to send this back to the Planning Commission for further review and bring this back to the board, because there's an issue here with this particular intersection here that especially where it narrows down to where almost the bike lane is completely not even existent. So that's some of my concerns. And I want to know if anybody else has any comments on that.
For clarification, are you looking at what were you looking at? I
was looking at that Robert Bones sent to us.
Okay.
I had it printed out. I'm looking at it right now. So, and some of the graphics and stuff that's there, so.
I wasn't clear. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, so I'm not sure I'm looking at the same thing that Supervisor Turnbull is, but I'm looking at figure 2 that talks about the queuing distance and the bicycle situation, the danger area. I guess my question is to Natalie Porter of staff. Have we looked at this situation and do we clearly understand whether this is a high risk area or whether the current roadway is sufficient? Because I would assume that would have been something that would have been reviewed in detail by our staff. Public safety is my primary interest here. I don't see this as a severe risk area, but I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm asking if Natalie has any thoughts or comments at this point on that particular perspective.
My understanding is that we haven't looked at particularly this one. I know that staff has looked at the Cameron Park and Green Valley Road area for that to be addressed, and that's something that Raphael is taking a look at to see where it can fit into our schedule for restriping. It's not necessarily a responsibility of this applicant to do improvements to it. I don't believe we've had an issue or looked at the Cambridge Green Valley Road in that figure. I'd have to talk to our traffic ops person because they haven't seen this either. So that's definitely something that we would look at, but it isn't necessarily, like I said, just on a quick review. I'm not sure if it would be appropriate to put this on the applicant or if this is something that county would need to address. If it is an issue, I'm not saying it's an issue because I haven't looked at what information Grant is providing, that Prism is providing in this study. Like I said, this was a real quick review because I'm trying to listen and it's hard to read and try to follow what his points are. But as far as I can tell, I don't believe that this is something that we've identified as a high accident, potential for accidents. But that's something that I'd have to check. I haven't actually looked at the numbers to see if that's one of our locations, our high incident locations or not.
Understand. Let me phrase it a little bit different. If this project were approved, i.e. the appeal denied, would DOT then continue to look at that situation to determine if there was some form of mitigation required at that particular location or at the Cambridge location? I mean, isn't that DOT's responsibility to look at the public safety aspect of our roadways?
Oh, yes. And it's an annual thing that we look at, what type of collisions have occurred and where they need to be placing, where they need to be addressing safety issues based on a known metric, right? So that is something that is done annually. And we look at intersection needs as far as if there's improvements that are identified that's over and above what our maintenance crew can do, then that's something that we look at potentially for a capital improvement project, if it rises to that level. But we still have to do the analysis with the data for it. But it is something that we do look at, annual, it's something we look at all the time.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Natalie.
Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor Thomas?
I just want to thank you, Supervisor Heidel and Natalie, for that clarification that Supervisor Turnbull raised. I think that's helpful for us to fully understand how our agency intersects with developers and projects on public roadways. So that was helpful. I think the public testimonies today were very helpful. I appreciate the meaningful comments that were raised. I think it's important that we recognize that this project it's zoned appropriately. It's an allowed use. It's consistent with our general plan, and they're seeking approval of an entitlement. So, and a traffic analysis has been done in the context of the mitigated neg deck. So I think those are really important factors for consideration in upholding the Planning Commission's decision that this has been thoroughly vetted through them and with staff. So those are my comments.
Very good. And I'll note that I did talk to our DOT director, Rafael Martinez, about the Green Valley and Cameron Park Drive intersection and the striping and confusion stuff. And that's something that he intends to address separately outside of the project, because it's an existing condition that was done when they redid that bus station shed around the corner. And so that's gonna, in my mind, or my understanding, will be addressed separately outside the project. And that's kind of what Natalie alluded to. So I feel that, Mr. Weir, did you have anything else that you wanted to add, since you had a few more minutes to look through the traffic study while we were talking?
I will certainly take the opportunity to add a few points of clarification. Again, this is Matt Weir, registered civil and traffic engineer with Kimley Horn. Two things, to avoid repeating, two things that I think are important to add to the conversation. At the time of this study, you'll note that it's dated April of 21. Rather than collect on the ground counts that are influenced by all of the things that we know are COVID related that are affecting travel patterns, this study used pre-COVID data from late 2019 or early 2020, using well-established methodologies that actually Caltrans statewide has adopted to establish conservatively conditions that were on the ground pre-COVID. And in using those numbers as the baseline, if you look at in the traffic study, we report conditions without the grocery outlet and with the grocery outlet. And in both cases, these queuing situations that have been noted, we show that 95th percentile queue exceeds the available storage in that baseline condition without the project. And the project adds very little. In fact, adds 5 feet to the northbound left at Cambridge, Green Valley, and 95th percentile adds 1 foot to the northbound left at Green Valley, Cameron Park. So I think that Natalie Porter's comments about DOT monitoring the safety, and they have a duty annually to, or have the duty annually to evaluate safety and identify locations for investment to maintain operations and safety, is certainly applicable here and important to this discussion. So I just wanted to add those 2 points. And then lastly, the comment about peak hour factor. So building on what I just mentioned about how the volumes were established, it is customary to use an assumed 0.92 peak hour factor in the traffic study when traffic volumes are estimated. And that is what we just described in a methodology approved by DOT, pre-COVID estimated volumes. And a 0.92 is certainly appropriate. In fact, the lower the peak hour factor, the more peaky traffic conditions are assumed. So if the comment is that we should have not used a peak hour factor and used 1.0, that actually would be counterproductive, and that would actually lower the volumes and presumably make the conditions better than we've reported. So again, if we were truly trying to be conservative or inappropriately conservative, we would have used a higher peak hour factor, and it's certainly customary to use 0.92 as the assumption across the board for all movements and all periods. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so do we have any more board questions, comments? I really appreciated hearing from Kim Beal, because that's kind of how I see the project. This area, in my mind, when I go there, and I go to Starbucks in that area, it's just crying out for a grocery store. It's meant to be part of that area. It's in the community region in such a way, and my understanding is the design fits the rest of the center. So, and with DOT taking a look at those 2 striping areas, I just think that this is a great fit, and the community, from what I've heard from the residents, are really wanting this, and it will help with VMT. People won't have to travel so far to go to a grocery store. So I'm asking if anyone is ready to make a motion. Oh, County Council, sorry.
If I could just, before a motion, I just want to make sure that the board is clear on kind of the legal framework for this, because I think that some of you have dealt with this before, but perhaps others have not. And when it comes to CEQA, and in particular on mitigated negative declarations such as the one presented here, CEQA sets an intentionally low threshold for when you are otherwise required to do an EIR. I think you've heard council tell you the standard being if there's substantial evidence of a fair argument of environmental impacts. And so, again, that's intentionally a low threshold. But I do think it's important to note, and the cases have supported this, that mere argument, speculation, and unsubstantiated opinion, even expert opinion, would not be considered substantial evidence. So I think as part of your deliberations in determining whether or not you can move forward with a decision today, I think that's one of the things you may want to consider is, given that you've been presented with a report from the appellant, based upon the testimony you've received, do you believe that it's substantiated opinion or not? If not, then perhaps you could move forward with action today. If you think that there is a need for further documentation or analysis of the information presented to you today, in that case, I think that your more prudent course of action would be to continue this. It doesn't necessarily need to go back down to the Planning Commission. It would just stay with the board, continue it for a specified period of time in order to allow for staff and perhaps the applicant's consultant to provide an analysis of the traffic analysis that was presented to you just today. So that does remain an option, but I just felt compelled to let you know about the standards on this because, again, mitigated negative declarations are somewhat of a different beast compared to EIRs.
Thank you for jumping in and providing that clarification. That's what we love about you. So with that, does anybody have any further? Supervisor Heidel?
I'm gonna move to approve staff's recommendation, which is denial of the appeal.
I will second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, Kim?
Of course. Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Turnbull voting no.
All right, very good. Thank you, everyone. That was quite more detailed than I thought it was going to be. So with that, I'm thinking it's 11:11 and the CAO, what do you think about, we need a break, definitely need a break. But when we come back from a 5-minute break, do you think we can fit in item 28, the 56 acres, or is that pushing it?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll be okay.
Okay, let's go with that. 5-minute break. We'll come back and do the 56 acre project presentation. Okay, thank you. Here we come. I grabbed a snack, so just pretend you don't see me eating, okay? It's better that I'm having a snack. You guys know me.
Go for it.
Doing that all morning, so I keep going in and out.
I know.
Eating, chewing, it does not look pretty, but you have to do it.
If I wasn't running the chair thing, I might turn off my camera, but whatever, it's too bad. I need the energy. Anyway, Supervisor Turnbull, I bet he's right there. Awesome. Okay, Kim, with that, we're gonna go with item number 28.
Item 28 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and County Council, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing execution of the agreement and ground lease with the City of South Lake Tahoe for development, operation, and maintenance of the 56-acre property.
Great. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Janet San Pedro, Assistant County Counsel. So as a brief background, under the terms of multiple agreements initially executed in 1968 and amended numerous times since then, the county and city have jointly used the property commonly known as the 56 acres. The county owns approximately 41 acres and the city owns the remaining 15 acres. Now, with the lease of most of county-owned property to the city set to expire in 2023, the board and the city council adopted a resolution back in January 2020 outlining the preliminary terms for a new agreement. To help you walk through how we got to where we are now, we have a brief slide presentation. Kim, could you put that up on the screen? Thank you. Okay. Jennifer Franich from the CAO's office will go over the first part of the presentation to talk about the master plan process, and then I will highlight some of the key provisions of the agreement for you.
Okay, good morning, board. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. So as Janet mentioned, over the past 54 years, the City of South Lake Tahoe and the county have jointly owned and used the 56 acres. Okay, there we go. Here's a map of the area. The 56-acre property is located in the heart of South Lake Tahoe and currently houses both government and recreational facilities. Many of you have been there. The area is beautiful. It has walking trails, trees, views of the lake. And it's because of that it's a very important resource for both the city and the county to continue to be stewards of for the future. So a little bit about our current shared use and services on the 56 acres. As Janice mentioned, El Dorado County owns approximately 41 acres of the property and the city owns 15 acres. There are both city and county operated services and amenities on the property. So the county operates the library and vector control services, and then the city operates the public works as well as the ice arena, the recreation and swim complex, and the Lakeview Commons and the campground by the lake. So from this map, you can see that the majority of the land in blue there is owned by El Dorado County, and then the green is owned by the City of South Lake Tahoe. As I said, most of the site is run by the City of South Lake Tahoe, even portions of it that are owned currently by the county. So we are still operating under that 1972 lease of real property, which is set to expire in 2023. The city and the county have been negotiating since late 2019 to get a new agreement in place. And on January 14th, 2020, as Janet mentioned, both the city and the county adopted respective resolutions, which proposed new terms for that agreement that we could work with to develop the agreement that we're bringing to you today. On a parallel track, the city also conducted a design process for a new multi-generational center, which is to replace the current rec center. And then we also participated in a new 56 acres master plan, which is really meant to provide a comprehensive strategy for the project site, the new facilities going forward, and programs. So here's a depiction of that 56 acres master plan. This is attached to the item as well, but we wanted to show it. You can see that it's a very different configuration to what we currently have on the site. The master plan process was conducted by the city with involvement from city staff and extensive public engagement from both the citizens living in the city and county residents. And that was in order that the final plan would benefit the community and eventually match the terms in the agreement. So along with that, the city developed the multi-generational recreation swim / senior center facility. And that was to be located on land that's currently owned by the county. The final master plan and the associated environmental review document was approved by the city last week at their January 18th meeting. So I'm now going to hand this over to Janice to go over the new agreement that's recommended for approval today.
Thank you, Jennifer. As mentioned, this new agreement is consistent with the preliminary terms that are outlined in that 2020 resolution, as well as subsequent negotiations with the city. This agreement sets forth the parcel modifications for the property exchange for the build out of the 56 acres master plan. It outlines the expectations for the development and operation of the property and includes as an attachment a ground lease of the county-owned portion to the city for the development, operation, and maintenance to be executed after satisfaction of the conditions outlined in the agreement. Now, some of the key provisions of the agreement are, it's for a term of 50 years with automatic extensions up to 99 years. It supersedes and consolidates all existing agreements into one new agreement. The city will develop, operate, and maintain the owned and leased property for recreation and government facilities. And county residents may use the existing and new recreational facilities under the same policies and fee schedule as city residents. Next slide, please. Thank you. Under the agreement, there will be a property exchange between the county and the city. The county will transfer approximately 10 acres on the northern side for the construction of the multi-generational center. Note that in the multi-generational center, about 9,000 square feet of space will be allocated for older adult services and programs, including senior nutrition program. In exchange, the city will transfer approximately 10 acres of land where the existing rec center is currently located. The city will then demolish the existing rec center within 15 years. And at that time, the city and county will meet and confer to address potential redevelopment and reuse of the existing recreation center site, including a potential new shared use city-county governmental facility. The county will retain ownership of the vector control site until the facility is also demolished within 15 years and transferred to the city for future redevelopment. Now, demolition of the vector control facility is contingent upon finding a suitable replacement site to be transferred by the city to the county at no cost. The county retains ownership of the library property, and the prior Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority building will be carved out of the lease to the city to be used by the county's ambulance service provider. Next slide, please. Under the agreement, a reserve fund will be established to pay for repairs, replacement, and renovations and upgrades to the property that is being leased from the county. The reserve fund will be made up from campground fees and 2% of the total asset of all value of all facilities on the 56 acres, excluding the ice arena. And the city and county will meet at least annually to review the fund and decide on use of funding. As rent for the leased property, the city will pay to the county 50% of net operating profits from the entire 56 acres, excluding the ice arena. That remains after the city funds the reserve fund. And as additional rent, $200,000 per year to be adjusted for inflation starting at year 30 of the new agreement, or the full retirement of the debt to finance the new multi-generational facility. The county will then reinvest all compensation provided under the agreement into county infrastructure and services in the Tahoe Basin. And lastly, as part of the annual meeting between the city and the county, the parties will review the status of the terms of the agreement, ensure that there's adequate communication, and to strengthen the partnership between the two entities. And so with that, we've concluded our presentation and we're available for questions you may have.
Well, very good. Thank you, Janice. Thank you, Jennifer. Do we have board questions or comments? Supervisor Novosel?
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks to all the staff. It's been years and years of work to get us there. I will first like to say that the city looked at this and they're in agreement with what we are doing. You know, I'm very, very excited. As you all know, 56 acres is basically the central park of South Lake Tahoe. It's a beautiful area, and the idea of keeping it for public use, in particular recreation and camping and all that, it just makes total sense. And you know, everyone's very excited about continuing and getting the clarification that was needed from past confusion on who does what, when, and where. This lease cleans up all the language, makes it very clear on who does what. And I very much am excited to say that I support this lease. Thank you.
Very good. Supervisor Heidel.
I would just like to echo that. I think staff did an incredible job of working on this. It's been a long, months of activity trying to meet that, find the compromise that really is a benefit to the county and the city. And congratulations to staff on both sides of the interface. I think the city staff likewise, their leadership made a big difference in making this happen as well. So outstanding effort. The other thing I'll mention is the nice thing about this is that there is a lot of funding in Tahoe that the city council has the ability to start making these improvements on the park pretty quickly. So this isn't one of these projects we'll approve and then we're going to see something linger for many, many months. They have new revenue streams that are going to come in and really rebuild major portions of this 56 acre site. So all good for the community, all good for the county, good for the city. I can't imagine a better win-win than what we've accomplished here. The residents are going to likewise really benefit from this, as are the travelers, the tourists who visit that particular area. So well done to all.
Very good. Supervisor Thomas?
Just like to echo the comments previously raised, but also while this project and the process started before Supervisor Turnbull and I were on the board, we got in on this last year of it. I just have to remark how impressed I've been with our process, and just want to commend our staff, this board, as well as the city of South Lake Tahoe and their staff. It's really been quite remarkable, and the community of South Lake Tahoe, who's worked through the whole master plan. It's been really interesting to see this unfold and see a really dynamic partnership and a coming together for common good. It's been really I guess it's gratifying, especially in today's age where everything seems so contentious. And like Supervisor Heidel said, this is a major win-win. And I'm so happy that the West Slope can partner with the East Slope of our county for some really huge community benefits. So well done, everyone.
Absolutely. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to ditto on that too. I think staff worked really hard on this, and I think it's a great thing for the county and it's a great thing for the city. But also I want to reach out to Sue. Thank you for all your hard work, Sue, putting this together.
Very good.
Thanks, George.
I'm going to echo what everybody has said. I've enjoyed being a part of this process. And how often do you say that? Seeing the back and forth negotiations. Sue, your insight into some of the topics that came up really helped guide us, I think, in our discussions. And yeah, the win-win of it all, where there's the revenue sharing and the revenue going back in, and just everything. This has been a neat project, and I hardly ever say that, right? So thank you to everyone. It's been a huge effort. So I think we can all be very proud. With
I wish I could take all the credit, Jennifer and Jennifer. I mean, our staff done. It's been, it was a heavy lift at the beginning to get everybody in the same room to get to where we are today. And, it couldn't have happened without our incredible staff we have that worked really hard to make sure that all the communications were there and that all the, the T's were crossed and I's were dotted. So thank you.
Very good. Okay. I guess with that, then we're, CAO.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to, I appreciate all the feedback from the board. We always do when something goes well. That the board and the city council had the foresight to start these negotiations way in advance of the current leases expiring. That helped, and the leadership from the city made it a pleasure working with them through some difficult discussions. But I believe the city council is on as well, or the city manager is on as well, and we'll make some comments. But from the county staff's perspective, across the board, we believe this is the best outcome for the community and the residents in Tahoe.
Yeah, very good. Oh, and our Commission on Aging chimed in, and we made sure their voices were heard and concerns were addressed. And that was also just a huge collaboration, I mean, all around. So yeah, very good effort. So yes, I see City Manager Joe Irvin is ready to make a comment. So with that, Kim, can we do public comment?
Of course. Did you want to let Mr. Irvin speak now before we actually open it up?
You know what? I think that with being such a partner, and yeah, let's make him more of a panelist, if that's okay. I'm sure everybody's okay with that.
Good morning, Chair Parlin and Board Supervisors. Joe Irvin, City Manager. Forgive my sore throat here, but it is a pleasure to be here with you. And the comments you all stated, I couldn't echo more. Dawn Ashton and your entire staff have been great partners to work with. I remember when we provided tours to all of you of the 56 acre and took time to talk about the vision. And that vision's coming to fruition. Before we know it, we'll be turning a shovel in the ground to start this new multi-generational facility. And we will all once again have the opportunity to celebrate. And I really relish our partnership, and thank you for your coordination, communication. I look forward to our annual meetings to talk about how do we reinvest this good money that we've negotiated, go back into the site, as well as the county's investment into the Tahoe Basin on the future rents and the monies that we've negotiated. So thank you very much for your support. Our city council is ecstatic as to where we've gotten to this point, and we look forward to the long future and partnership working together.
Very good. Thanks for being here this morning, Joe. Much appreciated. Okay, now we're really going to go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Brooke Lane.
Well, I am just so happy for both the city and the county. This has been literally decades in the making. We have not aligned ourselves in the manner in which we show we have today. So just kudos to the council, kudos to the Board of Supervisors, the staffs of both the city and the county. We all should benefit together. And this agreement demonstrates that we each gave a little, and it's going to give our community a lot. So thank you and congratulations, especially to our Supervisor Novosel, who, really helped pull the county together initially so that this could be a possibility. We've been fighting for way too long. We need to start working together. Congratulations.
Well said. Thank you, Brooke.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, well, with that, I don't think there's any more questions or comments from the
So
board.
I would love to move approval of this item.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Turnbull.
Oh, thank you.
Very good. So with that, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Of course. Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Absolutely, yes.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Absolutely, absolutely, aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
With a big woohoo, absolutely, yes.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
I don't know how to top that, so
Motion passes 5-0.
Good job, everyone. This is really very exciting. Very exciting.
Thank you. This is a huge turning point for all of us in the Tahoe Basin, and really appreciate all the support, again, from everyone, our board and staff and the city. Thanks, everybody.
Very good. Let's see, how are we doing? 11:41. Oh, I guess we have time to go do our department number 8. Correct?
Yes. Item number 8 comes from the Director of Human Resources, recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign the revised salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution revising the salary schedule for unrepresented classifications. 3, authorize the chair to sign an amendment to the memorandum of agreement between the County of El Dorado and Donald Ashton establishing compensation, benefits, and other terms of employment. And 4, direct the Human Resources Department and the Auditor Controller's Office to administer and implement the resolution provisions.
Good morning, board. Joey Carrasco here, Director of Human Resources. So item 8, I think it'll be easiest for me to kind of break it into 3 key provisions, and I'll just go through each of them one at a time, if that's okay with you all. The first item is revising the salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees. And I'll just touch on a few of the main changes that I'm requesting your approval on. One is we would like to link the executive assistant pay for that classification to the admin tech, which is part of the general unit. We're asking to modify the existing language pertaining to on-call and callback pay for extra help employees. We are requesting to set the salary of the chief administrative officer to 2% above that of the sheriff. A couple other changes, we're recommending the addition of a geographic differential for qualified employees who reside in the Tahoe Basin. And lastly, we're requesting to modify existing language in the salary and benefits resolution pertaining to the closure of county buildings. Besides those 4 or 5 items, the rest of the salary and benefits resolution is mainly cleanup items, and it's attached to the board item. That's item 1. Item 2 is we are requesting to revise the salary schedule for unrepresented employees. So you'll recall that in November of last year, the Board of Supervisors approved and adopted a new MOU for Local 1. And to be consistent with that approval, well, I should mention that you approved, among other things, with the approval of that MOU, of bringing their classifications to within 3% of the median. So consistent with that, we are coming to the board to ask your approval to do the same with our unrepresented folks. And this is to address, we've talked about this before, but ongoing difficulty in recruitment and retention of employees. It's a big issue, not just with El Dorado County, but with many employers. And also to address salary compaction at various levels. So we are requesting that the board bring the unrepresented classifications from 5%, which you previously authorized, to 3%. So to kind of even divide that up a little further, the confidential classifications, we're requesting an additional 2% to their base salary. So they would go from 5% to 3% that way. The other unrepresented classifications, with the exception of those classifications that are directly related to Charter 504. So I'm talking about department heads elected and appointed and unrepresented management classifications. I'm requesting that 2%, instead of going from 5 to 3 onto the base salary, I'm requesting that it be an additional deferred compensation benefit from the county. So they're effectively, we're asking to go to within 3% of the median, but we're doing it by increasing the deferred compensation from currently 2.5% to 4.5%. So an additional 2% deferred comp. And then the last item I wanted to address was with regard to, I'm asking approval to amend the MOU between our CAO and the county. Mr. Ashton has been our CEO since 2016. As part of his employment, he entered into an employment contract with the board. We're asking to amend Mr. Ashton's contract at this time. And this is to better align his salary and compensation package with internal comparators and with other heads of local governments. So with that, I'm requesting to increase Mr. Ashton's salary an additional 3%, and that will be part of his amended contract. So with that, I'm willing to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Joey. Anybody have any questions or comments? Supervisor Thomas?
I don't have any questions at this time, but I just would like to say, I think we all recognize we have been so blessed by Don's leadership of our county since 2016. And I don't know who could have led us through such uncharted, difficult waters than you, Don. You've done it with great grace and wisdom, and just really commend your leadership. And thank you for that, especially during these times. So fully support this item before the board today.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Novosel?
Well, yeah, I'd just like to ditto that, what Supervisor Thomas just said, because, a good example just now of the 56 acres, incredibly difficult negotiations we went through for years. And if it weren't for Don's leadership, we wouldn't be there today. And, I truly believe that. And as leader of our county, he needs to be compensated justly as the leader. And so I feel that this is only the right thing to do, the fair thing to do. And really, again, thank you, Joey, for bringing this up and getting us moving in the right direction.
Very good. Supervisor Heidel?
Likewise, I fully support this. I think it's the right thing to do. And the top leadership of the organization always should be making more money than other positions within the county. So I think this is appropriate, it's justified. And it does create some stress, because every time you put salaries a little bit ahead of other salaries, there's other compression things that happen ultimately. And so unfortunately, this scenario is not over, largely because we have the charter that drives certain things relative to salary compensation that makes this more difficult for the board to always make sure that the appropriate spread between elected officials, given their responsibilities and duties, is appropriate. So, but well done. I think it's timely, and I support it. Thanks.
And Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I totally support this. I think it's a great thing, and I got to hand it to Don. Don has been very helpful to me, especially in my first year. But not only that, we have gone through CAOs before, and we've had a problem in this county. And Don has been very gracious and a perfect fit for us. He really has been. So I want to thank you, Don, for all your support and for all your hard work. Thank you.
All right. I don't know if I can add to that. So I'm just going to say thank you, Don. You know, I appreciate all of your guidance. Being a new supervisor a few years ago was rough, and you helped guide me on to how to navigate things, and county council actually too. It's really appreciated that when we're trying to do good things for the county, that we have people that are willing to step up and take leadership roles and guide us on things. And wow, today was a great example of an amazing, truly, I'm still just have goosebumps. I mean, hardly ever get goosebumps anymore. So that was a fun project to be a part of. So anyway, with that, I think we'll take some public comment. Yes?
Sorry, Supervisor, there was one thing, if you wouldn't mind me, I forgot to mention, if that's okay.
Okay.
There was one other piece to item number 2, and that is the classification of the Deputy Director of Planning. So let's kind of rewind back to November again. The Planning Manager classification, due to compaction, that classification received a bump in pay. And with that bump, it actually put the Planning Manager slightly above the Deputy Director of Planning. So that's an issue because the Planning Manager reports to the Deputy Director of Planning. So in order to, mitigate compaction, we're asking that the Deputy Director of Planning classification be bumped up 15% above that of the Planning Manager classification, and that's consistent with other classifications in the county. So I just wanted to add that. I apologize for missing that initially.
Well, thank you for that. I don't think that's going to change anybody's comments. Looks good still. So Kim, public comment, please.
Of course. Now taking public comment on item number 8. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Good morning, board. Andy Nevis, Shingle Springs. First of all, I want to compliment you on your leadership on the deferred compensation issue. I think that's been a fantastic thing that the board has done to try to increase our competitiveness without increasing the CalPERS liability as much as it otherwise would. And of course, you supervisors are part of that as well now with the action you took a few months ago. So I really do want to commend you for continuing in that tradition with this action today and trying to find ways that we can make El Dorado County more competitive without increasing our long-term liability. I do feel compelled to note with respect to the CAO salary adjustment. First of all, these comments certainly aren't personal at all. I would actually echo everything that has been said so far about our current CAO's performance. It's been really extraordinary, but I do feel compelled to mention this is another classification that we're now linking through a couple of other steps to Section 504 of the Charter. And I don't think this is really what the voters had in mind when they approved Section 504, to be frank. And at some point, this board is going to have to decide where it's going to draw the line on connecting Section 504 to other classifications. I recognize, of course, it's a very difficult conversation to have, but it's one that I think we need to have. It frankly probably should have happened earlier before we got to this point with some of the earlier decisions that were made to link classifications to 504. So really, regardless of the decision that you make today, I think that's something that really the board's going to have future department heads who come to it and say, hey, I want to be linked to 504. I'm public safety in some way. And at some point, you're going to have to say no to someone. And I would encourage everyone to kind of think about at what point that comes and how that's going to be addressed without losing good employees. So An alternative, if you didn't want to go that route today, would be to just set the CAO salary at the level you feel is appropriate, using whatever factors you want, but just not adopt that resolution language, linking it formally to the sheriff's salary. So with that, have a great rest of your meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I think, motion, right? Anyone? That went too fast. I wasn't ready. Sorry.
I'm going to move approval of the item
I will second.
resolution.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you, Joey. It looks like we got through the department matters. Da-da-da. I think we're good until 1 o'clock open forum, correct? Wow, that was not what I expected, to be honest with you. You
Well
just-
done,
day.
Lori. Well
Yeah.
done.
Good job.
you never know how it's gonna go. So, all right, well then, we're gonna get a full hour for lunch today, which will be really nice and relaxing. So everybody enjoy your lunch, and that way we can be here sharp at 1 p.m. Thank you. Wow, we're so punctual today. This is really weird.
Kind of nice having a lunch hour.
Right?
Hour for lunch.
It was wonderful.
Yeah, it was.
It's really just gorgeous out.
It is.
My kids actually got their marriage license just a few minutes ago. I got to celebrate with them at lunch. So thank you, Lori.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Perfect. Very good. Let's see. How are you? Got everybody back? Is Kim? Yeah.
I'm here.
There we are. I'm like, where are you in the Hollywood squares of Zoom? Okay, then it's 1 o'clock and we have open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Joseph Connolly. Mr. Connolly, it looks like you have an older version of Zoom, so you need to update your version in order to participate. Or you can call in at 530-621-7610. The meeting ID is 871-0432-9512. So that would be my suggestion if you could call in. And currently right now, we don't have any other public participation, but, oh, wait, sorry.
They come.
Yep, there they go. Okay, now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I've been totally frustrated. I spent probably six days and multiple hours working on the project that was approved behind doors at the planning zoning administrator. I would challenge any of you to watch that meeting and you tell me that that was valid. It was a joke. In 2007, I was asked by the El Dorado Builders Exchange to attend a board meeting because planning department was so bad and they were raising rates. And I stood before the board and said, how can you raise rates on a department that's so bad? And so they put me on a committee, and that was 15 years ago. I wrote out a 3-page plan and said, here's how you can improve the planning department. And it seems like this county has gone out of their way to continue to just make it worse. That was one of the most disgusting meetings I've ever, well, there's a lot, but that one was pretty bad. And I can tell you right off the top, it was heard by this project was heard by a zoning administrator. It was a complete variation from the original project. If you look at your own codes under 130.54.070, revisions to an approved permit or authorization, the revisions to an approved project shall be decided by the review authority of original jurisdiction. It's the original agency, planning commission, that should have reviewed this massive variation in this project. Yet I sent this to every board member, every planning commissioner, and to the and county council got it along with the planning department. I have been ignored by every one of you. I back up. Someone said I would look at it, but that's about all I've gotten. I didn't get reach out. And I wrote 12 pages of how much violation this project is. This is apartments that are 2 and 3 stories that are being put on a substandard logging road without sewer and water. How can you even comprehend doing this? So my frustration's not over. I'm going to continue to follow through with shining a light on how bad our process is and behind scenes, and that here we have a whole town that has been destroyed. And this board focused most of their attention on millions of dollars they can acquire for a whole different demographics of homeless. I think I am tired of being totally disregarded in these issues. And I guess you'll be hearing from me more. I don't know how you get that community gets any kind of representation when that whole community doesn't even know this stuff's going on. And this is going to become a precedent. I've told you need to address SB 35. You're not following it correctly, and many of the other policies. So there's my 3 minutes. Just have a great day.
Now taking public comment from Jane McGinnis.
Thank you very much. First of all, isn't it wonderful to have a day where most of the things that you're hearing about are good things and progress and things going forward that should go forward. I think that's absolutely wonderful. I am a little confused about EDOC. I know a lot of people are, but I keep hearing that the strategic plan is coming, and it's coming, and it's coming. And I understand we went through a lot of issues when COVID hit, but I'm wondering if anyone has information more recent about when we might see the strategic plan come out. Between sitting in on planning commission strategies and directives and knowing when the strategic plan for EDOC might come out for the homeless housing, I think we could maybe be more effective as helping citizenry instead of phoning in complaints. So if anybody has any more recent information, it would sure be nice to hear it. Other than that, I just wanted to say that I hear so many people talking about how awful it is that this is being done or that is being done and nobody knows what's going on. And, if you have a laptop, there's almost no excuse for not knowing what's going on. And if you really enjoy keeping company with the Board of Supervisors, as soon as this new mandate is over with, we'll all be back together in the same room. And it can be boring sometimes, and it can also be darn entertaining and always informative. I know more about what's going on in my county now in the last 2 years than I have in the prior 30 years. And that's my fault for not having been there and listening. So I guess I would say, if anybody can tell me a little bit more about when the strategic plan might see the light of day, that would be wonderful. In the meantime, I'm looking forward to seeing you all again in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Now taking public comment from 368. Please unmute yourself, 368.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Joseph Connolly. I have some public comment regarding a complaint that I recently filed. 1 year ago, hundreds of people opposed the nomination and appointment of Commissioner Chris Cockrell. This month, he publicly bragged how a, quote, bunch of wacko leftist fascists, unquote, launched a campaign against him. How he kicked their asses and then thanked you for his appointment, including, quote, John Heidel, Lori Parlin, and Sue Novacell for knowing who I am and putting aside politics, unquote, followed by, quote, let's keep kicking ass in 2022, exclamation point, unquote. That same day, he live streamed himself harassing the principal of Buckeye Elementary School as part of an organized protest against masks to reduce the spread of coronavirus. A week later, those protesters harassed the principal's family at their home along with his neighbors. Commissioner Cockrell has also seen fit to solicit alleged improprieties from Buckeye staff and parents with promises of confidentiality, apparently for his own political purposes. You all have this information, which was included in a formal complaint I submitted 2 weeks ago. My question today is, what are you going to do about these abuses of public trust by a county commissioner? I'm not confident about your ability to uphold the county's core values of accountability and integrity. Those include, quote, doing what is right legally and morally at all times, regardless of whether or not someone is watching, unquote. Thanks to public records, I've learned that last February, Supervisor Heidel wrote about the public's opposition, quote, you can't fix stupid, unquote. He explained if you start responding to these, they just get worse. Once you have started responding, when you stop, they declare victory, unquote. I've also learned that Supervisor Parlin had multiple conversations with Mr. Cockrell prior to voting on his appointment, none of which were publicly disclosed at that time. The Buckeye principal is Mr. Hydall's constituent. Are you going to tell him individually or collectively that he and his supporters are stupid for feeling harassed by your commissioner? And Buckeye School is in Ms. Parlin's district, I believe. Are you going to tell them individually or collectively that it's okay for your commissioner to meddle in their school business, harass their principal, and scare their young students? I've asked county staff for months to explain what process exists, if any, to file complaints against the county commissioner. And all I've been said and told is submit it to the Board of Supervisors. That's it. You are the direct supervisors of Commissioner Cockrell, and apparently there is no formal process to address the complaint before you. So I'm asking you today to fulfill your public responsibility. Have the staff properly investigate the complaint, put the matter on the record, and make a public decision. That is what your core value of accountability defines you should do. It includes, quote, creating a safe work environment where we are answerable to our citizens, unquote. It does not.
Dope. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jessica and Tracy Orr.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Hello. So my name is Jessica, and my husband and I, Tracy, we live in the town of El Dorado, and we have been trying to get some information on one of the boards that is one of the committees, the advisory board for Diamond Springs and El Dorado. And I've applied a couple times and haven't heard anything back. And I'm just not quite sure if maybe that there might be a disconnect with applying, putting my information in. I was trying to get on to view some of the meetings last year. And I know because of COVID, many of them were canceled. And so this is something that we are interested in, and I just kind of feel like there's a barrier, and I wasn't sure if that was a known barrier, that people are very interested in joining and listening in, and that maybe you're not getting all of the information. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that there are community members that are interested and have applied, but I don't get a message back saying that you have received my application. I haven't heard back at all. I call back and I hear that it's been submitted. I resubmit because it was over a year in between. And so I just wanted to bring that to the group's attention, specifically Wendy, because I know that you do the appointing and that you had appointed Patrick Klein, which I think he's a marvelous person, and I worked with him at the community health center, so good job on that. And I know that there's another vacancy, and so I just want to make sure that you're getting all of the applications so that you can make a good determination on filling that vacancy.
Thank you, Jessica.
There's no additional public comment.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Supervisor Thomas, I thought you might want to respond to that.
Great. Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to respond to Jessica and Tracy. So thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. And I do know there's a vacancy that I will be making an appointment next week on that, but there will be another vacancy coming soon. So I will make sure that I've reviewed all of the applications and we'll be in touch with you. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. I also wanted to respond to Sue's comments that I too shared. There was a challenging meeting with the zoning administrator. There were some technical difficulties, and I believe staff is prepared to respond to that, Supervisor Parlin, if that might be helpful on that, because I know that was a challenging situation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I did reach out to staff following that meeting because I did have concerns as well, and staff would be prepared to answer that. So.
Are they here? Is staff prepared right now? You think?
I believe Rob Peters or yeah, there we go. Hi, Rob.
Hello, are you guys ready for me? Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning.
Yes, please.
Okay, so in response to the comments that Sue made, I understand her frustration with that hearing. Particularly, it did not go well related to some technical difficulties and really being able to hear one of our staff members. And then the fact of, that the project was being pushed forward or approved, behind the scenes. So I wanted to acknowledge a couple things. The original project was approved and by the Planning Commission on August 27th, 2020. So that was for the actual apartment complex, and the SB 35 components of that project were reviewed. Subsequent to that, on February 9th, 2021, the board adopted a resolution 211-2021, which identified the approval authority for SB 35 projects, and it included that the Planning Commission should be the original approval authority, and the planning director should be for modifications to the project. However, our former planning manager, who was no longer with us, but was processing these staff level ministerial type applications, sent the project to the zoning administrator. And the reason being was that the subdivision ordinance requires that parcel maps go to the zoning administrator, and that's common practice for our department. However, in hindsight, clearly, it created some confusion for staff in the same way, and the public, in the same way that bringing, to be honest, SB 35 projects to the Planning Commission creates some confusion, because it feels like there should be something that can be done, but if it meets all the the objective standards and the county standards, it's really a ministerial approval. And so one of the things with our board resolution that this is identified is a lot of our focus there was related to design review, and that we were talking about SB 35 as a design review. I think one of the things that we sort of overlooked was subsequent parceling and parcel map type applications. And so this is clearly identified something that we need to address. We'll be talking later with you in the housing discussion related to ministerial process related to SB 9 and parcel maps there. And so we're already working on a ministerial parcel map process that would be effectively staff level, that would be consistent with the board approved authority. But this was not in the way that it was presented, that the zoning ordinance says that it should go back to the original approval authority. We specifically came to the board to look at modifications, and those were directed to be at the director level with no appeal. Now, again, we brought it to the zoning administrator because we have Title 120, which didn't seem to have been considered in that exercise. Ideally, and honestly, we probably should have done it staff level without the hearing. I think an abundance of caution on this one created confusion, and so we've learned from that. On another scenario there related to the technical difficulties, we've already started working on fixing that. We have provided that particular staff member that was difficult to hear some additional headset with a better microphone, so that will help resolve that issue, as well as we've instituted a sort of pre-meeting to test audio in advance of our public hearing. So we are well aware of it. We certainly, wouldn't choose to have technical difficulties or hearing discussions that were difficult to hear. But I will say that the zoning administrator was able to hear the staff's presentation, albeit difficult to hear. Did hear all of the public testimony on the topic, had reviewed all of the letters that were submitted, and did make their decision based on all of that information. So that is my sort of response, unless anybody needs additional information.
Thank you, Rob. Let's see. What else was there? Oh, Jane McGinnis asked when the strategic plan we thought was coming out. I thought it was like in the springtime or something. Does anybody else remember that specific? Oh, Daniel's there. There he is.
Hey everybody, Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services. So in the month of February, the strategic plan will be presented to your board. And so we're identifying which board date at this time, but just please expect it in February. At the COC's next meeting as well, they're going to be providing an overview of that plan. And then it'll also be posted publicly. So the month of February, we'll have every sort of discussion and presentation, and we'll take it from there.
Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you for being right there too. Did we get everybody?
I think that was their question with Joe Connolly. I think David Livingston answered it, but I don't know if you want to say something, David.
Briefly, I just note that my office is in receipt of the complaint filed by Mr. Connolly. I think your board had received it as well. I just recently forwarded you the response that my office provided to his complaint, and I'd be happy to answer any questions offline that you may have.
Okay. Let's see. So I think now we got everybody. And we have like 10 minutes between now and our time allocation. I don't know if we can squeeze to and froms in there that fast. You guys think we can do it fast, or do we want to? Because I don't think we can get a closed session done either. Or do we just want another 10-minute break and then we'll come back at 1:30? Because we can't chit chat about things. That'd be a Brown Act violation.
Yeah, I'm okay with a 10-minute break.
All right, then. Wow, I didn't see that little break coming either. So be back at 1:30 time allocation. Thank you, guys. was just enough time to try to do something and then over try to do something. I don't even know. It was one of those. It's like, stop. Let's see. Just waiting, make sure I got one more second here on my clock. There we go. I got 1:30. Looks like everybody's here. So we have a 1:30 time allocation, item number 30.
Item number 30 comes from Planning and Building Department, Long Range Planning Unit, Housing, Community and Economic Development Programs and Economic Development, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on housing and provide staff with direction for prioritizing goals and objectives of future housing policy development.
Good morning, board. I am CJ Freeland with Long Range Planning, and I will be introducing this particular item. Let me start by introducing the team that we have on standby today. We have Rob Peters, Brendan Ferry, Kyle Zimbelman, and Brett Sampson, along with Chris Perry and Kayanne Markham. So today we plan to have a positive discussion about permanent housing in the county. We're pleased to start the discussion with a focus on what we'd like to see in our housing goals. This is not intended to become an exhaustive discussion on housing, but if we do hit some topics that need a deeper dive, then we can schedule a focused workshop on that to allow more time for that conversation. So let me begin by saying that the county has a strategic plan that includes housing, as well as a housing element that has established overreaching goals. What we're missing, in my opinion, is an immediate game plan for housing. So today, we'd like to talk about a couple of things. Let me check the video. Kim, if you could key up that presentation today. And we will go to slide 2. Thank you. So first, we'll talk about some of our recent accomplishments, what we have going on now, and then what we've got coming up next. We need to talk a little bit about what the state is telling us to do and whether that matches up with our local game plan. But most importantly, we need to spend some time talking about our game plan and what those needs look like. So staff is asking for your help today to focus our efforts and our resources because we simply can't do it all at once. We'll ask you for your direction so that ultimately we can develop a clear expectation for our communities, for our businesses, and for our developers. So to begin with, let me ask you to think about these priorities. Should we be focusing on home ownership or rental housing? Should we target income levels for affordability, such as middle income or low income? Should they be focused on first on a certain area of the county or county-wide? And then today we'll finish up the conversation with some approaches for you to consider. In all, today's discussion will inform the county's housing game plan and housing goals moving forward, and specifically for our affordable housing ordinance project. So with that, if we go to the next slide, Kim. So some of our recent accomplishments. We have completed some major zoning ordinance updates. We've been working with South Lake Tahoe, the Prosperity Center, and others on the South Shore Housing Action Plan. As you recall, we've drafted and passed a urgency ordinance for the temporary use of recreational vehicles for hardship purposes. We've been working diligently for the past couple of years on the housing element update. Also, the CAL FIRE urgency ordinance was part of what we were able to get done pretty fast. And the accessory dwelling unit ordinance update was approved by your board in November. So those programs were funded by a variety of state and other funding, including the permanent local housing allocation. We have received funding for that. The first-time homebuyer program, which your board approved the standard agreement this morning. We've applied for and received those regional early action planning grants. Some of that, that initial $35,000 has gone towards that housing element update. There's also additional funding that we've received under the local early action planning for the ADU plans, phase 2, as well as the REAP 2 funding through SACOG for the Affordable Housing Ordinance Project. Next slide, please. Kim, next slide. Thanks. I was beginning to wonder. So I'm going to hand this off to Brett Sampson to go through some of the ins and outs of ministerial versus discretionary permits. Brett?
Good afternoon, board members. Brett Sampson, Long Range Planning. I wanted to talk to you today about ministerial versus discretionary. And I know that as board members, you're very well versed in the difference between ministerial and discretionary. So this is kind of a general overview and certainly geared for the public as well. But as you know, if you ministerial permits are exempt from the provisions of CEQA. So really the difference between a ministerial permit and a discretionary permit or a discretionary project is whether CEQA has been triggered or not. So ministerial permits are not subject to the provisions of CEQA. They really are meant to be at the staff level where staff is applying objective requirements per a checklist, going through the zoning code, going through county regulations. An objective requirement, an example of that would be a setback. Does this structure meet the setbacks as required in our zoning code? So county staff would be going through those checklists and really keeping it at the staff level. Discretionary permits are obviously are projects that do trigger CEQA and are really involve quite a bit of judgment and deliberation, a judgment and deliberation by our planning commission and judgment and deliberation by the board of supervisors as well. When CEQA is triggered, of course, CEQA comes with required public hearings. CEQA comes with required public noticing. And so CEQA is kind of a separate animal that we have to adhere to. So to give an example of a ministerial versus a discretionary on the same piece of property, let's say that I wanted to build a new single family residence on my property in El Dorado County and it's zoned R1. I would have to, or really zoned any kind of residential zoning. If I wanted to do a single family residence, that would be allowed by right. And I would come in with a building permit, and then that building permit would be analyzed as to whether it did meet all of the county standards and objectives. So that building permit would be ministerial, and it's really not discretionary in any way. Let's say on that same piece of property, I want to develop a mobile home park. On that same piece of property in our allowed use table, I would trigger a conditional use permit. And a conditional use permit would, of course, be discretionary and would trigger CEQA. And so an initial study checklist would be prepared. That initial study checklist would inform staff as to what is the correct path as CEQA is concerned, whether it can be exempted, whether it can be a mitigated negative declaration or a negative declaration, or whether it has to be all the way up to an environmental impact report. So really on the same property, if I have two, what would be considered, residential uses, one would be discretionary and one would not. And that's all I have for this slide.
Thanks, Brett. Hey, Kim, can you go back one slide, please? I want to talk about some of these projects that we have in progress. And I think that discussion we just had about ministerial and discretionary will help inform these. So some of these projects that we've currently have funding for, and we've been doing our best to get grant funding and other types of leveraging funds in order to fund these projects. Keep in mind that any of the state funding that's available is always based on a specific activity that they are funding. We don't have the luxury of being able to reassign them. So in this case, most of the state funding that's come out recently has been anything targeted towards housing production. So we have kicked off our phase 1 project of the permit-ready accessory dwelling unit. We should be coming back to you maybe sometime this summer on how that's going. We've been meeting with building professionals. We've been meeting with SAGE, which is our surveyors, architects, geologists, and engineers, getting some input. So that is moving forward. Again, we call it phase one, and it's more or less our pilot program so that we learn how we go through that process of pre-approving plans for accessory dwelling units. We fully recognize it's not going to be a one size fits all, but this will help us really understand the process and be able to fine tune that when we go into phase two of the project. The infill incentives ordinance and any necessary amendments is a project that we have funded through the SB2 funds. We're continuing to work on that scope of work so we can release that request for proposals and get that out to work in conjunction with a consultant. Phase two on the permit ready plans for ADUs, as I mentioned, will expand the program not only to more types of floor plans that will be available to property owners, but also to expand our educational materials and our how-tos. And, we've talked about getting that frequently asked questions together, which we'll do before this, but we'll be able to expand on that and make resources available, because the ADU ordinance and ADU laws are pretty complex. And while we've included everything necessary within our zoning ordinance, there are other laws and regulations that also affect the siting of those things and how they are situated on each individual property. We've had to recognize that during phase one, because depending on your site, it's hard for us to know if we're designing for public water and sewer connections or whether it's going to be well and septic. So making provisions to make that as flexible as possible. The community design standards will be coming to the board in February for the approval of the new contract with a consultant. And so we anticipate being able to hit the ground running with that. The projects that I've mentioned so far will be to develop objective standards for these, which will classify them in the ministerial scheme of things. So if someone comes in for a permit and they're properly zoned, and they meet all the objective standards of fire setbacks, any other setbacks that are required, and again, our standardized design standards, then it would be a ministerial project. And zoning ordinance updates are kind of ongoing, but we take a look at those to just correct any errors or to clarify things, or due to state law, and we might need to make provisions for changes for your consideration. And again, the programs that are funding these include SB2, includes the home program for the first-time home buyer, and the affordable housing ordinance, as I mentioned, was through REAP2 funding. So Kim, if you'll skip past the next slide. So the legislature in California has been very, 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 very active on housing related bills. So in 2021, there were 31 housing related bills that were passed. Some of them change state law. Some of them make provisions for the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state level to take on more responsibilities. Enforcement responsibilities are some of those. We are not going to go through each one, don't worry. But we are going to highlight some of the, it's actually kind of the big three that have risen to the surface. And in the meantime, we continue to analyze each of these bills and how they may change our operations, or how they may influence changes that are needed to other ordinances and other things. Kim, next slide. So I'm going to let Rob take over on this SB9. He and Can have been working to kind of sort this out. So Rob, take it away.
All right, thank you, CJ. Board members, good afternoon. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, jumping in to have a quick discussion on SB9. SB9 is, for many, is being seen as an end to exclusively single-family residential zoning districts in urban areas. It is sort of subject to specified exceptions and restrictions, which I'll do a quick overview of. But the bill basically provides for ministerial approval of up to 2 units on a parcel, as well as a parcel map, a ministerial parcel map for an urban lot split. So this is, as I mentioned in open forum, a situation where we have not historically done ministerial parcel maps, although we have done boundary line adjustments and mergers in that sort of ministerial realm. Parcel maps is new to us, and so that's a change in how we'll process these applications moving forward. To qualify for the ability to build the residential units, there's some exceptions, which include not being on prime farmland or within wetlands or in certain high severity zones for fire, hazardous waste sites, earthquake faults, and others. The site can't be within a historic district or on the state historic registry or inventory, and that it can't demolish or alterations to deed restricted affordable housing. It can't demolish or alter housing that has been occupied by a tenant within the last 3 years, and it also can't demolish up to 25% of an existing structure. And there's all kinds of nuances to that. But in addition to that, for the parcel map purposes, for the urban lot split, the parcel map cannot be on an existing parcel. It can't create more than 2 of those lots. And neither of the parcels can be smaller than 40% of the original, meaning that the original parcel, it basically has to equal at least a 60-40 split. Both of the new parcels must be at least 1,200 square feet. And then it can't be a parcel that has already been through an urban lot split, so you can't do a split and then another. It's a one-time deal, at least as written right now, and that there's an affidavit expressing owner occupancy on one of the units. So that is similar to how we had historically done accessory dwelling units. However, under recent legislation, they have removed that. I think it has a sunset, and CJ will correct me if I'm wrong, but 2025, where owner occupancy for accessory dwelling units is not required at the moment. But it's similar to how we've done that historically. So one last thing is that cities and counties are prohibited from imposing development standards that would physically preclude construction of the 2 units of at least 800 square feet on each eligible parcel, including the 2 resulting parcels from the lot split. So they've given some minimums related to lot size and basically the size of the housing. So what are we doing about SB 9? We're currently working with the surveyor's office to prepare applicability maps so that everybody can understand where this applies. As we see it, our single unit residential zone, which is our R zone, which includes R1 you're commonly hearing of, and R20K, which is our basically half acre, 20,000 square foot lot sizes. We believe it applies to both of those zoning designations. So those are our single unit residential as defined in the zoning ordinance. We are working with council's office, county council's office, to evaluate the bill's applicability and the implementation requirements. We're working internally to develop procedures and checklists in the same way that we did for SB 35, and also internal procedures for processing, again, these ministerial parcel maps. We're also evaluating how comparator jurisdictions are or aren't implementing the SB 9 legislation. There are a lot of different variables out there. Folks are restricting the size. Some are trying to restrict the affordability. Some are trying to restrict where they're allowed or aren't, with based on fire severity zones and other of their own zoning tools within their own zoning ordinance. But the key is that you basically, if you're not going to use the rules that are in play now, you have to bring forward some sort of either an ordinance amendment or a new policy and procedure related to that to bring these forward. And so we will likely be bringing back either a SB 9 procedure in the same way that we did SB 35, and or a resolution of intent to the board, if applicable, to solidify our approach to implementing SB 9 within the county. Ideally, we'd be bringing forth something that we know you guys like, which is a table that looks at other jurisdictions and what they're doing and how we would consider some of those. And then ultimately, again, whether we decide to do zoning ordinance amendments, or if we think we can do it with the standards we have now and implement we would do more of a procedural, but you will see something coming back from our office on SB 9, that concludes my slide. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so this is a great example of one of those topics where it's going to take another another workshop or another appearance before the board to really go through the ins and outs of that as we discover what's going on. In the meantime, there are many cities within the state that are trying to sue the state because of this law. This law does not make any provisions for affordable housing. There's no deed restriction requirements. And one of the decision points for each jurisdiction is to decide whether or not ADUs and junior ADUs will be allowed as part of the mix on the subdivided properties. So we're doing our due diligence and getting those maps and other criteria and stuff together, and we'll be coming back for a more in-depth discussion. So, but this is one of the big ones that's recently been passed. And Kim, next slide, please. So SB 10 that's come forward has to do with residential density. I guess the good news on this one is that it's completely optional, but it does give jurisdictions an opportunity to increase density in a transit-rich area or an urban infill site that meets, of course, other certain requirements. But it authorizes that legislative body to override local initiative measures with a 2/3 vote. The ordinance conforming general plan amendments and other changes in regulations are not a project subject to CEQA, meaning it becomes more of a ministerial project. But again, the local agency retains the authority to decide whether or not to make any zoning changes. And since we don't have the traditional types of transit centers and things like that, don't believe this will come up. But just wanted to bring it to your attention because it is an option that may be explored by developers in the future. Next slide, please, Kim. So on the legislative updates, SB 8 actually just extends the provisions of the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. So it's a message from the state that some of the new provisions in this act are not going away. So initially, some of the laws were originally scheduled to sunset in 2025. It hasn't, that 2025 comes into play, and we talked about that ADU and the owner occupancy. And we've discussed before that it's very conceivable that the legislature would extend that as well. But the sunset now for a lot of these other programs is extended through 2030. Next slide, please, Kim. So in the fine print of it, jurisdictions can't disapprove a housing project or approve it at a lower density if the project complies with the applicable objective standards in place upon complete preliminary application. So you can't change the rules after an application. Project modifications are allowed, including increasing the number of units or square footage by up to 20%. Affordable housing construction must start within 3.5 years. That was extended from 2.5. And that extension is primarily to assist with a lot of the funding applications that affordable developers have to apply for in order to fund the multiple layers of financing for these projects. It also does retain the 5 hearing limit for certain projects with complete applications. And next slide, there's one more on this one. Yeah. So again, the message from SB 8 is that the Affordable Housing Act has been extended. Things are not going to go away in 2025. We just need to count on that provision. And unless things change, I don't think they'll go away in 2030 either. So we come to the Tahoe housing strategy, and I'm going to turn this over both to Brennan and to Kyle to go through some of these bullet points to bring you up to speed on what's going on in the Tahoe area. Gentlemen?
Yeah, I'll be going first. Good afternoon, Board. Kyle's in Economic Development. As your board may remember, the Tahoe Prosperity Center kicked off the Housing Tahoe Partnership in April 2018, because with the belief that if you work in Tahoe, you should be able to live in Tahoe. Local jurisdictions, businesses, foundations, and over 100 residents from the South Shore helped identify strategies to add more local housing options as part of this effort. CJ, Brendan, and myself participated in the working group and continue to provide updates on El Dorado County's action plan items. El Dorado County is the co-lead on several items, including housing incentive efforts, federal and state grant opportunities, code simplification relating to housing, improving rental conditions, assessing fee waivers and deferrals, redevelopment assistance, and inclusionary zoning. All prioritized strategies have been incorporated into the work plans of the partner agencies. Luckily for El Dorado County, we have CJ, who is taking action on pretty much all of the mentioned strategy efforts as part of her work. We are keeping Tahoe Prosperity apprised of our progress and will continue to inform you going forward. The efforts have been on hold for a little while with Tahoe Prosperity, but the good news is in December, Tahoe Prosperity Center signed a 3-year contract with the city of South Lake Tahoe to provide funding to not only increase their housing data collection efforts, but also to reconvene the Housing Tahoe Partnership, which is the formal name of this group. So it's critical funding that allows Tahoe Prosperity to pick back up on tracking progress from all the jurisdictions and getting all the partners back together this year, and we'll start having board meetings soon again. So with that, I'll hand it off to Brendan to talk about the rest of the slide.
All right, thanks, Kyle. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Brendan Ferry in the Tahoe Planning Office. I'm going to follow up Kyle's presentation and provide some more detail on what we've been working on within that housing strategy in the Tahoe Basin. As you know, we do care really deeply about finding solutions to Tahoe's affordable housing challenges, especially as of late, and we're committed to partnering with our fellow agencies and groups to do all we can in our role to help create and incentivize more affordable housing options. So the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, has formed a working group that's actually a subcommittee of their Advisory Planning Commission, which I happen to be the chair of. It's called the Tahoe Living Working Group, and I'm also chairing that committee. The group is really diverse. It's made up of all the local jurisdictions in the basin, along with a few governing board members, some builders, affordable housing developers, land trusts, realtors, and some community members. Its primary charge is to take a hard look at TRPA policies and try to determine which ones are not furthering our housing goals and that need to be modified in order to facilitate more affordable housing. The group first met in August of 2020. We've met 5 times. They are public meetings. We've had really good participation. To date, we've prioritized our objectives and we've accomplished a number of things. The first set of amendments we decided to tackle were related to accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and that led to TRPA Code of Ordinance amendments that did a number of things, but the big thing that it did in Tahoe was to eliminate the 1 acre minimum parcel size requirement to build an ADU. That allowed us to make our zoning ordinance amendments in Tahoe and also the area plan amendments that you heard at your last meeting for Myers. The group's next tasks are related to density, height, and intensity, as those really do drive the size and intensity of the development. TRPA is considering code and or policy changes in those areas to try to better streamline some of their rules. Should changes be made, we'll be looking at our policies to see if changes are needed on our end to ensure that consistency. After that, I believe basin commodities is a big topic. That would be things like coverage and development rights. So some really exciting developments, and just the fact that TRPA is willing to take that hard look at their rules, I think is really encouraging. I'll talk a little about the Myers area plan. As you know, we did adopt that as a board in 2018. It has its own set of goals and policies related to the Myers community. As I stated earlier at your last meeting, the board did adopt amendments to the Myers area plan to allow ADUs in 2 of the zoning districts in that plan. There could be further changes needed to the plan. It depends on how the Tahoe living process plays out. And we'll continue to evaluate that and can report back to the board if needed. Lastly, let me talk about California state law and TRPA. As you know, the county must follow California state law and all those laws that CJ was just talking about. However, TRPA is a bi-state agency, and it does have the regional authority to override state law. This can be challenging, obviously, when we're talking about consistency between our standards and purely just on the fact of customer service. And it's something we talk about really regularly and are committed to working on. One potential way that we could help with that would be for the county to create and adopt a jurisdiction-wide area plan in the basin. Placer County has taken this approach and adopted a jurisdiction-wide area plan in Tahoe. It would allow the county to create more specific regional goals and policies within our jurisdiction in the basin. However, it is quite a bit of work to get one accomplished. We'll have to see, but regardless, TRPA still has the regional planning authority in the basin and does have governing land use rules that we need to work within, which we continue to work on with them as a partner. So I thank you for your time. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to CJ to talk about what is coming next.
Thanks, Brendan. And Kim, could you go to the next slide? So what's next? What are we working on? Well, that illustration on the slide there is the long-range planning work matrix that was directed by the board for our 21-22 year. Those are just the priority ones. There's still other priorities. I got to admit, it's kind of a shotgun approach, but we've been doing our best to prioritize these projects and do them in a logical order that help build towards other projects that are needing to get done. So we always have pretty much at the top, because of repercussions, is we have to do our state mandated priorities. Our local priority for our general plan has been that 5-year review. Frankly, that slid down the list a little bit because of the priorities with the urgency ordinance, the Caldor fire, changeover and resources and staff. We're still bringing it to you. But again, that's one of those things we've had to prioritize based on other more urgent needs. So you can whip us if you want, but that's the reality of it. So the general plan safety element update is underway. And we bring that up in this housing discussion because that safety element is going to address the things, again, with those standards that are in place for fire protection. That topic has come up quite a bit. Also, we have our consultant reviewing some of the latest Department of Forestry provisions that have been released. You'll be hearing more about that, hopefully. But again, that all ties in with housing development, what types of fire safe plans, what types of building materials, how that's going to affect development for permanent housing in the county. We've talked about the community-based planning, the commercial multifamily designs in community regions. We will also be working on the rural centers at board direction. But since those rural, community regions is really going to set the template for all of these other plans, it is the best use of our resources and time to concentrate on that project and help it feed into and hopefully save some costs when we get down to rural centers. We won't be far behind because, again, that template's going to serve a wide array of areas. And then we also have our Oak resources updates as a matter of mandate, and then as a matter of nexus studies and things along that line. Next slide, please, Kim. So when we talked about where we go from here, we need to talk about how we're going to go from here. So again, that question is, are we looking at certain locations of the county, job centers, other high areas of opportunity? Do we need to focus for the short term and for this game plan on income level affordability for middle to low income, anything in between? Are we looking at home ownership or rentals? What is the goal here? We know we need everything and we know we need all of these, but we need to focus our attention so that we can be the most productive and get the most done. Some of the approaches that we know are available and that we are looking at in further depth as part of this affordable housing ordinance program are different policies and different ways to get to the finish line on this. So that includes an inclusionary policy on market rate development. So we'll be coming back with some specific information on how that could look. But again, Are we looking in certain locations? Are we looking for a specific income level? Are we just looking at rental, or are we looking at home ownership, or is it going to be a combination? So think about how we're going to apply that. Again, that jobs and housing linkage. There are fee programs in other jurisdictions that look at the creation of jobs and what kind of pressure that's going to put on the need for housing development and making an associated nexus on how those fees are charged. Is that something you're interested in pursuing or looking at? There's other incentives and subsidies, both county funded and or leveraged through other types of funding available that we can do the carrot instead of the stick. If you're interested in that direction, again, we're going to be coming back with some more specifics, but it all goes down to what are we going to incentivize or subsidize? Is it rental or home ownership? Is it a specific income level? Or where are we going to focus those dollars so that we can get the most leverage to get something on the ground in the short term? There are other options based on best practices that we'll bring to you if you've heard of any. We can discuss those now, but basically we're trying to focus. What do we need to do? Where do we need to go from here? Is there one more slide? No, that's it. You can go back to that last one, please, Kim. And actually go ahead and turn that off because I don't want to see that screen when we're having a conversation because I can't see everybody else. Yay.
Can you see
Okay.
it now?
Yeah, I can see you all now. Yeah.
Okay. So lots of information and good questions. I get where you're trying to go, get a feel for what the board is direction wants to head in. So does anybody want to kind of start our conversation? Supervisor Heidel. Oh, you're muted.
I kicked it off and muted, didn't go for some reason. But anyway, that happens. CJ, we've had a lot of discussions, obviously, over the course of several months here, the last 2 years, basically, talking about what we can do with affordable housing and stuff. So I like your questioning. I have a certain specific set of responses. I don't think we can take the time for everybody to respond today. So are you considering a separate workshop just to focus on this, or would you like our inputs independently be submitted? Because I'll answer the first one. In certain locations, yes, my emphasis is on workforce housing. That's a form of affordable housing, and I think that's a job-inducing, job-supporting measure. And so I think, yeah, we do need to focus on certain areas to try to promote workforce housing where it's close to the workforce, right? Where it's close to work centers. But that doesn't say it's the exclusion of other forms of affordable housing, but I think that should be given a priority. So what is your suggestion on how we carry on this bigger discussion? Would you rather get separate inputs from us, or, like I said, a workshop? What's the best format?
This is the workshop, and I need your feedback now. What we'll come back with is in more detail is when we do hold the workshop as part of that affordable housing ordinance development. But instead of covering the entire gamut of possibilities that there are under the umbrella of affordable housing, we need that game plan. We need to focus our resources and our time and attention to those key areas that we think are of the greatest importance now. So I need that feedback, like workforce housing. We need to have those discussions and see if that's as important to the board as a whole. And that gives us that focus that we need.
So should I continue and give you my responses, or does everybody want to weigh in on that one first? I mean, what's the most efficient way to kind of work through this as a board as opposed to individuals?
So CJ, I'm watching staff. It looks like everybody's taking notes on what we're going to say, right? So are you guys going to go back together, put your heads together, kind of formulate what you think you heard from us, and maybe before you go off in a direction, take what you hear from all of us, put your heads together, and then come back maybe and check in just to make sure that because I think you're going to hear so much today. And we expected that, quite honestly, but I'm just trying to figure out how are you planning on pulling it together? Do you know what I mean?
I do. And I think we need all the input. If we find there are so many varying degrees of opinion, I don't think we're going to find, but that's just my bias going in. But we will do, as you said, if we need to, after we put all our notes together, there's no particular action required from today. So we're not looking for any kind of motion. We're looking for that direction. And again, my focus is to keep it in a positive environment. This is for permanent housing and where we want to direct our efforts in providing that housing.
Okay.
So
as long as you guys are ready to just keep going,
yep.
So I think Supervisor Heidel, you should probably carry on with what.
Okay, I'll just run through mine very quickly then. By income levels, yes, we have to do it by income level, because obviously when you look at the RENA numbers and the distribution, we have to figure out what form of rental property helps fit that, what form of permanent residential housing at an affordable rate fits that. So yeah, I do think we have to do it by income level. I mean, pretty much RENA has defined what I think are the three critical categories: very low income, and moderate income, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What would that income level be if RENA didn't exist?
That would require me to do some analysis and to try to study what the averages are locally. So I don't have an answer for you off the top of my head. Are you suggesting that the RENA numbers are not appropriate for our county?
I'm suggesting that we shouldn't hang our hat on RENA when we're looking at what our local communities need.
I agree, but it's standard we've been given, so we could modify that. I'm open to that, but.
And because of this workshop thing, I want to find out, are there other income categories that you're hearing from your constituents that it's like, I have a good job. I, have a good pay. I'm a 2-income household. I can't afford a house because ABC. Down payment, is it just affordability? What is it? So that's the kind of feedback we need.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump to homeownership versus rental. It takes both, in my opinion. I don't think you can ignore either one of those to try to meet that affordable objective. If I had to say where's the biggest emphasis, it's probably on ownership. And maybe it's a 60-40 type of weighting, 60 ownership, 40% rental, because I think that's where the biggest need is, to try to encourage more families to come to El Dorado County or to return to El Dorado County. And for those youth that are here to be able to stay, they want to be able to own something. They don't want to just be able to rent forever. But there's that intermediate period where you have to rent typically before you can save up enough for the down payment. So that's the kind of emphasis I would put on that. And then approaches, inclusionary policy. Absolutely. I'm not sure what you mean by market rate development. That's every market rate program would have a required inclusionary content, like 10%, 15%. Is that what you're referring to there?
Yeah, those are options under the inclusionary housing policy. I don't want to use umbrella again, but there's a lot of options under that category. Right. We'll be coming back with those options, but that still falls into the same consideration. Is it in certain areas that we want to look at testing that? Is it for a certain income level? Does it have to be low income? Does it need to be workforce moderate, that elusive attainable? I mean, or is it, we got to stick strictly to the RENA numbers and say it must be 80% or below?
Right. So the inclusionary policy, ordinance, whatever it is that's being basically developed, have you established the ground rules for that? Or is that what you're asking for, to put the ground rules in at this point?
We're looking for information to help inform that. We'll be coming back with the best practices and examples of other jurisdictions' programs with results on how those have panned out and some of the challenges they may have had, so that you have a good menu of choices for us to continue to pursue. But that'll be part of the overall affordable housing ordinance direction, that discussion, whether or not, and then it will be up to the board whether or not to adopt that particular program.
Okay, then moving right along, jobs and housing linkage fees. I'm not in favor at first blush of trying to establish a fee associated with when you bring jobs in, you have to pay a fee for the support of the housing. I don't know that that's the best way to encourage job development and new businesses to come to El Dorado County, but I guess I would need to see some examples of where that has worked in other communities, because I guess I'm not aware of any off the top of my head. It's a logical way to try to induce more funding for affordable housing, but I'm not sure it would ever be successful in terms of really attaining the level of economic development and growth you're looking for. So I need some examples on that. Incentives or subsidies, absolutely. I think we have to really look hard at what we can do to incentivize some things. Fee waivers are obviously one of the things we've looked at in the past, and I think that needs to be studied again relative to some of these projects. Do we have the ability to waive some portion of the fees associated with affordable housing? And then the subsidies, in my opinion, typically come from state or federal resources. They typically don't come from county resources. So those are, funding that's available, first-time home buyers, those kinds of things, which you've already mentioned, is kind of my take on that area. And then other options based on best practices. Yes, but I just don't know what some of those best practices are. So I will spend some time trying to find some of those and then just forward them to you as I discover them. So.
Yep, that works for us too. I want to open your mind and all your minds to other types of county incentives, and it could be those fee waivers where that return and community benefit leverages those fees, and probably more precisely within those RENA numbers, because we have had challenges in certain areas. Something to consider is, could it be worth the investment of some type of fee waiver in order to stimulate production of that kind of housing? And that goes back to some of the SB 35 qualifications. Right now, if the jurisdiction like our county has met at least some of their RENA allocation, and for that last thing, we met our RENA allocation. We didn't meet all of our income categories, but that put us in any development with 50% or more affordable housing was able to exercise the SB 35 streamline provisions. Well, we're on a new housing element cycle now. And so what we anticipate is, for a short time, the threshold will drop to 10% affordable housing would qualify you for that streamlined permitting process. So there becomes a question of, how fast do you want to get to, that next 50% provision, or meet the RENA allocation and be excluded from SB 35 completely?
Got it. And then there's one category that I didn't know where to put, and that's affordable housing for our seniors. That to me is kind of a special category. I don't want to say affordable housing by age group, because I don't think that's the mix, but to make sure that when seniors get to the point that they've pretty much aged out of their existing residences, that they have a place to go and can live comfortably, and they have choices in that they feel like they're not forced out of our community just because they can't afford to either buy or pay rent in something that's smaller than their existing current residence or whatever the accommodations are. So that's a special category that I think needs to be dealt with, or at least addressed somehow from the standpoint of, what do we do best to incentivize those kinds of constructions of affordable housing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that got us to a good start, I think. Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll start with some of my hopes for workforce housing. It's something we've been talking about up in Tahoe for quite a long time. And, again, with the Tahoe Prosperity Center, that's been their main focus. So I think that's incredibly important. Again, their focus is, if you want to live and work in Tahoe, you should be able to live in Tahoe, which is difficult, to say the least right now. So by income level, sure. Affordable housing, I just saw where the governor just proposed a $2 billion infusion into the affordable housing. And I haven't seen the details on that, but, of course, we all follow money streams. So I'd like to understand the details on that and understand what he means by that, if it is more in line with what the project we have up in Tahoe is. It's about taking surplus lands and streamlining as much as you can the processes, and taking what we have and building upon it, and letting the developers, giving them the breathing room of some land acquisitions that wouldn't be available to them unless they had surplus state lands. And that's worked really well so far with this new project up there. So I'd like to see us kind of take a look at that, keep track of that. I know we are, but to me, that's critical for talking about housing, especially affordable housing. That's the project they're doing up there. They're putting a community hub in the middle of it that will allow services to be rendered while the workforce is actually living there. So, I mean, that whole process makes sense to me. I'd like to see us kind of try to duplicate that as much as possible. Yeah, ownership and rental is absolutely important. The missing middle, we've talked about that. I still really want us to get moving on that and have a presentation or discussion about what that means, because you know, to me, that infill project kind of analysis is important, and we've heard it before, and I still would like to have that discussion on how do we incentivize when a developer is building a project. Can we require that a certain amount of that become affordable housing in a project? I think that's key. And so that one I think is really important. Let's see, up in Tahoe, a regional plan, the Placer County regional plan makes sense. What they did up there, I really think, as Brennan was mentioning, we need to get on that bus and do a plan for the entire South Shore, El Dorado County area. Not just South Shore, but West Shore too, going up to Tahoma, whatever we can to get a regional plan moving forward up there, because that will help, I think, not just incentivize, but streamline the processes. It's so difficult up in Tahoe to get the, you know, you guys know that the planning process up there is difficult at the best. It's one of the most difficult in the country from what developers say. So any way we can streamline it by using a regional plan, I think makes a lot of sense. I think that's it. I think, I think if we can focus on incentivizing rather than charging more, I think that's going to be helpful when it comes to affordable housing.
Yeah, and we've kind of touched upon a couple of things. I have not read the governor's budget proposal because it's still a proposal and things change so much. But keep in mind that typically the state funding for housing is going towards affordable housing. So that infill project up in Tahoe is part of that. And so they're layering the financing. Typically it goes to rentals, not home ownership. And rather than having the state tell us what to do, because as I mentioned before, every funding stream comes with a specific eligible activity that goes along with it. We need to figure out what fits best for us. And that's why we're having this discussion. If it's that affordable housing, yahoo, well, you know, we know that's always going to be part of the mix, and certainly not going to ignore that possible funding when it's available and appropriate. But with these other local policies that we're talking about developing as part of this ordinance and just part of our game plan, if you will, is the focus on for your area that workforce 80% and below of income, or the moderate income of, you know, and below? The rents are so wacky up in everywhere, but especially in Tahoe. So affordability is a sliding scale. I mean, it's very difficult to do anything, even moderate income, again, because the subsidies don't always finance that type of housing.
Right. And I think I'm trying to get away from talking about subsidies, rather, more importantly, is talking about just workforce, whatever that means. You know, I think I hate to pigeonhole us into 80% or whatever, understanding that we have to necessarily at some point when we're talking, like you say, with the state funding. But I think even that conversation is getting a little more lucid with the governor and all, understanding that every level is in need of housing. Doesn't matter what part of the workforce you come from, every level is in need. And so therefore it's not to put us in one spot or the other, but to say, if it's, you know, if we're talking about, you know, needing nurses, about needing teachers, you know, to restaurant workers, what are their needs, and, you know, how can we get projects on the ground right now? So,
right.
You know,
and two other points.
Sure.
Yes, we can make, quote unquote, make developers include certain kinds of housing. That's the inclusionary housing policy. that's how that's done. So depending on what income level you set or how many units and that sort of thing is part of that discussion. The other thing too, that you had mentioned, Tahoe, yes, is saying, if you work here, you should live here. We're saying that on the west slope as well. So our employers are telling us, I can't get the workers because they can't afford housing in El Dorado County. And the workers that we are hiring are having to go outside of the county for their housing. So just to point out, that is a broad issue. Unfortunately not specific to Tahoe in particular, but much more critical in Tahoe because of the small geographic area you have to develop.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to make it specific. I just like that. I like that whole statement though.
Yep.
If you want to work somewhere, you got to be able to afford it.
Yeah.
You can put it in any town in California right now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, then I think we'll move on to Supervisor Thomas.
All right. Wow, just really appreciate the discussion today and the ability for us all to have a conversation with our community around housing that's not wrapped up in a project. This is just really helpful, I think, to get us all on the right frame of mind and going forward, so we don't waste your time and we can actually make meaningful progress on the great foundational work that you have done this last year. So hats off to everyone. I know you've been working so hard. And I'm particularly looking for, what is our common ground on housing with this board today? And I think having this discussion will allow us all to know where we're all coming from as we hopefully move, to a more productive relationship to housing rather than constantly reacting to housing, not only as a board, but as a community. So that's just going to help us in the long run. Okay, so working on the list. I agree with Supervisor Novosel with missing middle housing. And I know last year we had talked about doing a presentation on missing middle housing. And I've talked with planning staff about that. I think this is perhaps the perfect time in relation to the work that you're doing now and what you'll be bringing back for us to, look to bring a presentation on that. So we all understand and have a common lens as to what that is. I think especially perhaps our community is not as engaged and aware of, for example, how you can achieve densities to achieve affordability, which is affordability by design, in ways that work for our community, like bungalow housing, things like that. When you talk about 20 units per acre, I think people typically have a certain view of what that is, and generally we don't think that fits in any of our small historic, communities with character, but there's ways to do that do. And I think having a lens to understand what types of design can achieve those dense goals that make housing more affordable will be very helpful in our discussions with the community moving forward. And as far as what we should target, I've had some conversations with staff, particularly Daniel Del Monte, and he brought up a really good point. As my fellow board members have brought out, we do need all levels of housing for our workforce. And especially the 30, the 50, and the 80% of area median income. And what was brought to my attention, which I found really helpful, is that these categories match community development grant opportunities. So that as we align our strategies with affordability that align with grant opportunities, we're perhaps able to leverage dollars to make that housing, more doable in our communities. So having a shared lens and because we say workforce housing, but really defining what does that mean and what does that mean? And are we all aligned in that? As far as areas for developing, I don't know how the rest of my board feels, but probably we need to concentrate on developing housing outside of the El Dorado Hills area, because El Dorado Hills has been the area that has mainly, taken the brunt on the west slope for housing. There's been a lot of housing down there. So maybe focusing on other areas. Now, in community regions. Now, I am concerned how the Board of Forestry regulations are going to impact our ability to do housing in especially high fire severity zones. I think those are going to have really strong ramifications, which may mean that in those areas more, on the east side of our county, that really focusing on housing there might not be practical if those regulations are too onerous. So I think, I know we're all keeping a, strong eye on that. I'm really looking forward to our community and design standards, because I think, once again, we can have this discussion with our communities in a really robust community engagement process to talk about, okay, housing, what do you want? What does work in our community? Rather than doing it on a project by project basis where we have the same conversations all over, but let's just really do it. And I'm really excited we're on the verge of that. Look forward to that. I do have a question on what is the infill incentive ordinance likely to entail? What does that mean?
So prior to SB 9 coming around the bend, the infill ordinance is envisioned to be able to take infill parcels within primarily single family and residential zones and have objective standards for developing non-traditional housing models. So that could be the duplex, that could be the triplex. The ones, if you're familiar at all with the American River neighborhoods down in Sacramento, a lot of the corner lots have a duplex on them, but you wouldn't be able to tell because one side of the corner looks like a separate house. You go around the corner, there's another driveway, it's another separate house, but it's a duplex. So it's a smart way to infill while it keeps the character of the neighborhood while carefully increasing density and other housing opportunities.
Okay.
So that's the intent. Now with SB 9, we're still, the objective standards within the infill ordinance, I think will help inform any SB 9 policies that come forward, but they're a little bit hand in hand on the overall intent.
Okay, great. That's helpful. I'm a big believer in creative ways to achieve that. In ways that protect and preserve our community character.
Right.
Another question on the community design standards. Do we anticipate those to apply to residential and commercial?
The residential portion of it will apply to multifamily.
Okay.
And then the commercial development as well. So the standards are for both of those, commercial and multifamily.
Now, would multifamily be duplexes and triplexes as well, or just how do you define multifamily?
Multifamily is usually 5 or more units.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that there haven't been jurisdictions that have pared down those types of multifamily designs and applied those, especially in dealing with SB 9 or other types of infill situations. So I think they can be adaptable, especially as we're going in, we can look at them. Is that something that could be adapted? Again, there's the whole objective setbacks and everything else, but if there's some architectural design specifically, it's a little harder when we talk about infill because not every neighborhood is going to look like those design standards. So we want to be careful we don't exclude that neighborhood character and, put something up that doesn't match.
Or inject a new standard into a neighborhood that, like you said, it doesn't match. We don't want to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question for my fellow board members too. If we're talking about infill, how do we feel about allowing housing in commercial corridors? Because especially with my work on SACOG, there's a lot of talk about that a lot of our commercial corridors are outdated. That retail, we have a lot of outdated buildings that are not functional, that you put a for rent sign and it's never going to be a really vibrant use. And generally commercial corridors are on, have the capacity for increased development and they have access to Highway 50. So I think a lot of our challenge with housing in some of our more rural and our small regions are our road capacity. And so how do we feel about moving in a direction where you can allow a creative housing project in the middle of, for example, Missouri Flat Road, where an outdated, strip mall might be that's outlived its useful life? Is that a direction we want to consider as we look at housing, or is it not?
I think it's overdue. I think we're overdue in having that discussion. Multi-use is the wave, because if you're talking about walkable, bikeable communities, and we're talking about VMTs, vehicle miles traveled, it's a new requirement. This all makes sense, is that you have an area where you have living over your commercial where people can move around. It just makes sense. I call it the European model, but if you go anywhere outside of California, you'll see a lot of it being created lately especially in the mountain communities where it makes sense, especially in rural areas where you concentrate both living and working in the same area. So it just is, it's much easier making sense kind of a way to get around. I love the idea.
So if we looked at commercial zones and opportunities to either do we have some discussion on whether that would require overlays, whether that would require some other type of rezoning. Because as it stands now, if someone came in with a project that was on commercial and wanted to go 100% residential, we would require a zoning change.
Right.
And the process that ensues. But even with that discussion, if we're looking at those commercial areas, where are we going to look at them? Again, we're going to go willy-nilly, or we want to actually pick some out and say this site would be appropriate, that site, these particular areas or communities. Is there a particular income level we want to ensure that those go for, or do we care? We want to be, I want to help you redirect your thought process in not what the state's telling us to do on VMTs, not what the state's telling us to do with RENA, not what the state's dangling a carrot and funding saying, if you build this, we'll give you money.
Right.
I want to hear from you what your constituents and your communities are telling you about where the deficiency is for them.
I love how you're framing this whole process that's from the lens of our community and what we want. And then going from there. Might that be a discussion that we could have as we roll out the community design standards? Because we will be engaging with our different communities and just throwing that out, say, what do you think about that? Because my fear is that without something new in these outdated commercial corridors, we are not going to have vital commercial districts without some type of new investment in ways that with needs that we have in our community. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and, great feedback and look forward to hearing what my other fellow board members and our public has to say. Thanks so much.
Okay, then Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, one of the biggest things we need to focus on is low income and middle income families, because that's where a lot of the impact is. And I'm just wondering, is there any kind of programs out there like they used to have where you build your own home projects and stuff, where they took a designated area and stuff? Like Deer Park was one of them, way in the back there, where a lot of the families applied for that, and then basically they built their own homes.
They're not funding that program anymore. And that's what happens with the state. It's the cause of the day.
Yeah, I know. It's really too bad. But I think the big developers need to step up and stuff and help us out here, especially putting some of these low income houses in some of these projects and stuff, so we could have people that they can afford to even live here, because that's where the biggest problem is. Look at the workforce we have in our county. They live elsewhere and then they work here. And that's something we need to really concentrate. And I agree with Wendy and Sue and John with some of the things on the industrial areas and stuff that are these strip malls, they're not working and stuff like that. Is there a possibility we could build something there to help sustain, these people that need homes, especially in our area?
Well, see, that's interesting because we can't build anything. We're not building. The county's not building.
I know that.
And we can't make our developers do anything because they're in business and they need some clear guidance on what the county expects out of them. And that's what we need to help them with. So when they come in with projects that they've made a substantial investment in, the property and the process, it's not easy in California.
It's not easy. It really
No,
is.
but with some clear expectations, I think we can work in partnership with our communities and developers so that everybody can get what they need out of the project.
Yeah, I agree. I know it's way overdue, like Sue was talking about.
All right.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to chime in, if that's okay, Supervisor Heidel, really quick.
Go ahead. Go
And
ahead.
it's not going to be quick, actually, because I've been listening to all of you. I have so many notes. Gosh, where do I even start? I'm going to start with the Board of Forestry, because I was going to share this in my to and froms, but it's applicable now. That is not over. just so you know, RCRC specifically, and many other groups have, but RCRC submitted a comment letter, and I think they collaborated with CSAC and the world about the rulemaking process that the Board of Forestry did. And they also filed a writ of mandate in court recently, and I can share those documents. I asked they're public. I'll share those with Kim and we can attach them maybe to this item since they're applicable to this. I hadn't thought of that beforehand, but yes, that's a big deal, and that's going to shape a lot of things. And I think it's going to be in battle mode for a while, so be ready. That's messy, and that's messing with agriculture, housing, you name it. So
and CDAC is on that topic, and I know I think our chambers and a lot of organizations or winery associations are filing letters against that. The frustrating part is that those provisions that may restrict that development aren't going to lower our RENA allocation responsibilities.
Of course.
So they're going to tell us put it someplace else.
Yeah. Well, and that's why there was a writ filed, because
it's good.
It wasn't a great process. So
yeah. So if you have a workshop with fire department officials and CAL FIRE, anyone, we'd love to participate in that.
Very good. So I heard down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. And CJ, I just don't recall, are you connected in with the Golden State Finance Authority and their program? So
yes.
Is that advertised well enough? Do people know to ask for that? I guess is what I always wonder, because I don't see it anywhere, but I'm not looking to buy a home.
So the Golden State Finance Authority is a joint powers authority that operates a couple of different down payment assistance programs, primarily, I think exclusively through lenders. So when you're working with a lender, usually I tell people that are asking, ask your lender about this or give your lender this information because they do pre-approve lenders and have certain agreement letters. But it is available to residents of El Dorado County as well as others within the region. And that's how that works. So it is in addition to your first mortgage, in addition to actually the county first-time home buyer loan. So they can all work together.
Okay. So that is something that should be explain if someone's trying to apply for something, that's available, because my understanding from the GSFA is that the down payment is usually the biggest hurdle, and so they help with you financing the down payment to make it affordable for you to get in your home. So
yeah, so they do a series of educational seminars for lenders, and we get that information. So folks that are calling our office for the first time home buyer program are always informed that there are also other funding opportunities that aren't necessarily administered by the county.
Okay, that's good to know. I saw somewhere, and I went to go back and find it. I can't find it. But somewhere in the governor's budget also, I was reading something that said that there was some money allocated specifically for developing mobile home parks. And the goal was that it would help primarily in the rural areas, is where the governor was quoted as saying that he thought that it would help with the rural areas. So, and of course, like you said, the budget's not done and all that stuff, but it's another thing to keep our eye on, because in my mind, mobile home parks are very popular in El Dorado County. Generally speaking, they serve our seniors really well, some families. And so if there's an opportunity to pursue some of that money once it's available, and we figure out how to get the money, because that's always my thing. I go, how do we get the money? You guys say it's there. How do we get it?
You have to know what you want to do before you start looking for how to fund it. Otherwise, it's a cart before the horse.
Yeah. So
the other thing with the mobile home park program, it is a program in order to facilitate or help organize resident ownership. So the residents still have to purchase the park from whoever owns it. And then it's part of that. I don't know what the current funding is. That program's been around on and off for over a decade. I've been around too long. It's been over a decade. I can remember. Yeah. So the funding comes and goes, but there are certain requirements, and that information is available on the state hcd.ca.gov website.
Perfect. Okay. And then another one that you and I have talked about, the ADUs. there was so much talk in the board back in, I think, was it 2016 or whenever, doesn't charge or subsidizes the TIM fee for ADUs to make them more affordable. A lot of folks, including myself, I wasn't on the board at the time, but I felt that ADUs were a good fit for our county because so much of our county is larger parcel size and stuff. And does it seem like it's taken off yet? Or do you think that this program that you're working on to have plans ready, do you think that's going to help make people?
Yes, of course. I think that's going to help.
Okay. So I just think, I hear a lot of people tell me they think ADUs are great because they're thinking that people want to age in place. That's a big thing right now, aging in place, right? So if you have, let's say your parents are on 10, whatever acres, and they want to stay there, the adult family could move into the big house,
yeah.
But then build an ADU on the same property so that the older, parent can still live on the same property, be supported by the family that's now moved into the bigger house. And it just seems so logical to me. And a lot of people talk about it, but I'm not sure if it's catching on. So I'm just trying to figure out.
We are seeing an uptick in permit applications for ADUs.
Okay.
People doing it on their own, or they're converting a garage or converting a space in a barn or converting already constructed permitted guest house, that sort of thing. So those are basically easy turnovers rather than, necessarily a new construction. We think that having the pre-approved plans will help. It's some people just don't know where to start. They'd like to do it, but how do you find this or that? So it'll also give them a pathway of, you can start with these plans. You can certainly go to somebody else to adapt, use them as a starting point or a discussion point with another architect. There's different opportunities for that. And then as we expand it, it really gives more of a design book on, what would be appropriate and what they want to do, how big they want it, how many bedrooms is needed. We're already taking into consideration at least ADA access bathrooms. We feel it's a owner decision whether or not they need to make the counter heights. That's something done after the fact. I mean, you can change that pretty easy with cabinets if you're doing it for a specific family member with specific needs. But we're not being overwhelmed with ADU permit applications. So I think it's manageable growth. I mean, we're not fearing any kind of overrun or any unintended consequences either from the state law or our ordinance update or anything else. So
yeah, no, I'm actually hoping that they kick in when we get the pre-approved plans in place and that folks can use those as a way to age in place. It just sounds like that's a huge want. A lot of folks don't want to have to move. They want to be able to stay in their existing living situation somehow.
Yeah, a neighborhood and church and grocery shopping and hairdresser.
Right.
The other thing about the traffic impact fees is that in 2017, with the adoption of the capital improvement plan, no fees are charged to accessory dwelling units. So before it was a deed restriction requirement in order to get that waiver of the TIF fees. Sorry, still transitioning from TIM to TIF.
Right.
But now they're not assessed. So that is the perfect example of an incentive, a fee waiver type of thing to encourage that type of housing model.
Okay.
So this is Rob. Can I jump in one thing real quick?
Rob, of course.
We've been seeing some interesting discussions at the counter as well related to how ADUs and the junior ADU will work and some of and you're kind of talking that generational housing and aging in place. And some of those are looking at opportunities where you have that ADU as that place. And then when maybe that member of your family gets too aged, that they can move back into a junior ADU, feel like they have their own space, and you can utilize that ADU for other opportunities. So there are folks looking at sort of that whole of the effort together. And I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that because I actually talked to a developer that was looking at a project and I said, I sensed that he was going to try and go higher density than what it's zoned for. And that's a whole other ball of wax. But I said, consider sticking with the density that is there so the neighborhood won't fight you as hard on it, I guess, but consider doing junior ADUs within because that way you can have the caregiver built in, you can have your, adult child stay there to help you get older or whatever, but there's so much flexibility. And I'm hearing that more and more with those flexible floor plans that allow two families perhaps to live in one house, or, so, and that's very popular. The models in Folsom, I guess, in South Folsom.
It's popular because of the housing prices.
Yes. Well, and old people. I'm the end of the boomers, supposedly. Statistically speaking, I'm it. So
you're the end of the line.
I'll be the last boomer to go through this tsunami, just so y'all know. I would highly recommend that as we go through this housing talk, that we engage our Commission on Aging, because I had a very lively conversation with my representative on there, who happens to be the chair. So I think she's talking to many of you, and they have a lot of ideas for this because they're in the thick of it right now. It's on my brain right now because my parents are getting older and my in-laws are getting older. I'm trying to figure out how to house them and not make them unhappy at the same time. This is tough.
Yeah, and one of the things that we got a suggestion from Commission on Aging, and Jim Wasner is working heavily with them on a program to install grab bars and stuff. And since we had mentioned, the ADA compliant shower fixtures and stuff in the bathroom for this ADU plan, he smartly suggested, as long as they could do the blocking within the construction plan, the blocking for those grab bars, then it makes it a whole lot easier for that installation when they're needed. So we've taken that suggestion and passed it along. And, those types of things that are simple considerations that can be incorporated into requests from developers or builders, or, sometimes people don't even realize when you're designing your own ADU, those are just some simple things you could consider. So while these plans may not be used off the shelf, there might be some good ideas, because we've been talking about ventless dryers, because what do we do in fire hazard areas? They want exterior vents. There's a whole, discussion going on that. So like I said, it's been a really good exercise, if you will, in going through the building and permit process of those components that we need to look at and make as flexible as possible.
Oh, and cool. Good to know. I got a couple more. Sorry, I took a lot of notes. I was listening really good, you guys. But and that's another thing too, CJ, you and I have talked about, is in my mind, good planning and good development has the tight commercial core, and then you go out slowly to, that's what the community regions were supposed to be kind of designed to do. And so your housing nestles either within, and Supervisor Thomas, that's exactly where I was headed with the design standards, because I think that, old town centers, you look at old towns, and Fosterville's even got, the same thing. On the old Main Street, you have your commercial, retail, whatever downstairs, offices even, and then you have the ability to do residential upstairs, and it's really popular and people like it. And I think people are seeking that. Actually, Sacramento's doing a lot of it. And so there were tannin buildings by the Diamond Springs post office. In my mind, you can't even tell it's two-story hardly. It looks like an old town. I've been told, and I don't know if this is accurate, that at that time we didn't have mixed use zoning, so they weren't able to put apartments upstairs there. But
where's that?
Pardon? By the Diamond Springs post office.
Oh, Diamond Springs post office.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this was years ago when I asked, so things could have changed. But to me, that look, putting the residential up top, that really fits downtown cores. So
yeah. So we actually, as a county, have award-winning mixed use design manual and standards, and that's been very helpful. We need to consider that there are different financing challenges when doing mixed use, especially if it's stacked. Insurance rates are different, commercial, residential, new fire codes, new solar, new this, new that. The state on one hand says, yes, we need housing. And on the other hand, it's yes, and we also need a whole list of things for safety and whatever. That's fine. But it's not always as easy as saying, yeah, everybody wants it. This would be a great place to do it. We have to help incentivize it or do something that really makes it worth it, because it's more of a challenge than getting them. I don't want to diss any developers by saying anything's easy, but 5 single family homes on 5 lots that look similar and have, some similarities would have fewer challenges perhaps than some of these mixed use scenarios.
Sure.
And that's a broad generalization, and I apologize if I offended anybody.
Oh, I'm sure I've offended somebody by what I said, so don't worry about it. And I'll get email. So, but anyway, yeah, no, I think that getting the community, when we do the design standards too, will be a good opportunity to get the pulse of the communities. And I do tell project potential developers, work with the land use and the zoning that's there. If you work within it, you just have less of quite honestly, a battle. If you build and keep that community character, the community is going to be more welcoming to you. And I just don't know how to say that any simpler.
I don't know, but if we're focusing again on specific income levels, and if we're focusing on specific areas or job centers or things, that also brings us to the question of, do we have land, vacant land or other land in that area zoned appropriately for those objectives?
And that was the other thing that I picked up on. You said for one of the SBs, no, you were going to do some mapping to see something, or
SB 9. Yeah, Rob and his team are working on mapping for those high fire severity zones. It also has to be in an urban area or urban cluster.
Okay.
So that's why a lot of the rural and agricultural and commercial are excluded.
Right.
But they're excluded.
Yeah, no, yeah, they are. So I think mapping too helps figure out, honestly, I used to dig into the land use maps all the time and I just don't anymore. So maybe I just need to go revisit them myself to see what's out there. But then an inventory map would be helpful too.
Well, we have our low income housing inventory as part of the housing element update. So we know we have multifamily land appropriately zoned to meet and exceed the RENA allocation that we were assigned for 2021 through 2029. That we've done.
Okay.
Any other residential zoning that allows residential zoning can accommodate moderate or above moderate.
Okay. So it sounds like you've already identified where it would be appropriate to build things if you've done this inventory of land already.
If we're focusing only on low income, but if we're focused on moderate, how do we make moderate more attractive than above moderate when you know that there's a better return on your investment with above moderate? That's just basic economics. So what can we do to swing that pendulum over to moderate? Moderate needs to be done, and this is assuming moderate is the direction. Moderate needs to be done. What can we do within our plans, our ordinances, our fees, or lack thereof, that really helps incentivize that particular kind of housing? Is that what we want to do?
That's what the governor's been focusing on with the Sugar Pine project. That's exactly what they said is, let's figure out a blueprint for exactly that. I'm hoping that we can get some knowledge out of that and be able to use that for the rest of our county. Is because what I'm hearing from developers is exactly that, CJ. They're saying, it doesn't pencil out unless we get help. So, get some sort of subsidy from the state or big help, for fee reductions, whatever. It just doesn't pencil out. So yeah, I don't know what the magic bullet is, but like I said, if the governor's putting in $2 billion for affordable housing, let's see if there's any way to match and help us. I hate to say it, but that's where we end up being in the conversation is where's the money? So,
So if we want the show me the money approach, then it would be the lower income where the subsidies and other grant funds and financing are available. That's the direction you want to go, and that's the most important. Otherwise, we can look at other.
Right.
But I'm still here in the middle income. I'm still here in the workforce. While there are income levels that our workforce. I mean, there's a lot of people that earn 80% and below, and our core workforce in this county. But if you start adding to the household, 2 incomes, 3 incomes, and finally those folks want to buy a house, they're ready to move on and put down, we would want those roots in their community.
Yeah, I don't think it's low income. I mean, as somebody pointed out today in a conversation, it takes $28 an hour to afford a median priced house. That's we're talking, as you were saying before, are we at 80% of the median? Where are we? It's quite a bit of area in there. And
yeah, we have done some of that exercise within the housing element update. If you remember that chart, or at least in some of our presentations where we took some generalized work categories or professional categories and what that pay was and what the gap is between what that affordable rent would be. We addressed that there. Someone had also asked, it may have been an open forum, so I'll bring it up now. The cost for building affordable housing prior to 2020, and I say this because we have seen the increase in the cost of materials and labor, it was approximately $450,000 per unit to build a rental project. Now that 450 encompasses the whole thing because you've got property development, you've got all the infrastructure, you've got all the utilities, and everything else. Because I would hear 450, I can build a house for 450. But there's a lot more to it. And that's why all those subsidies add up, because it's very expensive.
Yeah, and that's why you have to have density. It's the only thing that pencils out for affordable housing. You have to have higher density or it doesn't pencil out, period.
Yeah, actually not going to do one. But so that number has probably increased since then. Be curious to find out, but we know steel products have gone up 123%. Plywoods and things have gone up at least 53% in the last year. So hopefully that'll calm down. Plywood's done its up and down, but yeah, cost of materials has been going up. So again, that investment in this development is significant. So where do we want to encourage developers to put their investment?
So are you trying to glean out of us one area, that one income level you want us to focus on, or are you hearing that we're pretty much like everybody?
I'm trying to squeeze the conversation as much as possible to see if we're going to land on any particular one. I don't want to influence your opinion on it. I'm just trying to consolidate what I'm hearing, because I'm hearing a couple of different things. I'm hearing that low income. So we still realize that is a value and certainly a need within our communities. But at the same time, we need that moderate workforce, missing middle housing, because there's no particular program that's addressing that.
Yeah, I say yes to that.
You said,
okay, done. See ya.
If I remember right, too, we're told often that our homeless problem, trying to get our homeless people in navigation out, we need more affordable housing too, is what I hear quite often. So I do think that is a need also.
That's why I started this out as a permanent housing discussion.
Right.
So we're not talking about necessarily transitional housing or supportive housing. This is a permanent housing solution that is certainly one of the spokes on the wheel to addressing homelessness.
Right. Okay.
And I know when we did our housing study up in Tahoe years ago, it found that exactly what this conversation is getting to, and that is anywhere between low income to moderate to affordable workforce. I mean, that whole area in there is the subject of major discussions, and I think it is where we need to go. I don't know if you can pigeonhole us any lower into narrowing. I don't think that's going to happen, honestly.
No, the other thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
I wanted to respond to Supervisor Parlin's and others' comments about getting more detail from the community meetings that are intended for the community design standards. I caution you against that for 2 reasons. There's a specific, you'll glean some things, but there's a specific objective when we start getting into the community design standards. And we need to focus that because, as you know, at community meetings, there's open discussion, but like today, we want to try to narrow it down into some specific conclusions. And the timing's going to be a little bit off. So we're bringing the contract to you on in the early part of February. So that'll launch the project. There's a lot of baseline work that needs to be done on that, what I describe as a template for those objective standards. I don't want to miss out on informing our housing plan now by kicking the can another 6 months until you're out in front of communities, because I know you are having your community meetings now, and there are other opportunities all the time when you're out in your communities and getting this kind of feedback. So don't wait.
No, I would not. No,
Okay.
not waiting, but I just
Okay,
think
good.
that'll help. And plus, we're getting design standards for commercial,
Mhm.
which is a look, and commercial has the potential to be, what percent, 70% or whatever. I mean, so commercial can be multi-use, and
Mhm.
it's just about the look, really,
Okay,
more
yeah.
than anything.
Yes.
So right, and that makes it more palatable if it looks like what the community expects in the community character. And so I really think that that's going to be
Yeah,
well, 'cause
always
I-
encouraged, because this housing topic, this housing issue is not going to go away.
Uh,
We're not going to fix it in a year, and we're not going to fix it with one program, policy, or project. So there always has to be some readjustment and some revisiting as we move through. But again, it's that whole adage of how long is a piece of string? We need to define how long that piece of string is as much as we can today and in our ensuing conversations, so that this doesn't go on and on and on and on without an end,
yeah.
or at least with an end objective in mind.
Yeah, and it just will get revisited. So Supervisor Heidel, I cut you off because I wanted to interject in. So did you have your hand up still for more?
Yes, yeah, please. If I had to put it in two buckets, I would say two things. Number one, we have to be creative in the way we facilitate the ability to build higher density housing.
Mhm.
And there's a number of things we can do on that, and I'll talk to that a little bit. The second part is I think we need to follow the money as well, because where we find prime opportunities in a given community where we can get a subsidy from the state or something, we really need to focus our attention on how do we bring that money on board, recognizing there's constraints and recognizing it's going to go in away in time, the sustainability part of it. But if we don't follow the money, I'm just fearful we're not going to be able to get to that point that the developers will come forward, and promote things that they can build. So I'm going to go back to the creativity part. One of the things that we talked about was commercial strips and those kinds of things. And is it possible, for instance, to create a mixed use overlay that could be applied to a given commercial zoning, such that mixed use is an evolution, and that can be horizontal or vertical, could be brought into that existing development without having to rezone it? It's that kind of creativity where we're allowing new uses without having to force a rezone that I think saves the developer time and money. And now you got something that maybe they will step up and say, hey, I've got an idea for this area over here. Is this fit within that overlay to make that happen without the process of having to change the zoning? So
Rob, Rob's
possible?
going to want to comment on this, but I'll start
Okay.
by prefacing it with, we do have commercial zones that are already identified as supporting mixed use design. And Rob can
Right.
go into detail of what those
That's,
are.
it's not an overlay. I'm talking about the ones that don't. But maybe I'm off.
Well,
on
the ones that don't, and Rob will talk about this in detail. Hang on, Rob.
Okay, all right.
We need to look at which ones don't, and is that something we want to look at as zoning ordinance change to include additional commercial zones to support mixed use development? Take it away, Rob.
Yeah, so thank you, Rob Peters. So I think, yeah, it's a good question. So one of the things when you talk about overlays is to apply an overlay, you inherently have to rezone every property underneath it to apply the overlay. So that's one of those things where we talk about, we have our mixed use design standards. They generally require a design review in community regions to apply for that mixed use. Interestingly enough, I think in the rural centers, it alleviates you of those design review. So it's trying to encourage that type of mixed use. It does have some thresholds in how much commercial versus how much residential and all of that. So we can certainly continue to look at that. And I think there's other ways sort of in the opposite direction of putting together the standards in place where you can alleviate some of potentially like the design review requirements of mixed use. And that's where you might be able to address it in the mixed use design guideline that's requiring this, as opposed to having design review. If we have community design standards that address both commercial and multifamily, there may be an ability to remove that requirement for the design review. So we're looking at all of that, and it'll be part of that conversation, I believe, as we're looking at those standards for mixed use, or excuse me, for community design for commercial and multifamily, because really, although it's not multifamily, the commercial and then that residential component of it, it all kind of ties in together. But certainly appreciate the comments and noted.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be multifamily per se. We've had preliminary applications submitted that had single family homes as part of a commercial development in Shingle Springs. We have had some recent applications under a mixed use design because those have switched a little bit. I think we need to look at it. What's the goal of the project and what's the goal of the county? Do we want to favor the residential over the commercial development? Because right now we've got some rules on what has to come first or what progress needs to be made first. And, we can look at some of those things and some of those possible changes as a pilot program. We may take a note from the state and say, maybe we should give that consideration through 2025 or 2030 or whatever, and then reassess where development is at that point and, take a look at it. So just some options to think about as we're looking at the broad spectrum of what kind of development we think our communities want to see and where we should focus our resources on making that happen.
CJ, real quick, I just want to say, the whole idea of mixed use is you don't focus on residential or commercial. They actually work together in concert to help each other. When you have commercial, you've got, there's a need to have people go to the commercial area. And when you've got, residential, they need to be to get to the commercial. So they go hand in hand somehow.
I'm sorry, I was referring more to the required percentage of floor area that has to be by code dedicated to commercial use, and the other floor area or square footage that has to be dedicated to residential.
Okay, sorry. Got you. So I'm like, wait.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for clarifying.
And this is Rob. I wanted to add one more comment to Supervisor Heidal's comment, which was, I think what you're getting at too is there's incentives that are dollar amounts, and but there's also opportunities. And I think to some degree, the state is sort of forcing us into some of that, but to take away the discretionary review, if you have the objective standards that your community supports, in order to procedurally, move those projects forward more easily and not get tied up in sort of the discretionary side of things. So I think to some degree our hand is being forced, but it doesn't mean that we can't create our own, of course, the objective standards that supports it, but our own procedures that for affordable housing or other things where we're incentivizing it by also the processing of those types of projects as well.
Or moderate housing, missing middle housing as a ministerial application. Now that takes away a lot of the uncertainty that developers could face if it was a fully discretionary project. We'd have to be careful with environmental requirements on that, but again, just we're not getting into the dirty details of the dirty thing, but overall, some conceptual considerations, what we can look at.
Right.
And would have to study.
So the second area I think that we haven't talked about enough is SB 9. And if the state is now allowing R1 parcel splits. And one of the ways we can encourage the second unit to be built, not an ADU, not a junior ADU, but a second residential dwelling, is by looking at a common driveway where the roadway encroachment would go, and then splitting it off. And I don't know if SB 9 requires totally separate driveways. I mean, I don't have enough knowledge of how that's actually going to be implemented to know where it would fit within our county. Obviously, it's got to be more in higher density areas already where you have R1, not rural areas. But what can we do to try to make it easier for a homeowner to make the decision that they want to step forward and split the parcel and have a second home built there.
It would be a
That's
duplex.
another way.
But I'll
Pardon?
let, it would be a duplex, but I'll let Rob and maybe Cam
Yeah,
It
chime
has to
in.
be a
for-
duplex.
Yep.
Well, so yeah, there's opportunity to have at least 2 units. I think it can be in a duplex. It could potentially be in a separated type of housing scenario, but ideally, so I'm going to give the quick rundown of, our single unit, which is our R1 and our R20K. Those are, consistent to our general plan designation of high density residential. High density residential is effectively found within our community regions and our rural centers. However, SB 9 says that you have to be within a census designated urban area or urban cluster. So those boundaries don't exactly meet. And so you may have, urban areas that are in the community region that are, that makes a lot of sense. You may have urban clusters that are in rural centers, but it may not be the entirety of the rural center. It's based on census data and not our general plan designation. And so that's that map that we're trying to put together. There's also concern about, what you do or don't do and how you mitigate high and very high severity fire zones. And so that's, again, related to that Board of Forestry conversation. But, and then you're talking about really the access requirements for potentially the lot split and or just the multiple houses on the one lot. That's where the state is basically saying, you local jurisdiction need to put together a set of standards that you're going to apply to this particular procedure so that you can say what you do or don't want. And so that's really where we're talking about, we're doing a lot of objective standards related to multifamily and commercial. And that's been sort of at least in our community, one of the things we've been trying to get in place, but we may or may not need to address additional design standards related to, this densification of our single unit zoning. So, it could get down into the design improvement standards manual. I don't want to speak for DOT, but, we have standards for roadway widths and driveway widths and all those things. Whether you want to change those or not is one of those decision points. We have minimum lot sizes. We have lot widths in our zoning ordinance. But we don't, for instance, have regulations on the size of the house. You may want to regulate those multiple units in the same way we do ADUs, where you're talking about. So there's a lot of variables out there on what folks are in different jurisdictions are doing. And that's the exact reason we're trying to look at the whole of the effort and what our comparator jurisdictions are doing. So we can bring to your board a menu of, here's all the things we could do. What do we want to do to get it done in our community?
Yeah, and that's going to require its own workshop. Obviously, you can just tell by the condensed
Right.
version of it that there's a lot of variables that are going to influence how that rolls out.
A lot of
But
constraints.
it
and
still
everything.
doesn't answer the question of what are we going to do? Are we satisfied with what the state is telling us to do? Are there gaps in what is being addressed by state funding? Again, that missing middle. Are there income category gaps? Are there housing model type gaps? Not necessarily home ownership or rental, but when we were talking about that clustered housing or other types of condos, townhouses, other types of affordable housing models that can, go either way.
You haven't
What
mentioned
kind
tiny
of deed
homes.
restrictions would we require for that incentive?
You haven't mentioned tiny homes yet, and that's another thing that we haven't covered that I think is of
We're
interest.
talking permanent housing
That's a
solutions
good point.
today.
This is about permanent. That's a good point. And
Okay, and so they have what they call micro homes, which are the more permanent form of housing, but they're very small.
Oh, you can do a small stick built as long as it meets building code. You're golden.
Junior
most-
ADUs.
Most of
there
these
you
are
go.
not
You can
stick built,
build a
they're-
300 square foot something or other.
Yeah, most of them are prefab you want to move in and put up, not build from the ground. So,
Yeah, again, if they meet building code, we're
It's okay,
cool with
yeah.
it.
okay.
Yeah, it's that state designation on tiny homes that makes them recreational vehicles. And by virtue of that, they are temporary.
Yeah,
Right,
we
okay.
we get a lot of inquiries about park model homes, which are those
Mm.
tiny homes on, I'll call
Love
them
them.
on axles. And so
Yes.
that's where we've really had a lot of conflict because, it's not basically built to a permanent residence type of building code, requirements. And so that's where we've struggled internally in the building and planning department to say, how are we going to address those? And up to this point, we haven't necessarily allowed them. You could take one of those, take it off the axle, put it on a permanent foundation, as long as it met the building code, like CJ's saying, you could potentially have it there. But I think that's where some of that conflict in lies on how we're going to deal with those. But you can certainly do a very small unit as long as it meets building code and safety regulations. But there's also those requirements for solar and other things that, potentially you might have to consider when you're doing that.
Yeah, it gets back to those
state. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets back to those standardized building standards. So we have that for manufactured homes on the federal level and the state. We don't have that, or they have not expanded that to standardized building requirements for either tiny homes or park homes, which are an awesome model. They just don't have the standardization. So that gets to that discretionary, ministerial discretionary. So we need that standardized. So that's, always part of the discussion. Yeah.
If it's objective, yes, I get it. So, Thomas has been waiting patiently with your hand up. So I just want to get back to her. Sorry.
What's your time here too?
Real quick. I know we've had a rich discussion. So getting back to your pointed question, CJ, I think locally we need to look at missing middle, because the state is, like you said, kind of incentivizing those other areas of affordable. Not that we need to, ignore that, but I think that the missing middle is for us to incentivize locally. And I think that, needs to be a focused area for us. I think the other part of this equation that maybe we haven't talked about is that as a board, we need to have the political will to move housing forward. And perhaps as we go along with another workshop, I wanted to ask you, CJ, do you think if we were to develop perhaps a joint statement about our commitment to housing as a board, would that be helpful in informing a process forward and maybe even giving developers a level of comfort that, we are serious about this?
Would that be different than our strategic plan or our housing element policies?
Well, I guess I suppose not.
Yeah.
So hold that thought.
Okay, I'll hold that thought.
Hold that thought until we come back more with the discussion on the affordable housing ordinance, where we may accomplish what you're suggesting through a resolution that gets specific on the types of incentives that the board is supporting.
Okay.
Not necessarily incentives, but the process that the board would be supporting. Is that satisfactory?
That sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
We'll keep that one on the parking lot, they call it.
I think that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Supervisor Novosel, thank you.
Yeah, well, again, I'll say the same thing as Wendy as far as missing middle. Yes, absolutely. And inclusionary. We have to get some inclusionary housing on the records so that as these projects come up and in between all of our discussions about we have this moving forward. I think that's a great first start of making sure it's included in every project that moves forward. I think it's necessary.
Yeah,
that's just my 2 cents.
We've had some lost opportunities, I think, recently that
I agree.
Without that inclusionary, and other jurisdictions have it. So I'm wondering if we can just piggyback or borrow, because
we'll look at those. And because for a long time there were lawsuits pending against inclusionary housing ordinances. Those have been cleared up. So we can move forward with that. But it's not just the missed opportunities, as you'd say. Sometimes we get these projects in and they're not the county planning them, of course. It's the market dictating what will sell, what is marketable. So with the either inclusionary or other types of housing models that we want to encourage, that's that clear message that can then go to developers, knowing that if they're coming in for zoning changes, if they're coming in with other things, and as you mentioned, density or stuff, what's the community benefit to meeting the goals that the board has established for meeting our current housing needs?
Because I'd rather incentivize, but this is an important this is an important process to begin with, in that it's just there and it shows clearly that we're intent upon meeting at least a partial, and it's a small, it can be a small amount, 5 units per whatever, but it just needs to be in there.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back to you with some options.
Have we surveyed the building industry to find out what they would think is helpful to promote affordable housing in El Dorado County. They're the ones that have to step up and say, I want to propose this project because you've made it available for me to follow a path that I can get there and make this work. Right. But if we ever had a survey that they provide inputs, we can all second guess. But if we don't have a builder who wants to build something, we can have a whole lot of great policies and ordinances and stuff, but nothing happens again.
So we've had general discussions with representatives from the building industry and developers of constantly. But what we have never been able to provide them was a focused intention from the Board of Supervisors. So we've always had the arena discussion as we need affordable. Yeah. You know, and the state's telling us what we need, which I think we need to rethink. When we're looking at our own residents and what our own needs are, there are certain types of affordable workforce housing we need. But we haven't been able to survey the developers or building industry on what would it take to do missing middle or middle income, because that hasn't been the focus of our discussions in the past.
Got it.
It has been on an individual. The builder comes in after they've already invested in a, parcel this, parcel split, and, subdivision and EIRs. And it's like, oh, what would it take to include some moderate? Maybe not the best time to raise that conversation.
Exactly right.
How do we get in front of that? How do we get in front of that to have the discussion?
With these policies and with this discussion we're having today, to focus those priorities so that we can develop clear expectations for our communities and for developers.
Okay. Last thing, CJ, I'm just thinking.
I'm good. If you guys want to.
We've talked a lot and it's been really helpful, I think, to talk as a group like this, because I know we all go off in our different directions and stuff. So this has been really informative. I hope staff glean some good direction out of it. There are a couple public comments. You guys ready to go there? Because we could talk this all day, quite honestly, for that. And obviously we're going to be having more workshops on individual parts and SBs and all that stuff. So
yeah, great. Thanks for understanding that.
I know. This is one of those you could go have drinks and talk all day. So Kim, I think with that we're going to get some public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Tamara Johnson.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is Tamara Johnston. I'm the chair of CDAC and also the chair of our housing subcommittee. And I just wanted to give you some background on what we CDAC have been looking at in terms of priorities for housing development in El Dorado County. Last year in June of 2021, we did a pretty in-depth analysis and presentation on kind of the snapshot in time of what the housing situation was in this county. And we came away with a recommendation that as a county, we should be focusing on the missing middle. So I'm actually really happy to hear that a lot of the board is agreeing with that, both for rent and ownership. And just to give you an idea of what that is, moderate income is, 120% of AMI. For a family of 4 in El Dorado County, that's $103,000. 30% of your income for housing is generally considered to be, you don't want to go past 30% of your costs. So that would be $2,600 a month that you would be spending on either rent or your mortgage, which is at the time of interest rates last year was about $500,000 purchase price. It's probably a little less now with interest rates that have gone up, but just to give you a sense of like kind of what the numbers are that we were looking at. And we also did some research on kind of why, or, studies on looking at why the missing middle is a good place to focus. And We found, so economists at Zillow found that once cities cross a threshold where the typical resident spends more than a third of their income on housing, homelessness begins to spike rapidly. And I think we can, intuitively know that that's what's happened as our housing costs have spiked, so has homelessness. And when incomes don't keep pace with the cost of rent, a cascade effect ripples through the housing market. So high income folks start renting places that middle income folks used to rent. Middle income people start renting places that low income folks used to rent, and then the low income folks are left scrambling. So by focusing on the missing middle, we're actually freeing up potentially some of the other lower housing opportunities, because a lot of the missing middle wants to be in, moderate type housing. They don't want to be in the low income housing, but it just doesn't exist for them. And then finally, I just want to mention on a personal standpoint, from a personal perspective, having an affordable rent is a path to home ownership. And I know personally that's what happened to me. I lived in a rent controlled apartment for a long time, which allowed me to save money for a down payment and buy a house. And so it's also, having affordable rentals helps people eventually get into the home market. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tamara.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. Just a couple of thoughts. I'm one of these people that looks at the whole of a subject, not just a piece of the subject, but the whole of the subject. And I want to kind of emphasize that with an example that a few years ago in Diamond Springs, we did what's called Mobility and Livability Community Plan. So what that means is that living in a community isn't just getting somebody into a residence, but it's more than that. It has to do with how that fits in to the expectations of the respective area, the neighborhood, we'll call it. It also has to do with things that are, because of my background being transportation, we're transportation related. This could be both vehicular types of transportation, but also non-vehicular. And I'm saying also pedestrian movement, bicycles. And I'll give you an example. We've emphasized over the years about Diamond Springs and the traffic coming from Pleasant Valley Road and Highway 49 going through there and not being able to cross the street. So what I'm saying is that the livability and mobility idea to an area, a neighborhood, community, whatever you want to call it, that is more than just putting people in a house. Wendy, do you understand what I mean? We have the Upper Broadway area, and you brought that up, I believe, as an example of how something can be built, and at the time it might be the right thing, but over time it becomes the wrong thing. It doesn't become the community or the livability part of it that we want, and then that leaves these commercial businesses and stuff, the offices empty for years, and we just didn't realize that we had made a mistake. So that's kind of what I wanted to bring up today with you, was just that it's more than just putting people into a house. You have to look at the overall community. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I tried to check out, but I put you on my phone and then I heard this discussion and here I am again, not super prepared, but super frustrated. I've heard this housing debate for, we've been debating over this in this county forever. And it's like we're constantly letting planners be use this as an experimental project and creating policies that we're getting so bad that we may not even ever be able to recover in what Chris is talking about, having areas that are actually livable. The general plan had passed a mixed use ordinance that sounded really cute. You know, it's downtown Main Street. You have these two little levels of business and work and play. And then the developers and planners got a hold of it and made it pretty much not doable. You have 0 lot setbacks. You have, it can be right up on somebody's residential piece of property. You could put a structure on there for mixed use that's right on the property line. Who's going to really be wanting that, something like that to happen objectively? So the other thing you brought up, which is kind of contradictive, and it is my frustration, is you talked about objective standards that you haven't created yet you just approved a project that had probably over 70 conditions of approval that still needed to go through LAFCO, Caltrans, CAL FIRE, no sewer, and you said, you know, the zoning administrator meeting was kind of a disaster, but we should have just done it in-house completely. I mean, holy cow. I'm tired of watching this board and this planning department use the county as if it's a big fat experiment. This is just becoming a disaster. And I can tell you, as a home designer that works with building single family homes, you know, all you talk about is what do the developers want? As if no one else in this county knows how to build a house, but our favored developers, and we have to do what they want in order to have something. By your actions, you have basically put the middle out of business. You put the middle, you know, before we had this general plan that allowed all these subdivisions by right, pretty much, that are, you put all of the local contractors out of business. You put the local single family homes out of business. You keep tweaking with this. And if you want to fix it, set the rules so they're clear to everybody, just like I said 15 years ago, and then get out of the way. Everything you're doing is just mucking with it to make it worse, and you're going to destroy this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Good afternoon. Kim Beal, Government Affairs Director for the El Dorado County Association of Realtors. CJ and other staff, I greatly thank you for your comprehensive and broad-based perspective in bringing forward a very important issue to us, and that is expanding the housing opportunities here in El Dorado County. You've given a whole lot for us to think about, and I'm very optimistic about the approach you're taking. Rob Peters, during your discussion on SB 9, you mentioned that it's not eligible for rural lands. However, there was no definition for rural lands. I've been in real estate for 43 years, and I've seen people who think that El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, and Diamond Springs are rural from where they're coming from. And other people think rural is 100 acres or more. So you're really going to have to think about what rural means. And I would hope that you take the most lenient measure of what rural is to allow us to use SB 9 for future housing opportunities. Also, I think that bringing forth a procedure and table for SB 9 will be greatly appreciated. It'll help us to understand the complexities of that state law. Ed Carr, the El Dorado County Association of Realtors, is opposed to mandatory inclusionary zoning. We always have been, as is the California Association of Realtors. However, the Realtor organization is in favor of an incentive where inclusionary zoning is allowed to be used in order to allow developers and builders to come up with a bigger plan, be able to bring down prices for some of the affordable units and so forth. But if you make it mandatory, you're going to be excluding the ability for some builders to be able to produce the homes. It's just not going to work as a mandate on every housing project. Finally, I'd like you to focus on the expansion of ADUs. I have brought forward before the fact that young people want to buy homes. Also, parents and kids want to both own land where there might be multiple homes on the property, and the ADU ordinance will allow that. But given the current state where if you have over 4.5 acres in size, you can only have the second home being 1,600 square feet, you rule out the young families where they might have 3 or more kids, they want to have a home-based business or something else. If you would reconsider on the ADU to allow that the second home on 4.5 acres or larger be 2,000 square feet or even more, you will allow for instance, siblings to buy jointly under a 50-50 ownership land with 2 homes on it and be able to live on the land. Then you won't even have a rental. You'll have home ownership for all the family members on that property. Furthermore, if later in life, parents need to be moving into the property because they can't take care of themselves, a junior ADU could be built within one of those 2 homes as well. So you could really expand upon what your ADU ordinance could be used for. I'm done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And we'll be having more conversations, everyone. Trust, you can tell this is not the end all be all, but it's a good start.
There's no additional public comment.
Perfect. Okay. I think CJ, staff, you guys feel that you got a lot of good, of course you did. We had good input for you, lots of feedback, lots of thoughts on this. Do you know what next steps are yet, or is it too early to know?
Next steps at this point are going to be using this information to help inform the discussion that we need to have on the affordable housing ordinance, that will get into more specific information on proposed policies or programs that you could consider. It'll again be a presentation with a discussion on how this will move forward. I want to make sure that if there was anything in public comment that we addressed, really appreciated Tamara Johnson's information on missing middle. I haven't been, I don't know about that study that was done. I'm interested in seeing it. That might help us with some other stuff, and I will work with her and Kyle on getting that from CDAC. And Chris Payne, we do understand that any development is more than just a stick built house or sticks and bricks. So, you know, it's the whole community. It's the effect on that. And so thank you for your comments. And I think we have that concept in mind. Public comment from Sue Taylor. We are not favoring any particular developers. Our conversation today does not exclude any private designers or spec house developers or any other kind of developer. Developer is using the broadest term of someone who is building and providing housing. So sorry if that was a misunderstanding and that it was slanted towards one way or another. That was not the intention, nor is that our intention going forward. As far as our comments on that other specific project, there is some misinformation in that, and I know staff would be happy to talk with you about how that SB 35 project was pre-approved by the Planning Commission, and how those standards of at least the conditions of approval are still intact. So again, I think we could clarify the process on that if we could meet offline and get into the facts on that one. And for Kim Beal, on the rural lands, and Rob may follow up on this, but the law specifically says single family zoning. And in our county, that is considered R1 and R20. That is our single family zoning. So that is to the exclusion of our rural residential, our ag zoning and other types of things. But again, there's so much to that topic. And that's why we'll be coming back to you, and Rob will go into a lot more detail and have that checklist available so that you can get into the nitty gritty and really into the weeds on how that's going to benefit homeowners, and how that may not benefit other things. So we're just going to have to go back and forth on that. I'm sure there's the pros and cons. As far as the ADU on different size lots, we have also, as staff, heard other requests on, can that second ADU or can that ADU be bigger than 1,600 square foot? And we have some limitations. One of the reasons, though, that the county is able to be less restrictive as far as that 1,600 square foot is concerned, because ADU law usually goes up to 1,200 square foot, is because we had the environmental study back in 2015 that looked at that 1,600 square foot ADU. So we, while we could come back at another time, and certainly we all want to remember that if we're doing anything with the zoning and ordinance or general plan that requires an EIR, if we could throw that under there, then at least we could do the study to find out what kind of environmental impacts that could have. And then the board can make an educated decision on whether that should be incorporated at some time. So I think that was it, but I do want to end by saying thank you. Again, our intention was to have a positive discussion on the needs of our local communities without the influence of the state or other types of mandates, so that we could focus on what we're hearing from our neighbors and our communities and our businesses. So I thank you for keeping it positive. And again, next steps is we'll come back to you with some further discussion that will really zero in on some of the direction that we were given today.
Very good. Thank you, CJ. And good job responding to public comment. You're very thorough. I was like, wow, that was amazing.
Thanks, CJ.
You're welcome.
Okay, with
anyone
that,
else?
I think we're gonna wrap this one up. I need to stretch my legs, but so we've gone through all the agenda items other than closed session and to and froms. So I'm thinking that it'd probably be a good idea to do our to and froms now, and then we'll go into closed session, and county council can report out for us afterward. Or do you think there'll be a report out?
Not anticipating any reportable action today.
Okay. All right. You guys ready for to and froms? Let's start with, let's see who's looking. How about Supervisor Thomas? I see you look kind of ready.
All right, I'm ready. First of all, thank you to our staff for a really robust and engaged discussion. That was great workshop. So first of all, I'd like to encourage everyone to attend the Pioneer Community Energy Meetings virtual meeting tonight. I attended it on virtually on January 12th. And while a lot of these, I don't know, community virtual meetings, I felt in the past, not Pioneer Energy, but in the past kind of tend to be a dog and pony show. I found the Pioneer Community Energy really a great community presentation and dialogue, really good information. So I encourage folks to attend that tonight. I had a SAGHOG board meeting this week. Once again, there was a really great presentation on developing missing middle, and that land use shouldn't just be about zoning, but about our values. And I look forward to bringing all those discussions into our upcoming community meetings and the community engagement process as we roll forward. I regret that I couldn't attend the tourism summit this last Friday. I actually was sick. I didn't have COVID, I was just sick, but I'm sorry I missed that. Behavioral health meeting. I think the main takeaway on that was that we talked a lot about suicide and making sure that as we go forward, we are very intentional about making sure that our community has the tools they need to reduce suicides within our county, especially among our young people, which, you know, just breaks our hearts. And looking forward to engaging the Youth Commission on that as well. It's a very targeted focus going forward. Met with my community on aging rep and the chair this year. What, like you said, Chair Parlin, they are such an engaged group and are just really inspiring. Had a great meeting with them. And then probably another important thing to note is, and you will probably mention this later, that Chair Parlin and I had a first kickoff ranch marketing meeting with our staff to talk about our community, the process going forward, and how we're going to engage with the Ag Commission as well as our community. So I look forward to a very robust discussion. I know I want to just allay people's fears that these discussions will not be, you know, in private. They will be, you know, rolled out with engaging with our winery owners and our farmers and those that are, you know, doing weddings. And it'll be a very robust process going forward to look at what changes make sense as we look at remaking perhaps parts of our ranch marketing ordinance. So we really appreciated that initial discussion and look forward to that process going forward. So those are my highlights for now. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's see. Supervisor Novosel, you look ready to rock and roll.
Okay, I'll try. So I don't have any notes. I'm just going to go off my calendar. We had a transportation funding discussion with TRPA and all of our electeds around the lake to try to figure out this transportation issue of regional transit. It's really an issue. There's a group that was formed, and I think I've discussed it many times with you all about called the Bi-State Compact, where we're trying to have a discussion between California and Nevada, because we are a bi-state agency, and how we get transportation to work regionally. And it's it's just very difficult. We've talked about user fees, about increasing sales tax, TOT, whatever we can, and it's just not a simple answer. So we're still working on that, and so we've had a lot of conversations, but I'll try to get something back to you all. They are meeting statewide at a meeting with Nevada and California at the end of this month, and coming up with some ideas via what the governors have staff and agencies have talked about. So more to come. I also serve on CalCog as the representative to TRPA, and very interesting conversations around transportation and wildfire and many, many things. But that's always a really good meeting. And then give me a second here. Oh, and then last week was the County Oversight Board meeting. That is our old redevelopment JPA between our county and our city, and talking about redevelopment funds. There's not a whole lot left because that was something that has passed many years ago, but we have to meet once a year and approve that, and we did. And then again, and then being on CSAC, I'm not just on the executive committee for CSAC, I'm also on their kitchen cabinet, which means we met last week and we had a conversation with governor's staff. And each of us were asked to give our input on what we felt was important. And I talked about VMT standards and how vehicle miles traveled and how difficult that will be for us to work, being that we're such a rural area. And being that I am a rural caucus representative, I spoke again about wildfire funding and the idea of getting better communications with Caltrans when we do have emergencies, and how Cali OES has been helpful, and there's the critical conversation between feds and state on how to get things done. That's been our biggest issue, I think, with our cleanup, has been how we get them to communicate better and what that means to our counties. So so that was an interesting conversation. I think that's about it for now. Thank you.
That was plenty and good stuff. Supervisor Turnbull, you ready? Are you muted? Are you talking? I can't see your face.
Yeah, it's kind of dark in here.
There you
Sorry.
go.
Okay. Anyway, I had yesterday I had a meeting with Gay Willard on the fair board, and she's my fair board commissioner, and some of the issues that's going on there and what they're doing there. So it was a great meeting with her. Had a meeting with Mike Sproul and Jeff England yesterday, and looking at ways that there's issues that are coming up here very, very soon, especially about household waste and some of the issues there that the state is requiring, and is putting on our county. We also had a meeting with Sherman Haggerty on the homeless services. He's very, very knowledgeable. I don't know if anybody else has met with him yet, but he knows a lot of the issues, and he ran that facility down there at Mather Air Force Base. So he brings a lot to the table, and that's something maybe we could look into a little bit deeper with him. Had a meeting with the CAO. Also had a meeting with Bob Williams yesterday on some of the lighting issue that's still going on in El Dorado Hills and some of the issues that's going on there. Also, I had a meeting with Josh Panay. And that was very, very good yesterday. And we're talking about what we can do with a lot of the logs and stuff that are in Grizzly Flat, and possible working with Rod Pimentel and his mill to be able to cut a lot of that lumber, maybe get that mill back up and running a little bit. It's a possibility. So that's one of the things that we're working on there. So anyway, and then also reaching out with and working with a lot of my constituents, especially the flooding issue that's going on in Cameron Park. And there's a lot of residents that are impacted, working with DOT with Brian Mullins, that maybe we can solve that problem, and looking for grant money there to help the residents there. So that's pretty much all I have.
All right, very good. And Supervisor Hudall.
Yeah, sorry for dropping out there. We have PG&E contract crews out here working the street. I suspect they took out our transformer and the power dropped out. So
I was like, where'd you go? I thought we lost you.
yeah, unexpectedly, we just lost our power. So anyway, just three quick things. On Thursday, the 20th of January, we had the Pioneer Community Energy Board Meeting. Again, progress being made there. And again, a lot of the discussion was about how do we do more outreach? How do we get more information to the individuals in El Dorado County, both in the city of Placerville and across the county, to answer their questions and make sure that they clearly understand the pros and cons of Pioneer, because there's been a lot of confusion that's been spread out there. And so we're trying to address that. I did attend on Friday, the 21st, the El Dorado County Tourism Summit. It was held down at the El Dorado Hills Holiday Inn. And I guess the biggest takeaway I had from that was that over the period of the pandemic here, California has lost 15% of its market share to the state of Florida. And so we've got to try to rebuild that. You might be able to guess why the state of Florida has grown their market share, because they stayed open with all their businesses. And I guess a lot of the people that travel across the country, obviously not locals, but people who travel to California for visitation decided, well, Florida's open, let's go there. So we've got to work a little bit more, I think, on the tourism to gain that back. But that's what happens when decisions are made that, you know, really shut down an economy and shut down businesses, as opposed to keeping them open through a pandemic or whatever. Lastly, we had our Human Rights Commission yesterday, a meeting. I'm not sure if Sue mentioned that. She probably did. I just want to mention that Alan Stansberry, who's my representative, submitted his resignation after 3 or 4 years of serving on the commission, and many of those as chair. He finally got to the point that, from a health perspective and other things, he just decided that it was time for him to turn the reins over to somebody else. So we do have an opening for District 1. We've already circulated that to the clerk of the board staff, so it's being posted. But if anybody knows of a candidate for District 1 to refill that Human Rights Commission, and I have a couple people in mind, but I want to make sure anybody who has an interest gets a chance to submit their application, and will go on record as being of interest to. But those are the 3 items I had. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Oh, I gotta go. Oh my gosh. There's actually a lot, but not all of it's reportable. I mentioned RCRC, the letters. I'll get those distributed to everybody so you can see them. Board of Forestry, big chatter everywhere I go. So, because it's impacting the whole state. And I don't know anybody that thinks it's a good thing. So there you are. That same afternoon, we had a SOFAR collaborative, and they had a guest panel and speakers, and it was all about biomass and what different areas are trying to do. So, and I think if I remember right, I'm getting my meetings are a blur, but I think I had Greg Stanton join us to hear, because I'm trying to plug Greg in as our consultant for biomass into every opportunity that I can find to make sure that he's just getting all that information. And I think he's coming up with some really good info to share with us in a couple months, if I remember right, he's going to have an update for us. So, and then on the 13th, we had a RCRC, I'm on the ad hoc wildfire and forest stewardship committee, and we spoke with representatives from the U.S. Forest Service. All I can say really out of all of that is it's great that they're there to listen and, you know, talk with us, but there is just a lot of frustration right now. And there has been a lot of federal money set aside to do forest management. They're rolling out a 10-year plan. And of course, everybody's like, 10 years, we need something done yesterday. So I don't know how this is going to actually unfold, but the need is there. We do appreciate that they're coming and actually talking to communities that are impacted. So that's good. But I just don't know if it's going to be fast enough to save some of our vulnerable communities. So that's a huge concern. We did have a budget ad hoc committee, just so you know, budget process. It's hardly ever is ending. So that's starting up again. Supervisor Turnbull and I met with the general manager, the new general manager of Cameron Park CSD. And I wanted to let everybody know that we wrote that letter of support for the CSD or special districts to get money, ARPA money straight from the state. And that program worked. We supported some and the state responded. And so a lot of our special districts, including Cameron Park, got some funding directly. And so they were following up with us to see about the remaining part, though, that wasn't covered by the state. And the CAO is going to reach out to the general manager and talk about that. So there may be a follow-up board item. So I thought I'd let you know that. Let's see what else. And then the ranch marketing, yes, that was off to a good start. Thank you, Supervisor Thomas. I've been attending the county fire safe council meetings just because Supervisor Veerkamp used to do that. And so I just kind of stepped into those shoes. And I just kind of let them know that the working group that the board created is going to, fire and resiliency is planning to bring some kind of a presentation to the board in March. And so everybody is really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a great, it's going to get our county focused on some of these. Again, we keep going like this and it's going to get everybody focused. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I haven't been saying too much when I go to those meetings now, Dawn. And so also, I got in trouble. And the only other thing really that might be of interest is that the Taxpayers Association yesterday, the guest speaker was one of the Tahoe Unified School Board members. And I guess they're looking at a bond measure potentially. And those are, I don't think those get as passed easily as they used to now, because, you know, taxpayers are looking at things differently and declining enrollment. So there's a lot going on there. And I just thought I'd let you know that that was the speaker. And if you want to watch it, those meetings are recorded. So that's that. CAO, do you have any updates for us?
Just real quickly, if it hasn't been announced, I mean, El Dorado Hills CSD received a little over 200,000 of the ARPA money from the state as well. They have also reached out to try to close some of the gap. So we're working with them. And I did have a conversation with the general manager of Cameron Park yesterday. So that's in progress. But yes, very helpful from the state and offsetting some of those impacts. The Caldor Fire Recovery update is attached. Things are continuing to move forward. You know, there are delays because of the weather, but things are back in place on the cleanup. And staff did have a meeting on, I think it was Thursday or Friday. Staff from the county, being my office, the Emergency Operations Center, Environmental Management, with the Forest Service and some of the cabin owners on Forest Service land. That is one area where I believe there's still some confusion and probably most of the frustration from the cabin owners who are leasing the Forest Service land and how to get their property cleaned up. It's some unanswered questions because if you recall, Cal OES can't use FEMA money to clean up federal owned property. And unfortunately, from my perspective, the cabin owners are getting stuck in the middle of multiple bureaucracies. So we're having conversations with Jeff Marcellet and trying to figure that out, but they're slow moving forward right now. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, so shoot, I talked to Kim about this and I still don't have it straight in my brain. We're going to ask to close in honor of a retired employee. And so, and then so if we make this announcement now, then we can announce the closed session and get public comment. Is that a good order of things, Dave, County Council? Does that work, or should I do it the other way around? Does it matter?
I don't know if it matters too much, but the more opportunities we have to talk about Mr. Tibbles, the better. So.
I know. So so many of you remember John Tibbles. He was our videographer back before we were Zooming, and he retired. I have the proclamation that the board did back in September of 2020. And this photo was so fun. This summer we were at the Cameron Park. God, I can't remember the name. Cops and Rodders, I think, is the name of the event down there at Cameron Park. And I saw John go zooming by on his scooter and everything. And I said, hey, you know, how's it going? And it was fun to see him and stuff. And then he went zipping by again. And I thought, oh my gosh, I need to take a photo to show everybody that I saw him. And I had to go running. I was like running and running, yelling out, John, stop, I want a photo. And it was just really fun. I shared it with Kim and everything. And it was really good to see him. And he talked about how much he missed all of us and stuff. So the proclamation talks about John Tibbles retiring after 35 years of public service, providing videography for the County of El Dorado Board of Supervisors meeting. That's just extraordinary. And one of the whereases kind of sums up a lot of his hobbies and things that he liked. It says his colleagues know him as a steady, dependable coworker and friend who takes pride in his work, which he definitely did, and who is always ready to lend a helping hand when needed. John will be deeply missed by all, and we thank him for touching our lives in such a positive and meaningful way. And I just know that before being on the board, everybody knows I was a groupie here at board meetings, and there was a lot of times where I didn't know what was going on with the board meeting or why the process was going. And, I can hang out in the back and talk to John back there, and he would explain things to me. He gave me a lot of insights and had so many great stories. Turned out he liked drones too. He was getting a drone. I was kind of jealous. So just fond memories of this man. And yeah, he passed away, I believe, on Friday. And our county flag is at half mast right now in his honor. And I didn't know if anybody wanted to add a few words. Yeah.
I'd like to say, John, he was one of the first employees I met 8 years ago when I started as a supervisor, and it was like meeting the Wizard of Oz. He was in the back of the room with all of his equipment, and he was just so passionate about it all. And whenever, you're right, Lori, whenever there was a question, anything we needed, we always could count on John. He just was he was a loving soul kind of a person, just always had a smile and was always there when he had a concern or whatever. And just the nicest guy in the world. And and I was so sorry to hear of his passing, because great guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, with that,
I'll just echo that. He was a wonderful man. He did a lot of great things for the county, and may his soul rest in peace.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, we're going to move to, we do have some closed session items to take care of. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 31 through 33 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 31 through 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There appears to be no public comment.
Okay, with that, we will go into closed session, and I think County Council already said he doesn't anticipate anything to report out. So we'll note the time of adjournment. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. One for the staff who are listening for closed session, we're just going to take them in order. So we will, if you're participating via Zoom, we will text you when your item is ready. But for those on item 31, you can go ahead and log in.
That's good heads up.
Thank you.